A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all old-time radio.
She is. That's Molly Goldberg, folks. A woman with a place in every heart and a finger in every pie. And now the makers of New Does, that new kind of soap for everything right down your wash line, bring you another visit with those good folks, the Goldbergs.
I saw her myself.
Not Mrs. Jones. Why, I can't imagine such a thing.
Well, I was there, and I actually saw her. She washed that lovely rayon slip with the same soap she used for her dirtiest kitchen towels.
Not really?
Yes. In fact, she used this New Does for every single thing in her wash.
New Does? Well, what kind of a soap is that?
Well, it's a new kind of granulated soap. Procter & Gamble's putting it out. And Mrs. Jones says this New Does does all three kinds of wash. Work shirts, towels, right down to rayon undies.
Well, I never. Well, what in the world did her clothes look like when she hung them out?
Well, I must say everything looked all right. Her rayon slips were soft and nice, and the work shirts were bright and clean, and her towels, well, they were just dazzling white.
Say, I guess Mrs. Jones isn't so dumb. If New Does can do all that, well, why are we still using those old-fashioned granulated soaps?
Yes, why put up with old-fashioned soaps when New Does is here? It's the first really new kind of wash day soap in years, and it brings you real whiteness, plus amazing safety for your rayons and nicer colored washables. In fact, New Does is far safer for those delicate colors, safer than any other leading granulated wash day soap. And yet you've never seen whiter washes than Does gives you, and there's no hard scrubbing either. Actually, no soap made gets clothes white easier than Does. Honestly, once you try it, you'll see how different Does is. Even the suds are different. Yes, Does makes loads more suds in your machine than any of the four other leading granulated laundry soaps. And Does gives you suds that build up faster and that last longer. You see, Does is not just a new improvement of an old soap, but a really new kind of granulated soap. Just look for New Does, D-U-Z, today in that big red and white box. It does everything in your wash. And now the Goldbergs. The walls of the old farmhouse in Lastonbury have been shaking with argument these past hours. For little Rosie Goldberg's love affair has come down with a bad case of family relations. Walter Jerome's mother is present, and in her high-handed way, she's been handing down one ultimatum after another. And in turn, the Goldbergs have defended themselves against the insinuation that they were trying to make a marriage between Rosie and Walter. Walter is engaged to another girl that Mrs. Jerome wants him to marry. And this is the core of the argument. And as we can hear, the situation is rapidly deteriorating. Listen.
I see no reason why I should have to listen any longer to your interpretation. I've done today.
I wish Mama would come in here.
You to know that under no
It's all my fault.
never will welcome back your daughter.
Why is that woman still here? Why?
Oh, please.
Is that what you want attached to you for the rest of your life, Rosalind?
Oh, please, tell Mama to come in here and tell Mrs. Jerome to go home.
You people are trying to make a good match for your daughter. Well, I don't believe it.
That's all she keeps saying, that you're trying to make a good match for me. That's all she keeps saying.
Well, she said it for the last time. She said it.
Oh, please leave it to Mama.
Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no.
I don't want to
all my fault, isn't it, Sam?
Well, you could have been calmer in the beginning. But when you started whirling in circles every time Walter looked at you...
I didn't mean anything, Sammy. I just liked him, and it was like breathing the air at the top of a mountain. I didn't mean to start all this. I didn't want to. I wouldn't want to.
Well, it's not your fault. It's Mrs. Jerome's. The only way to handle her is to tell her that her ambitions have nothing to do with ours.
Do you mean I shouldn't pay any attention to her, Sammy?
I mean, there may be good reasons why you shouldn't have anything to do with Walter, but they're not Mrs. Jerome's reasons. So...
Telephone, they answer it.
Touch a woman. Touch a witch.
Pa, please, maybe this is for you.
Pa, please.
Hello? Yes? Who? Yes?
Well?
Yes.
Who is it, Sammy?
Well, just a minute, please.
What is it and who is it?
It's Mr. Jerome.
Hang.
He's in Lexington.
Nevertheless, hang.
He's at the station, Pa. He wants to come over here.
That's all I need now. Mr. and Mrs. Jerome.
He wants to come over to speak to us before he sees Mrs. Jerome.
What's his proposal?
I can't ask him that.
Then I can.
Oh, please, not the way you feel now. Hello, Mr. Jerome, just a minute, please.
Give me.
It's no use lecturing me, Mrs. Goldberg.
I'll answer it.
Quiet. I want to hear what she's got to say.
I happen to have eyes in my head and ears, too, and a mind of my own.
Hello, just a minute,
You don't have to
Jerome,
pretend that
please.
Walter's interest in your daughter comes out of the clear blue sky. You nourished it, and you are continuing to nourish it to your own benefit. That's your belief and not mine, Mr. Jerome. I don't believe in your altruism.
Well, Pa.
That's all you know a good match as well as the next one. I don't know if that's not all going to be a good match. I'm not thinking of matches, Mr. Jerome. I'm not thinking at all of matches. If I want to think of matches, I'll take a box of matches, and I'll light them up, and I'll make a fire if I'm thinking of matches. Don't tell me I'm thinking of matches. Walter's engaged to Norma, and he's going to remain engaged to her. I have ways and means of accomplishing things. I'm never a child's wife. I'm a successful businesswoman. I know how to deal with people, and I'm not afraid to deal with them. Please, Mr. Jerome. Please, Mr. Jerome, for the last time I'm asking you. After all, you are under my roof. This happens to be my house, and not your mansion on Park Avenue. This is a little bit of a house where we are in the country, but my house is a house by the side of the road where friends are welcome and people are welcome. Please, I wish you would lower your voice. This is a house and not a public meeting.
Pa, you going to talk to Mr. Jerome or not?
Give me. And close the door.
Oh, close it.
Well, just a minute, Mr. Jerome, please.
Give me.
Here.
Hello? Mr. Jerome? This is Mr. Goldberg.
Don't tell him Mrs. Jerome is here. He won't come over.
Quiet. Hello? What do you wish to consult me about?
Walter says his father is sweet, and he'll...
Of course. I think I conveyed that impression last time we spoke.
When I come over, Pa, I'd like to see Mrs. Jerome's face when she sees me.
Well, Mr. Jerome, if you insist, then take the right turn to the left and follow up to our little white house with an unpainted barn. That's my house. Yes, we are alone. Goodbye.
If Mr. Jerome wanted to see us alone, it means that
I don't care what it means. If he's coming, let him come. Let him be confronted by his wife. Once and for all. And don't tell Mama, because she'll upset the apple cart.
All right, Mr. Jerome. Very well. All right. Well, give me a chair. Give me a chair. Let me sit down. Rosalie, don't stand. There's Mrs. Jerome's coat there.
She going?
She is not.
Jake, dear, let her go. Let her go, Jake. I said already what I had to say.
But I didn't.
Jake.
But I
Please,
didn't.
Pa.
Stop it, darling.
I
Please.
didn't.
Please.
I didn't.
Please. Give me the chair. Give me the chair and let me sit down and let me relax before I fall to pieces.
Sit down.
All to pieces I'll fall. Mama, darling. It's all right, darling. It's all right. Don't Mama, darling me now. Let me take myself together, please. And it's all for love, she says. It's all for love. Everything is for love. Oy, when I think of how many lives have been ruined because the name of love was taken in vain. Love. In her mind, it's love. It's love for Walter that makes her do everything in her power to make him live the kind of life she thinks he would want to if she was him. Oh, when will parents learn?
No, I'm not finished yet. Not at all.
Well, I am, and it's final.
God only knows that's final.
Oh,
Not you,
parents learn what they do for their children is not to live their lives, but to give them life and the benefits of experience. And then the child must live for himself. And then the child must live for himself and not before. Oh, why didn't Papa let her go already and get finished?
Because, Ma...
Rosie.
Because what?
Nothing.
Huh? What does it look for? Because what I am repeating.
Why shouldn't Mama know, Sammy?
Know what?
Mr. Jerome just called up.
Local or long?
He's here.
He's here? In Laston there?
Yes, he's coming over, and he didn't tell him that Mrs. Jerome was...
Why not?
Because he wanted to speak to us alone before he sees Mrs.
So why did Papa do that?
Ma, please don't say anything. Papa asked us not to say anything.
I wouldn't
Please.
say. It's all my fault, isn't it, Sammy?
It's not a question of your fault or anyone's fault. It's just a question of growing up.
Why should everyone turn it into a tragedy? Why can't they let us alone?
Because they're involved. And if you learn anything out of all this noise and excitement, you should learn that nothing you do happens only to you. You can't isolate yourself from people. Everyone is involved.
All I did was like Walter, that's all.
Sure, but you have a family, and so does he. Yes, and he has a girl he's engaged to. And he has a past and a future the way you had. You can't escape affecting other people. If you don't get anything else out of this mess, maybe you'll understand that.
I'm not looking for lessons and experience. I like Walter.
Here comes Mr. Jerome, look.
Is that Mr. Jerome?
Yes, we saw him in New York.
I'm going up. I don't even want to see him.
Rosie.
Where you going, Rosalie?
I'm going up.
Let her go up, Ma.
All right, Jake, please, I had enough. All right? Now, please, my coat. Now, please. Oh, I've had enough of all this. All right, I've had enough. We all had enough. My coat, please.
I still haven't finished, Mrs. Jerome.
I didn't come here to get your opinions, but to give you mine. And since I have, I don't see any further reason for remaining. My coat, please.
You know who is knocking at my door?
Jake, please.
That's your husband, Mrs. Jerome.
Bernard?
Yes, Bernard.
Oh, Jake.
He knows you like we are beginning to know you.
What do you mean?
But your words are futile and actions are golden. He's acting in his own initiative. And don't forget, your husband is your son's father. And there is nothing you can do about that. Come in, Mr. Jerome.
And like a magician, Jake produces what he believes will be a trump card, dissension among the Jeromes, an answer to Bertha's haughty attitude toward the Goldbergs. But Jake isn't reckoning with the family past of the Jeromes, as he's going to see. You know, it's bad enough to have a lot of dishes to wash every day, but there's no need to make matters worse by using those halfway soaps. I mean bar soaps because they don't give you real speed, or those tough granulated soaps because they fall short on safety for your hands. Well, such halfway soaps are out of date now that new Does is here. Yes, Does, that amazing new kind of granulated soap for everything in your wash. And believe me, it has everything for dishes, too, from whirlwind speed to extra gentleness for your hands. Just notice how wonderfully smooth and nice your hands feel after doing dishes with Does. No other leading granulated wash day soap treats your hands with the extra gentleness you get with Does. Yet you've never used a soap that gets dishes clean faster. Does cuts even tough grease without any hard scouring. Yes, just let those busy suds tell you how really new and different Does is. Try it today. Does has everything for dishes. Be sure to listen to the next episode of The Goldbergs. This is Clayton Collier saying goodbye for Procter & Gamble, the makers of Does, the new kind of granulated soap for all three kinds of wash.
The Grape Nuts and Grape Nuts Flakes program, starring Jack Benny, with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, Rochester, and yours truly, Don Wilson. Say, folks, ever notice how the mood you're in can make a whale of a difference in the work you do? If you're in the right mood, things just seem to zip along. That's why it's important to get in a good up-and-at-'em morning mood by eating the right kind of breakfast. You can't do a man-sized job on a bird-sized breakfast, you know. Nutrition experts say morning's the time we should stoke up. when we need at least 1/4 of our daily nourishment. So right here is where I tell you about those two grand breakfast treats, Grape Nuts and Grape Nuts Flakes, because nutrition experts also agree that the adequate breakfast should include both fruit and a cereal with whole grain nourishment. Well, that's certainly Grape Nuts and Grape Nuts Flakes for you. Both are Basic 7 foods, outstanding in their all-around whole grain nourishment. Tops also in their zesty crispness, with their malty-rich sweet as a nut flavor. So eat a good breakfast, do a better job. And for extra swell eating, feature Grape Nuts or Grape Nuts Flakes. Great Day, played by the orchestra. Now, ladies and gentlemen, before we start our show, I know you've all been anxiously awaiting news of the big conference in session since last week. So we take you to the actual scene where they're discussing the great problem of the day.
But, Mr. Benny, I still think I deserve a raise.
Dennis, let's not discuss it out here in the hall. Let's go into the studio.
But even in the studio, I think I deserve a raise.
But, kid, when I explained it to you last week, you were happy. Now, look, I pay you $35, and for that you sing a song which lasts only 2 minutes. That means...
Hello, Jack.
Hello, Dinah.
Hello, Miss Shore.
Now, look, Dennis. She's cute, isn't she? Now, look, kid. Your song lasts 2 minutes. That means you're getting $17.50 a minute. Now, that comes to $1,050 an hour, $25,200 a day. Multiply that by 7 days, and what are you getting a week?
$35.
Dennis, who have you been talking to?
My mother.
Your mother. Let me tell you something, kid. Your mother... Oh, maybe I shouldn't say anything about her.
Go ahead. She says plenty about you.
Oh, she does, eh? What does she say?
I don't know. She tells it to my father.
Well, you can hear, can't you?
No, they send me out of the room when they say things like that.
Now, Dennis, your parents have no right to talk about me or discuss our business. And you ought to be very happy working for me because...
Fred Allen's going back on the air in a few days.
Fred Allen? Now, what brought that up?
Well, Mr. Allen offered me $50 a week.
Dennis, the only person on Allen's program that gets $50 a week is Portland, and she had to marry him to get it. Why, Allen pays his cast so little, even Morgenthau's complaining.
I think better than he does.
Sure you do. That's why I want you to stick with me, kid. And you'll go further than anybody in this... Oh, hello, Red.
Hello, Jack. Hello, Dennis.
Hello, Mr. Skelton. I do it. Well, geez, you.
Dennis, don't be silly. What was that, anyway?
That's what Mr. Skelton does on his program.
Oh, for that he gets paid? Well, kid, now that everything's settled, we better get into the studio.
But, Mr. Benny, my mother said...
Your mother again. Why does she keep hounding you to get a raise?
Well, she thinks I ought to make money while I'm young. My voice is liable to change any day now.
Look, kid, I'm getting tired of listening to those feeble excuses. Now, I've got you legally tied for the entire length of your contract. And if you're not satisfied when the contract expires, you can get yourself another job.
Yeah, but who'll want me when I'm that old?
Dennis, our agreement doesn't run so very long. It's just a normal...
My mother says I'll expire before the contract.
Oh, she does, eh? Now, you listen to me, kid.
Ooh, my throat.
Oh, pardon me. Now, you listen to me, kid. What I gave you was a standard 20-year contract, and your mother knew it. Listen, Listen, I gave you a 20-year contract, and your mother knew it when she signed it.
She thought it was an FHA loan.
That's the most ridiculous thing I ever heard of. Why, to hear you talk, you think I was trying to cheat you out of a raise. Now, look, kid, you know I'm generous, don't you? Well, anyway, I've always tried to be fair to the people.
Excuse me, Mr. Benny. I got to get this sound equipment through here.
Okay. Dennis, step over against the wall out of the way of this truck. Yeah. Now, Dennis.
Say, Mr. Benny, are you satisfied with the sound effects I've been doing for you this year?
Yes, they've been very good. Now, Dennis, the reason I can't pay you any more... What's that?
I got a new train effect.
Oh, very good. Now, look, Dennis, the reason I can't...
I got a new gun, too.
Now, Dennis, as I was saying...
Hey, I got a sound effect of an English Spitfire making a dive. Would you like to hear it?
No, thanks. Not now. Now, look, Dennis, believe me, I'm paying you all... I told you I didn't want to hear a Spitfire.
Oh, that was a German Messerschmitt.
Well, I'll be... What are you laughing at?
Just think, I could have pulled him out of it.
Look, we're trying to have a private discussion here. Will you please take your sound effects and go?
Okay.
Now, what is that?
You don't care if I go by boat, do you?
Go any way you want, but go.
Okay, bye.
What a silly guy. Now, look, Dennis. I've told you I'm paying you $17.50 a minute. That's $25,200 a day. And aside from money, working for me is giving you a lot of experience. You know, you meet a lot of nice people. Dennis, what's the matter with you?
I'm getting seasick.
Hey, Bud, will you take those sound effects out of here?
Okay.
Now, come on, Dennis. Let's go into the studio. We got a program to do. That was Shoo Shoo Baby, played by Phil Harris, and his activated jukebox. And now, ladies and gentlemen...
Say, Jack, what happened out in the hall? Did you give Dennis his raise?
Don, you're working, aren't you?
Yes.
You're happy?
Yes.
And now, ladies and gentlemen... tonight...
Come on, Jackson, tell us what happened. Now, how'd the kid make out?
Phil, it's none of your business.
Go ahead, Mr. Benny. Tell him. I want to know, too.
Dennis, our little discussion is a private matter just between you and me.
Don't fall him out, Jack. It's not his fault that we know he didn't get it.
Don, Dennis's raise doesn't concern you, so don't worry about it. He'll get it in time.
Oh, brother.
What are you all brothering about?
In time. I've been with you 8 years, and I'm still getting the same lousy salary.
Well, you still got the same lousy band. And time didn't help it any.
Oh, what are you talking about?
Look, Phil, look. You got 4 violins that nobody can hear. An electric guitar player whose nose lights up. A bass fiddle with French doors. And a brass section whose ill wind blows no good. That's what I'm talking about. And the way those guys dress. Look at them.
Well, what's the matter with the way they dress? They know what they're doing. They all read Esquire.
Esquire?
Yes.
Well, tell them to sit up. Those exotic poses don't excite me a bit. So let's drop it. And now, ladies and gentlemen, tonight we are going to...
$17.50 a minute. That's $186,000 a week.
Hey, kid, what are you mumbling about?
Gee, it's so much when he tells it to me and so little when I bring it home.
Dennis.
I must have a hole in my pocket.
Dennis, I'll explain that to you after the show. And now...
Oh, say, Jack.
What is it, Don?
I meant to ask you, how's Mary?
Well, you know how laryngitis hangs on. Right now it's hanging on to me, too. But she's feeling much better. That reminds me, I promised to call Mary and see how things are going. She's still pretty sick, you know. Oh, she's getting along all right. I sent Rochester over there to help out.
Hello?
Hello, who is this?
This is the new maid, Butterfly McQueen.
Oh, yes. Well, may I speak to Miss Livingston?
I'm sorry, but Miss Livingston ain't talking today.
I know.
She lost her voice.
Butterfly, it's laryngitis.
Hmm?
I say it's laryngitis. Laryngitis.
Okay, I'll tell her you called.
No, Butterfly. This is Mr. Benny.
Oh, how do you do?
Butterfly, how's Miss Livingston feeling?
She's much better. Right now I'm fixing her something to eat. Scrambled eggs, toast, and tea.
That's good.
But I think there's something wrong with the toaster.
There is?
Yes. Every few minutes it throws the bread out.
It's supposed to do that. Now, Butterfly, I sent Rochester over to help you out. Is he there?
Yes, sir. He's in the next room.
What's he doing?
Shooting craps with a doctor.
Shooting? Well, of all the... Butterfly, put your Uncle Rochester on the phone.
Okay. Uncle Rochester, you're wanted on the phone.
Okay, honey. I'll be right back, Doctor. Ace your point.
Imagine I sent him over to Mary's to help around the house. He's shooting craps with the doctor. A fine thing.
Hello?
Hello, Rochester. This is Mr. Benny. I sent you to Miss Livingston's house to work. What are you doing?
Cleaning up.
Oh, cleaning up, eh? So you have been busy.
Busy? I've been sweating over a hot rug for hours.
Yes, I know you were, and I heard you say to the doctor the point was 8.
Oh, that?
Yes, that.
I was helping him read the thermometer.
I see. And I suppose that point 8 referred to Miss Livingston's temperature.
Yes, you made it the hard way.
Rochester, you might as well admit it. You were shooting craps with the doctor, weren't you?
Yes, I was, boss.
Now, how did you happen to start?
Well, when I was 3 years old...
I don't mean that. I mean, how could you have the nerve to shoot craps with a doctor?
Well, I'm a bone specialist myself.
Now, cut that out. Incidentally, I'm commencing to sound like you do. A fine doctor he must be. I suppose he charged for his visit, too.
Yes, he brought the bill for the whole week, so I paid it.
Okay, Miss Livingston will return the money to you.
You don't have to, boss. I want it back.
What?
Someday I'll listen to your chest. I got a stethoscope, too.
Well, give it back to him and go right home. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Oh, say, boss.
Now what?
There was a notice in the mail this morning that you have to go and renew your driver's license.
Oh, well, in that case, Rochester, you better bring my new car down. We'll drive over to the Motor Vehicle Bureau.
Did you say new car?
All right, so it's secondhand. Everybody has to buy a used car.
But, boss, a yellow cab.
Never mind, just bring it over right away.
Okay, goodbye.
Goodbye. Someday that Rochester is
Say,
going...
Jack, what did you do? Buy a car?
Yes, Don. You know, I gave my Maxwell to the scrap drive last year, and I had to have something to ride around in.
What kind did you buy, Jackson?
Oh, it's a foreign make, a French car.
French?
Yes, it's called a Texas. Well, fellas, Rochester's going to pick me up, and I have to go over and get my driver's license. Go ahead with your song, Dennis. So long, fellas. See you later. Get waited on.
You have to push your way through.
Yeah, but Rochester, I can't just push my...
Oh, sure, boss. You get in front of me, I'll push you right up to the counter.
Well, okay.
Gangway!
Hey, what are you doing? Watch out! Who do you think you are?
That's enough, Rochester. That's enough.
Watch where you're going.
Now push it!
Rochester, that's enough. Stop already. I'm behind the counter. What's the matter with you?
Yes, sir?
Oh, miss, will you please wait on me? I came here about my driver's license.
My, how'd you ever think of this place?
Well, you were recommended by some pedestrian, you know. This is one of the places they told me to go. Now, miss, my license has expired, and I want to get a new one.
All right. Your name?
Jack Benny.
Occupation?
Storm, stage, and screen.
Rochester.
Sorry, boss. And radio.
Never mind.
What's your height?
5'11".
Weight?
165.
Hair?
My hair?
3250.
She doesn't mean that. She means the color. Miss, my hair is a sort of a palomino gray.
I see. And your eyes? Oh, they're blue, aren't they?
Yes, but this suit I'm wearing really doesn't do justice to them.
Well, all right, Blue Eye. Take this application and get in line at window 3 for your eye test.
Thank you. Come on, Rochester. I got to go to window 3.
Yes, sir. Right over here. You're next.
Thank you. This is my eye test, isn't it?
Yes. Now, can you read the third line on that chart?
Not very well without my glasses.
Can you read the second line?
Oh, yes. It says...
Would you mind taking a step back?
Not at all. Why?
You're supposed to be at least 1 foot away from the chart.
Oh, yes. I did creep up a little too close there.
Now, can you still read that second line?
Yes, that's A-L-X-R-B.
You're wrong. That's 13769.
That's funny, I'm making such a glaring mistake. Maybe I ought to put on my glasses. There. Is it all right to drive a car wearing glasses?
Oh, sure. I wear them, too. In fact, I think I'll put mine on.
Say, the rims on your glasses are just like mine.
Yes, so they are. Now, looking at the same chart, I want you to... Say, you're right. That is ALXRP.
That's funny. Now it looks like 13769 to me.
You're both wrong. It says no smoking.
Oh, yeah. Now, what do I do next?
You have to take your roll test. Go right through that door to the street where that lady is standing and wait your turn.
Thank you. Rochester, you wait here for me, will you?
My goodness, you have to go through such a mishmash to get a driving license.
Hello, Mrs. Greenberg.
Oh, hello, Mrs. Randolph.
And what are you doing here, Suzette?
I'm getting for me a driving license.
But why, after all these years?
So then I'm sitting in the back of the car telling my husband how to drive, and he gives me a dirty look. I can show him my license. Well, I wish I was finished already.
Oh, it looks like a long wait. Oh, why don't you let me help you with your packages?
Oh, thank you. I went special to the store today to buy for my husband some grape nuts flakes.
Oh, my husband enjoys them, too. He loves their sweet as a nut flavor.
And they're not only toaster brown, but multi-rich yet.
You're right, lady, and they're a thrifty buy in the big 12-ounce economy-size package.
I'm not talking to you.
Oh, excuse me.
Oh, look, Mrs. Randolph, I'll show you on the back. See, it says right here, Grape Nuts Flakes are a whole grain cereal.
And look at that picture. It says Jack Benny.
My, isn't he a handsome man?
Well, ladies, that happens to be...
I'm not asking you.
Oh.
Mrs. Randolph, I can't wait here any longer. I'll come back tomorrow. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Hey, Blue Eyes.
Yes?
Phooey.
What's she mad about?
All right, who takes the next driving test?
I do. Here's my car right over here. Here's my application.
Okay, Mr. Beanie, let's go.
Benny.
All right, let's get going.
Hope I won't be nervous. I haven't driven in such a long time. Here we are.
Isn't this a taxi cab?
Of course not.
But it's yellow.
So what? It isn't a banana either.
I'm not so sure.
All right.
Get in. Okay, start the car.
Strange. It won't go.
Mr. Benny, you're supposed to release the emergency brake.
Oh, yes, of course. Where is it?
Right there.
Oh, I see it. Yeah, I hope you don't get the wrong impression. It's just that my Maxwell didn't have one, you know? Yeah. Well, we're running along smoothly now. Is there anything in particular you'd like me to do?
Yes, get off the sidewalk.
Oh, pardon me. There. There, how am I doing now?
Very well, very well. Now, Mr. Benny, do you know what the national speed limit is?
Yes, 35 miles an hour.
Are you allowed to park in the crosswalk?
No.
Very good. Of course you know what that white line down the middle of the street's for.
Yes. I think that has something to do with the fire regulations.
Fire regulations? That white line?
Yes. In case of fire, in order not to tie up traffic, that's where they lay the hose. Well, everything seems okay now. Do you mind if I turn here?
What?
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, it isn't your fault at all. It's just that the city forgot to put a corner there.
What does the city do with all our money?
Now, straighten out and keep going.
All right. I want you to know that I can really drive better than this, but I'm a little nervous with an inspector in the car.
I understand. Now, try and keep your mind on your driving, Mr. Benny.
I will.
You see that big truck in front of you?
Which one?
That one. You can take your head out of the windshield now.
Look, Inspector, I can explain the whole thing.
Hey, what's the matter with you? Can't you see where you're going? Can you see me stop?
Now, wait a minute. You can't put the blame on me. You didn't even have your hand out.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah?
Well, let's not argue about it. There's a witness standing on the curb that saw the whole thing.
Okay, let's ask her.
Say, lady, you saw this accident. Whose fault was it?
I'm not talking to you.
All right. Oh, I don't need a license anyway. Rochester can drive my car.
40 years young. That's Maldy Rich Grape Nuts for you, all right. Back in the days when people were first singing the sidewalks of New York, they were also enjoying their first taste of the sensational new breakfast cereal, Grape Nuts. Well, today, folks are still enjoying them, same as ever. Boy, there's nothing like that distinctive sweet-as-a-nut flavor, is there? And now you can get that one delicious flavor in two delicious forms. Grape Nuts, crisp, crunchy kernels. Grape Nuts Flakes, delicate, toasty brown flakes. But these two tempting cereals are more than just swell eating. Both are Basic 7 foods, chock full of wonderful all-around, whole-grain nourishment. So there you are, folks. Eat a good breakfast, you'll do a better job. And by all means, eat plenty of thrifty, nutritious Grape Nuts and Grape Nuts Flakes.
We're a little late, folks. Good night now. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Jack Benny, and I want to take a moment to ask you not to do something. For by not doing it, you can help our boys in the armed services. Don't do any traveling during the holiday season that isn't absolutely necessary. Remember that thousands of soldiers, sailors, and Marines, as well as the waves and whacks, are looking forward to spending Christmas with their families. And believe me, they've certainly earned a trip home. And surely none of us would want to cheat one of our boys out of such a furlough. Maybe some of you have felt that just one more pleasure trip isn't going to disrupt the country's transportation system. But if millions of people feel that way, you can easily see what happens. Trains and buses become crowded far beyond capacity, so that traveling is no pleasure anyway. So please take it seriously, folks. Let's give our boys and their families a real break for Christmas. Let's give them a chance to be together on this one day of all days.
The Grape Nuts and Grape Nuts Flakes program, starring Jack Benny, with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day Rochester, and yours truly, Don Wilson. something new. That's the story of grape nuts for you. Yes, way back in the days when Wait Till the Sun Shines, Nellie, was the song of the day, the talk of the day was the sensational new breakfast cereal, Grape Nuts. Well, Grape Nuts is still the leading American favorite, and one taste of that distinctive malty-rich flavor tells you why. But today you can enjoy that one delicious flavor in two delicious forms. Grape Nuts, crisp, crunchy kernels. Grape Nuts Flakes, tempting, toasty brown flakes. And both Grape Nuts and Grape Nuts Flakes bring you essential whole grain nourishment, which make them a basic 7 food, one type of food Uncle Sam is asking us to eat more of. For better breakfasts and hence for a better start on the morning's work, better be sure to include Grape Nuts or Grape Nuts Flakes every day.
Tickets? Have your tickets ready, please. Step along. The broadcast has already started.
Hey, mister, is this the Gildersleeve program?
No. Tickets, please.
Is it the Fitch bandwagon?
No. No, keep moving, folks. Keep moving.
Those we love?
No. Tickets, please. Have your tickets ready.
John's other wife?
No.
Is it Inner Sanctum?
No, but you're getting warm. Tickets, please.
Hey, look, buddy, what show is this?
This is the Jack Benny program.
Oh, the Jack Benny program.
Yeah.
Who's on it?
Jack Benny, Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, Rochester, and yours truly, Don Wilson.
Oh.
Well, you going in?
Well, I don't know. Let's see. Jack Benny, Mary Livingston, Phil Harris.
Look, Bud, you're blocking the door. Will you make up your mind?
That's what I say. Either go in or stay out.
Tickets, please. Where's your ticket, lady?
I don't need a ticket. I'm Dennis Day's mother.
Oh.
Anyway, I don't care about the show. I'm here on business.
All right, Mrs. Day. Go right through.
Thank you. Do you work for Mr. Benny, too?
No, ma'am. I work for NBC.
Well, you're lucky.
You'll find a seat right down front, Mrs. Day.
Dennis has been on his show 5 years, and Mr. Benny hasn't given him a raise since he started.
Yeah, I don't know anything about that, Mrs.
He
Day.
pays Dennis $35, and because his song only runs 2 minutes, he tells him he's making $17.50 a minute. Which, according to Mr. Benny, amounts to $186,000 a week.
Mrs. Day, you're holding up the line.
Why, he's so cheap he sharpens his pencil in front of his fireplace so the wood won't go to waste.
Mrs. Day, the show has started. Will you please go in?
Oh, Mother.
Oh, there you are, Dennis.
Follow me. I saved a seat for you right in the front row.
Good. And when you see that boss of yours, tell him he's a cheap, no-good, conniving chiseler.
You tell him, Mother, you're bigger than I am.
That's just what I'm going to do as soon as the show is over.
Well, here's your seat, Mother. I got to run up on the stage.
All right, son. Be careful of those steps.
Oh, I will. Say, Mother, these steps don't turn like the ones at home.
Hindustan, played by the orchestra. Ladies and gentlemen, in the past 3 weeks, 2 of the most important conferences in world history have been held. One in Cairo and one in Tehran. So tonight we bring you a man who has recently been to both places. Not Roosevelt, not Churchill, not Stalin, not Chiang Kai-shek.
I won't mean a thing after those names.
But here he is in person, the one and lonely Jack Benny.
Well, thank you. Hello again. This is Jack Benny talking. And, Don, you're absolutely right. It's only recently that I was in both those historic places, Tehran and Cairo. Cairo, Egypt.
Oh, that must have been thrilling.
Oh, it was, Don. Just think, I, little Jack Benny, rode through the same streets that Roosevelt did. Went into the same hotel where Roosevelt went. Passed the same doorman that Roosevelt tipped. Gosh, it doesn't seem possible.
No, it doesn't, Jack. It really doesn't.
And, Don, I want to tell you something. If you ever happen to be in Cairo, you must stop at that world-famous Shepherd's Hotel. What a place with its beautiful Egyptian architecture, its spacious gardens, and its front terrace where you meet the cream of international diplomacy.
Gosh.
I'll admit, Don, that Shepherd's Hotel is expensive, but it's an experience you'll never forget.
Oh, I can imagine. How long did you stay at that hotel, Jack?
Well, I didn't live there, Don. You see, I wanted to get closer to the Egyptian people and learn their customs and study their ways. So I stopped at the Abdullah Ben Hassan Camel Court. It's in the heart of the desert.
Oh, that must have been fun and interesting, too, sleeping right out on the desert.
Oh, it was, Don. But sometimes you wake up in the middle of the night and you see the strangest things. I remember one night I woke up and I thought I saw Fred Allen's face.
Fred Allen's face?
Yes, but the next morning I found out it was the Sphinx. Some tourist put a derby on it. So I apologized to the Sphinx and left. I really did.
Say, Jackson, you know Alan's back on the air again.
I know, Phil, I know. That wreath on my radio isn't for Christmas. I can just hear Alan on his opening broadcast.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is Fred Allen talking.
And his jokes, oh, brother.
Look, Jackson, does that guy always talk through his nose?
Yes, Phil, he's the only comedian who tells them and smells them at the same time. Anyway, let's not discuss that zombie, you know?
Well, Jack, I know you're not particularly chummy with Fred Allen, but in my opinion, he's not only a natural wit, but one of the finest comedians in radio.
Thank you, Don. And now, ladies and... What? What was that, Don? What did you just say?
I said, in my opinion, Allen's not only a natural wit, but one of the funniest comedians in radio.
Don, there's an old Chinese proverb that says... When big fat announcer open big fat mouth, soon find salary, not big fat. Just be glad you got a job.
Ah, Jackson, you're just like a barking dog that don't bite.
Huh?
Every time Don opens his mouth, you threaten to fire him, but you haven't got the nerve to do it.
Phil, this doesn't...
Where's your courage? Let's see you fire Don. Go ahead, fire him.
Phil, I don't want to lose my job. Please.
Don't worry, he can't bluff me. Go ahead, Jackson. Fire him.
All right, Phil, if you feel that way about it.
I do feel that way about it.
Phil, for heaven's sake, I don't want to get fired. Now, please stop.
What kind of a guy do you think I am? I ain't going to back down now.
Now, look, Phil, if you don't cut this out, I'm going to fire you.
Fire me?
Yes, you.
We're talking about Don. What are you dragging me into this for?
Now, wait a minute, fellas. Wait a minute. I'm not going to fire anybody. I like Don. I just don't want him to mention Alan's name, that's all. Another thing, we all ought to be ashamed. Mary's home listening to the program, and we're making fools of ourselves.
Oh, say, Jack, I meant to ask you, how is Mary?
Well, you know how laryngitis holds on, but she's much better. And incidentally, fellas, I bought Mary a lovely bouquet of American Beauty roses. I sent it to her yesterday.
Well, that was thoughtful of you, Jack. Is she allowed to go out of the house yet?
The flowers I bought were gorgeous. I mean, they have those long...
Is Mary allowed to go out of the house yet?
You know, they have those long stems. They're very expensive.
Jack, is Mary allowed to go out
You know, those roses that are so hard to get now. I really...
All right. How much is our share?
Huh?
I said, give me the bad news. How much is our share? What do we owe you?
Oh. Well, I certainly wasn't expecting you fellas to chip in, even though I did tell Mary the flowers came from all of us. You know? Of course, if you insist, it's $1.65 apiece. But it's Such a small amount. Why bother?
Well, here's my share.
Thanks.
Here's mine.
Thanks. Well, Dennis?
Just take it out of my $186,000.
Dennis, your salary has nothing to do with it. This happens to be a cash deal.
Okay, here's $1.65.
Thanks. And now, ladies and gentlemen, all right, fellas, stop staring at me. Gee, everybody's got a cold now. I bet I'll be next.
Oh, you're always imagining you're sick. You're a regular kleptomaniac.
That's hypochondriac. Kleptomaniac.
Well, I got the last syllable right anyway.
Yeah, you got the last syllable, yeah. I wonder what's taking Rochester so long.
Hello?
Hello, Rochester. What happened to you?
Oh, hello, boss. I got a call over at Miss Livingston's house.
A cold, eh?
Yeah, can't you tell by my voice?
Yes, you do sound a little hoarse. What are you taking for it, Rochester?
Oh, the usual thing.
Well, well, how do you feel?
Fine, I can hardly walk.
Wait a minute, Rochester. Have you been drinking?
It ain't my fault, boss. The doctor told me to take 2 fingers of gin.
Well?
I drank 3 whole bottles and it ain't gone to my fingers yet.
Rochester.
But my elbow's feeling happy.
Your elbow?
The joint's jumping.
Rochester, if the doctor sent you home with a cold, why didn't he give you something for it?
He did. He gave me some of Miss Livingston's pills. Blue ones, green ones, yellow ones, and red ones.
Well, did you take them?
I took them all at once. And say, boss, when you come home...
Yes?
If you see a Scotch plaid rug on the floor, don't step on it. That's me.
Well, that's the silliest thing I ever heard. Now, Rochester, the best thing you can do is go to bed and stay there. That's the only thing that will cure a cold.
Okay, goodbye.
Goodbye.
Oh, say, boss.
Now what?
There's a notice here from the steamship company that your crate will arrive in about 2 weeks.
My crate? Oh, that's that camel I sent from Egypt.
A camel?
Yes.
Is that one of them things with a yo-yo spine?
That's it.
But, boss, what do you want with a camel?
Well, Rochester, it's just something I sent home as a souvenir from Cairo.
A camel for a souvenir?
Yes.
Well, that's logical.
I'm glad you feel that way.
My medicine helped a little.
Well, anyway, as soon as you get over your cold, prepare a place for the camel to stay. Now, goodbye.
Goodbye. An ostrich, a turkey, a polar bear, now a camel. You can get the DTs around here on orange juice.
Now, Rochester's got a cold. My camel's coming in. Oh, well. Let's have your song, Dennis.
Okay, Mr. Benny.
I'm glad Mary's feeling better anyway. Be good to have her back.
How sweet you are. How sweet you are. How dear your tenderly smiling face. than just the warmth of our first embrace.
How Sweet You Are, sung by Dennis Day. And very good, Dennis. That song was beautiful, and you were an excellent voice.
Thanks, Mr. Benny.
I really mean it. Every week you sing better and better.
Then why don't you give him a raise?
Huh? What?
You heard what I said.
Oh, yes. I'm sorry, madam. No autographs today. And now, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, Mr. Benny.
What, Dennis?
Guess who's sitting in the front row?
I know. I heard her.
She wants to talk to you after the show.
I know she does. Now go sit down.
It's about my salary.
Dennis, go over and sit down.
Stop pushing him.
I'm not pushing him. And anyway, Mrs. Day, you're not supposed to talk while the program's going on.
My boy just sang, didn't he?
Yes.
Well, as far as I'm concerned, the program's over.
Of all the nerve. And now, ladies and gentlemen.
Shut up!
Mrs. Day, please. Now, I'm trying to make these people laugh.
Then why don't you tell them what you're paying Dennis?
Now, Mrs. Day, if you don't stop...
Let it talk. Speak.
Well, I'll be...
Ladies and gentlemen, you should know what this Waukegan Weasel is paying my boy.
Mrs. Day, there's a program going on.
He pays Dennis $35 a week.
Oh.
And because his song only takes 2 minutes, he tells my boy he's making $17.50 a minute, which that...
Mrs. Day, you're not allowed to stand up on the seats. And besides, this audience came here to see a show.
$17.50 a minute, which that chiseler says amounts to $186,000 a week.
Now, please, Mrs. Day.
$186,000 a week. And my boy is dope enough to believe it. That's telling him, Mom.
Now, Dennis, you stay out of this. And I hate to say it, kid, but I'll have to find some way to keep your mother quiet.
If you do, my father'll be interested.
I wouldn't be a bit surprised.
My father wears earmuffs even in the summer.
You're telling me.
Dennis, that'll be enough out of you.
Now, look, Mrs. Day, this has gone far enough. You have no right to come here, sit in the audience, and embarrass me in front of all these people. After all, I'm paying Dennis a fair salary.
Hear that, folks? A fair salary. Why, I can't even afford to play gin rummy anymore.
Mrs. Day, we're on the air and we've got a program to do. Oh, Usher.
Yes, Mr. Benny.
Will you please show this lady out of the studio?
Okay, come on, lady, come on.
Usher, if you lay a hand on me, I'll punch you right in the nose.
What? You hit a man in uniform?
Well, how do you like that? Imagine the usher being afraid of her.
Ladies and gentlemen, why is the usher afraid of the lady? Why isn't the lady afraid of the usher?
Don.
I'll tell you why the lady isn't afraid of the usher.
Don.
Because the lady eats grape nuts and grape nuts flakes.
Don, this is no...
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, because grape nuts and grape nuts flakes bring you whole grain nourishment in our basic 7 food.
Don,
the kind of food Uncle Sam wants you to eat more of.
Don, this is no...
And remember, folks, you get one delicious flavor in 2 distinctive forms.
Oh, kiddo.
Grape nuts, crisp, crunchy kernels, and grape nuts flakes. Toasty, brown, and sweet as a nut. I thank you.
Well, thanks, Don. Anyway, that put an end to this awful argument. Now, where were we? So mixed up, I don't know where I'm at. I don't know. Everybody thinks I'm taking advantage of Dennis. Now, Don, we've been together a long time. You know I wouldn't hurt the kid.
Oh, of course not, Jack.
In fact, I look after him. I watch out for him. And why shouldn't I? After all, I'm old enough to be his father.
You're old enough to be my father.
Now, look here.
And she's no chicken.
Dennis, that's no way to talk about your mother.
Don't mind your own business, you old goat.
What? Huh?
If I had my
Now,
way...
wait a minute, Mrs. Day. If you insist on interrupting my show, don't keep yelling from the audience. Come on up on the stage.
All right, I will.
I knew that would happen.
You pushed me.
How could I push you? I'm up here on the stage.
I wouldn't push you as far as I'm going to throw you. That's telling her, Mom.
Now, look, Mrs. Day, you came here looking for trouble, and if that's what you want, you're going to get it.
That's telling her, Mr. Benny. All I came here for was to get my son a raise. That's telling her, Mom.
Your son will get a raise when I think he deserves it, and not a week sooner.
That's telling her, Mr. Benny.
I don't know why all these things happen to me.
That's telling her, Mr. Benny.
I hire people. I sign into legitimate 20-year contracts.
Ah, shut up!
And all I have is trouble. If I hear one more word about money or raises, or salary, from anybody, I'm going to come to my
Well, friends, I've been feeling poetic today. So here's a little something I tossed off, especially for you. Listen. A guy named Ray got up one day, and he was late for work. So in his rush, he cried, "Tush, tush, my breakfast I will shirk." By noontime, Ray was less than gay. In fact, he had the shakes. So now he eats those breakfast treats, grape nuts or grape nuts flakes. Well, folks better take a tip from Ray. Don't try to do a man-sized job on a bird-sized breakfast. It can't be done. Dietitians tell us morning's the important time to stoke up, the time when we need at least 1/4 of our daily nourishment. And they also tell us that we should eat a cereal with whole grain food values. So start the day right. Start it with malty-rich grape nuts or crisp, toasty brown grape nuts flakes. Both are basic 7 foods that provide all sorts of energy-giving whole grain nourishment. And you couldn't ask for a sweller tasting treat. Yes, eat a good breakfast, do a better job. And help yourself to plenty of grape nuts and grape nuts flakes.
All right, folks, the program's over. This way out. Hey, buddy, you glad you went in?
Yeah, pretty good show.
I thought you'd like it.
Say, is Jack Benny really as cheap as he makes out on the radio?
Cheap? Come here, bud. Let me tell you something. That guy Benny lost his wallet here with $100 in it.
Yeah?
I found it a week later, returned it to him, and he charged me interest.
No kidding.
All right, folks, this way out,
Ladies, here's a prize. Grape Nuts Wheat Meal now comes in a great big new economy size. It saves you time, it saves you dough to buy the economy size, you know. That's right. Your grocer is now featuring the big new economy size package of Grape Nuts Wheat Meal. The rich, hot brown cereal with grand roasted wheat flavor, real whole wheat nourishment. Get hot Grape Nuts Wheat Meal in the new 30-ounce economy package. This program came to you from Hollywood. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Ladies
gentlemen, first of all, I'd like to welcome you good people here on behalf of our sponsor. We are one of the few remaining radio shows that's fortunate enough to have a sponsor. So, if you enjoy yourself during the next half hour, you could do all of us a big favor if you would, and that is sometime this week, stop by your neighborhood RCA Victor dealer and pick up a 27-inch television set or a record player or something, because we'd like to be working up here next year at this time. Well, as you know, maybe you do not know, but this year we are starting a new time. We're heard now on Friday nights on NBC, immediately following Bob Hope. And as you know, in addition to a new time, Phil's on his own this year, out for himself. So what do you say we all get together and give a real rousing welcome to a real swell guy, the man who discovered the South, Phil Harris. Let's hear it.
Thank you, and you're right. No, but seriously, I can't tell you what it means to me to have me come out here all by myself. You're all laughing and smiling and applauding and glad to see me. And I just want to tell you I love you for it because I need it. I've been with Jack Benny for 16 years and there ain't no money connected with that job. Old dry pockets, boy. Takes you in a room on Saturday night, gives you a fast course of love and bloom, and you've had it. I got off to a bad start. When I married Alice, they told me she has money, but I'll be damned if I can find it. I've looked everywhere. Hey, I want to say, isn't it wonderful having all these, the sailors, all these guys from the Navy in here? Got Marines, got everybody, but I'm especially, I got to tell you, buddy, I'm especially to the max. I got to be with it because I was in the Navy during the last war myself. I fought the Battle of Catalina. You're laughing. We lost 8 lobster traps. Hey, they had a very unique way of selecting their enlisted men according to what they'd done in private life. When I went into the Navy, for instance, I went in with a couple of buddies of mine. One of these guys was a street cleaner, and they put him on a minesweeper. And this other guy I run around with, he was a construction guy, tore down buildings and everything, and they put him on a destroyer. How I ever wound up on a ferry boat, I'll never... That was fun. Hey, did you hear the story about the guy walked the barber shop? The guy walked the barber shop, walked up. The barber says, "How many ahead of me?" The barber says, 3. The guy went out, he don't come back. Next day comes in again, he says to the barber, "How many ahead of me?" The barber says, 3. The guy goes out, he don't come back. Now the barber's getting nuts, you know. He's on his feet all day and clicking to them scissors, you know, and standing. And some of them Bakersfield guys coming. So this guy says, calls the bootblack over, and he says, "Say," the barber says to bootblack, he says, "Every day there's a guy comes in here wants to know how many ahead, and he says, I tell him, he goes out, he don't come back. He says, if he does it tomorrow, follow him. I want to know." Next day, the guy comes in, walks up to the barber, says, "How many ahead of me?" The barber says, 3. The guy walks out, the bootblack follows him, comes back in about 20 minutes. The barber says, "Where'd he go? Where'd he go?" Bootblack says, "To your house." Hear about the guy who used to part his hair in the middle? This guy used to part his hair in the middle, see? He got tired of it. He went down, he had the barber put the part from here over to here. Then he had to give him bangs in the back and bangs in the front. The guy said it got awfully monotonous because people kept coming up whispering in his nose. See, the part was from here. Well, I got one more. Let's see. Oh, this is a cute joke. You hear about the drunk that fell out of the 12-story window? Oh, this guy's blind. Oh, blind drunk, and he falls out of this 12-story window, and he hits boom on the ground. There's a big crowd around. He gets up, and he's brushing himself off. The fellow walks up and says, "What happened?" He says, "Damn fine, no, I just got here." You'll be all right. You know, whatever little success, ladies and gentlemen, that we've attained, of course, I want you to know that it isn't due to 1 or 2 people. We have a wonderful organization, and just like in the Navy or the Army or the Waves or the WACS or any other organization, you've got to have a competent organization. You've got to have a bunch of guys, a whole unit going for you, and that's what we've got. And I'm very happy and very proud to tell you that I have one of the best organizations, I think, in radio. For instance, everyone you see sitting on that stand does an outstanding job on his or her particular instrument. See, there's things that I know that you don't know. Now, you take the leader. He's okay. We're very happy about him because he's a genius, ladies and gentlemen, and now I'm back to level. I mean, we think that he's going to wind up with being one of the greatest composers we have in this business. Already, he's had 2 of his things played in the Hollywood Bowl. He has been doing some of the biggest motion pictures for 10 years. He has been nominated for the Academy Award 6 times. He was nominated last year for the beautiful directing and arranging of all of the wonderful music that you heard in that great picture, The Hans Christian Andersen Story. This is Walter Sharp and his music. You think that Navy's rough, huh? Oh. Hey, I got some guys. I'd like to take time for you to meet all the guys in the band because everyone is important, not because I'm going to pick a couple out. We have boys in here that are originators of the Dixieland, a lot of the guys who were with the Bobcats, a lot of fellas. All of them are important, but I got a couple of guys I know you'd like to meet. I have one fellow I'm going to introduce to you that's loaded, don't eat nothing, but he comes over here because he likes to be around me. And he has his own show, and I want you to listen to it. Incidentally, it's on Friday nights. It's on later tonight, I'm sure, about 11 o'clock, I think. I'll check with him in a minute. But the one and only Albino Ray, ladies and gentlemen. What time is it, 11 or 10:30? 10 on KMDH. I want you to catch that show. He's on with the King Sisters, and they do a beautiful job. So if you're around the television at 10 tonight, you tune in on NBC. Here's a guy that worked with my father. And Dad used to tell me about him. He says, Phil, this boy has a terrific armature, and I think if we can ever get him out of the circus, he might amount. So, since that time, he went on to great heights. His records, and now, ladies and gentlemen, are collector's items. Some of the records that he made years ago, and the ones that he made now, no, I'm not kidding you, and the ones, of course, he does a little touch-up job here, but the one and only Red Nichols and his 5 pennies. Now, here's whose fault it is, because without her, the program wouldn't be possible. I'm not going to eulogize, go into a big thing. I'm only going to tell you she's not only the most beautiful gal in the world, but this kid's got talent, too. Alice Faye. I'll take her. Marlo Brando. Nuts about me, ain't you, honey? Oh, we have a guest. I say a guest. It's the first time he's been on with us this season, but we use him a lot. In fact, we use him every opportunity, but that's pretty tough because this guy does all of the important things in television and in radio, and I know that you remember him from the wonderful work that he does on the Bob Hope Show. Ladies and gentlemen, Hi Alderman. Yes, sir. You might be a little young and too good looking for this show. There's a kid that steals our show every week. We're very happy about it because he's got a lot of talent. My wonderful kid plays the part of Julius Abruzio, the grocery boy, Walter Temple. We have a newcomer to our program. Very happy. He's very important. He's made a lot of pictures. I know that you've seen some of his pictures recently on television. A very important actor. We're very happy to have him a part of our little company. He plays the part of William Alice's brother and does a dandy job. Mr. John Hubbard, ladies and gentlemen. Those wonderful singers that make all those commercials on the Benny Show, been with us ever since we started. The Four Sportsmen, ladies and gentlemen. one and only Elliot Lewis. Thank you so much for coming. Thank you guys for coming in to see us. I hope you enjoyed the show. And if you do, for God's sake, laugh, will you? Thank you. Boy, we have some chicken here.
Curly. Hey, Curly, wait till you hear what I did. I bought a kangaroo.
You what?
I'll make a fortune. This guy had 2 kangaroos, and I bought the one that boxes.
A boxing kangaroo? What's the matter with you, Elliot? You're crazy or something? You can't make no money with no boxing kangaroo.
Should have bought the one that knits, huh?
RCA Victor, world leader in radio, first in recorded music, and first in television, presents the Phil Harris Alice Faye Show. Enjoyment, here is the Phil Harris Alice Faye Show, transcribed, written by Ray Singer, Dick Cheverly, and Ed James, with Elliot Lewis, Walter Tetley, John Hubbard, Janine Roos, Ann Whitfield, Walter Sharp in his music, and yours truly, Bill Foreman. Tonight's little aberration is aptly titled, How to Repair a Living Room, or There'll Be Lots of Sand for the Concrete Mother, I'm Coming Home with a Load. The stars of the RCA Victor program, Alice Faye and Phil Harris. It's morning in the Harris household, and Phil, shy, modest, and retiring, is singing as he heads for the kitchen. Wait a minute. Shy, modest, retiring? Well, that's what it says.
I dream of Harris with the light brown hair, voice like an angel, talent he can spare. He's so... Oh, hi, Alice. How's my little love bug this morning?
Oh, Phil, I was going to surprise you.
You raised my allowance?
No, I baked a cake.
Oh.
You're disappointed.
Look, honey, I love you, but let's face it. You don't know how to bake.
Why, Phil?
You're a wonderful girl, a beautiful wife, a gorgeous mother, and your cakes would make a great lining for a bulletproof vest.
You think they're heavy, huh? Okay. I'll take this one out of the oven and show you. The idea of saying my cakes are heavy. Well, this one's as light as... Why, it doesn't weigh a... Phil.
Yeah?
Help me lift it out of the oven.
Too much to lift alone, huh?
No, it isn't either. It's just stuck. I tell you, my cakes are not heavy.
Okay, they're not heavy. But how come we got the only stove in town with bow legs?
Well, I think my cake looks beautiful.
But, honey, it's lopsided. It's higher on one side than the other.
Well, that's not the fault of the cake. The floor slopes down.
The floor... Oh, kid, you've been standing over this stove too long.
Well, it does. Ever since you and Elliot bounced that derrick around the living room, this whole side of the house slopes.
Hey, you want to know something? You're right. The floor is a half-inch lower than the molding. I'd better go outside and have a look. I'll get out there and crawl under the house and examine it.
Be careful, Phil.
You be careful. While I'm under the kitchen floor, don't drop that cake.
I'd better go with you. Maybe I can help. Huh?
Okay, come on. I know there's an opening outside here somewhere. It should be right around... Yeah, there it is. I'll just take the screen off and crawl through. Nah, that ain't gonna work. I can't make it through there. My shoulders are too broad. Maybe you can get through, Alice.
I don't think so, Phil. My hips are too... I'll make it. It is a tight squeeze.
Yeah. Hey, wait a minute, honey. I'll grab your feet and give you a little shove. Come on. Just a little more and you'll make it. Just...
Hi, Curly.
Oh, hello, Elliot.
What you got in your hands?
Alice's feet.
What happened to the rest of her?
I'm shoving her under the house.
Oh. Nagged you too much, huh?
Nah, don't be funny. You see, the kitchen floor is sagging, and it probably needs a new support. That's why I shoved Alice under there.
I know materials are expensive, but this is ridiculous.
Bill, I found out what's wrong. You and Elliot broke one of the beams.
We did?
I just got here.
Last week, Elliot, last week.
Oh.
Okay, and you'd better get a contractor right away and have it fixed.
Well, don't worry about it. Me and Elliot will figure something out. Hi, Elliot.
Hello, Alice.
Bye, Elliot. See you later.
Charming girl.
You know, Elliot, I just been thinking.
What?
Now, what's so hard about fixing a broken beam? We don't need no contractors. You know something? I'm going to make a deal with you. You help me, and I'll pay you $2 an hour.
All right. But you know the union rules. I got to get paid from the time I left home.
Okay. When'd you leave home?
When I was 16. The way I figure that's 18 years at $2 an hour. That would come to, let me see.
All right, stop. You'll never make it. Now, wait a minute. Yeah.
What?
All we need is a jack to raise the house, and then a new beam, and some cement. Yeah. This is going to be a cinch. Come on, kid. Let's get this stuff.
Hey, Curly. This is tough work, jacking the house up like this. It's hot, too, even with our shirts on.
You stop complaining. Just keep pumping on the jack, huh? We got to get the corner of the kitchen up a little higher. Come on, pump it up.
Here, Curly, I think we're lifting the corner of the house a little too high.
Elliot, it ain't even close to level yet. Besides, Alice is in the kitchen, and she's going to let us know when it's even. Go ahead. Pump it up.
Hey, fellas, stop raising this side of the house. You got it too high already.
Well, why didn't you come out and tell me?
I can't. Every time I reach the kitchen door, I slide back into the dining room. You better lower it, Phil.
All right. Come on, Elliot. Got it too high.
Oh?
Yeah. Now, look, we got to let that jack down, but wait a minute.
What?
Slow.
Slow.
Just ease the jack down so that it don't slip. Huh?
Easy.
All right. That's it. Slow. I think we just about...
Good morning, Philip.
I think I'll scalp him. One hair at a time.
Either one of you fellas see my arm? Willie, you bird brain, look what you did. You made the jack slip and the house settled back again.
You know, Alice told me you were out here. What are you two doing anyway?
We're trying to raise the house so we can put a new foundation under the corner.
Oh, well, then it's a good thing I came along. I'm very proficient at this sort of thing. I can set in the cement.
Okay, go set him. As soon as you're hard, we'll roll you under the house.
Look, Willie, we'll go away. We're having enough trouble as it is.
Fellas, how you doing?
Oh, we're doing fine. Thanks to your brother, we got to start all over again.
Yeah, look, Curly, you jack up the house, I'll go mix the cement.
Good. What are you going to mix it in?
Oh, I don't know. I'll find something around the place.
All right, go ahead.
Philip, you're going to require some help. Just wait till I take my shirt off.
No. Do I have to look at that purple road map again?
Hell.
Okay. All right, Willie, latch onto that jack handle and get the pumping. Come on, Tallulah, pump it up.
Willie, stay on the ground. You're going up with the jack.
Hey, Curly, you ready for the cement yet? I'm getting it mixed.
Oh, you getting it mixed, huh?
Yeah.
What are you mixing it in?
I put it in that cement mixer you got on the service porch.
A cement mixer on the surface. Elliot, that's my washing machine.
It is? Oh, well, that'll give us nice, clean cement.
Well, where do you manage to get such stupid friends?
I got contacts. Don't get excited, honey. It ain't going to hurt the washing machine.
But I had my new girdle in there, and now it's mixed in with the cement.
Well, honey, I guess your foundation is going to be in the foundation.
You've known better than to let you two do this job. I'm going in and shut the machine off before it's completely ruined.
She seems to be upset about something, Curly.
Yeah, she'll get over it. You know something?
What's that?
I think we ought to get that old beam out first. Suppose I tie this rope around it, then the three of us can yank it out, okay?
Okay.
All right, wait till I get it knotted. I'll just put a sheep shank on this kid. Cinch it up. There. Now, the three of us just throw the rope over our shoulders and pull, huh?
All right. 1, 2, 3, heave.
Well, if it ain't the vulgar boatman. Yah-ho, heave-ho. Yah-ho, heave-ho.
Why don't you go home, Julius? Can't you see we're busy?
You know, this is the first time I've ever seen you guys with your shirts off.
Yeah? How do we look, kid? What's so funny?
You look like 3 halibuts in a snowstorm.
Is that so? That's telling him, Willie.
I didn't know Willie could ad-lib like that.
Oh, he's a mule. Oh. Now, where were we?
We were trying to pull the beam out with the rope.
Oh, yeah.
Why don't you crawl into the house and knock the beam out with a sledgehammer?
Because we're too big to fit under the house, that's why. And where are we going to find somebody stupid enough?
Don't you look at me like that. I ain't climbing under no house.
Philip, I have an excellent idea.
Great. I'll pack your bags.
Julius has his truck here. Now, why don't we tie the rope to his rear axle and pull the beam out that way?
Julius has a rear axle?
I believe he means the truck, Curly.
Oh. I sort of liked it better the other way.
Well, what do you think, Philip?
Well, let's give it a try. What can we lose? Is it okay with you, Julius?
Certainly. Give me the rope. I'll tie it to the truck.
No, never mind. I'm going to tie it on. I'm going to make sure it's good and tight. Oh, sheep shank this kid, too. Hey, I'll tell you what you do, Julius. You go start the motor.
Okay.
You get it good and tight now, Curly.
I'm getting it good and tight. Okay, Julius. Let her rip. Julius, stop the truck. Julius.
Hello, Elliot.
Hi, Alice.
Curly, where do you suppose Alice and the kitchen are going?
You know, my mother told me there'd be days like this. I remember once she said to me, Philip, she says to me, someday you'll be standing in the driveway and Alice in the kitchen will go by.
She said that, huh?
And when that happens, she says, there's only one thing you can do. Listen closely, because she'll be standing in the window singing a verse and 2 choruses of Tosti's Goodbye.
Choo-choo train, chug-chugging at the station. Choo-choo train, conductor full of chords. Choo-choo train, you know our destination. All aboard. Choo-choo train, chug-chugging out by Jiminy. Engineer, toot-toot-toot-toot-toot. Smoke and smoke, puffing up the chimney. We're en route, pour to fix the room, and pour to bring some ice, pour to get a broom, sweep out the shoes and rice, pour to thanks a lot, you've been so very nice, pour to tell you what, here's a quarter, shoo-shoo porter, choo-choo train, please pardon us for hiding, I'll explain, in case you didn't guess, choo-choo train, it's heaven to be riding. The Honeymoon Express.
Porter, fix the room.
And porter, bring some ice.
Porter, get a broom.
Sweep out the shoes and rice.
Porter, thanks a lot.
You've been so very nice. Porter, tell you what. Here's a quarter. Shoo-shoo, porter.
Choo-choo train, please pardon us for hiding. I'll explain in case you didn't guess. Choo-choo train, it's heaven to be riding. The Honeymoon Express.
Hello. Yes, this is Mrs. Harris. Oh, Mr. Strong, your men did a beautiful job repairing the house. Yes, everything looks fine. The paper hanger? He will? Tomorrow morning? Oh, well, I'd better get downtown and finish selecting the wallpaper. Well, thanks a lot for calling, Mr. Strong. Goodbye.
Who was that, honey?
Mr. Strong, the contractor. And you'll be so happy to know that when you and Elliot got through fixing the beam, it only cost another $3,800 to fix the rest of the house.
Well, that seems pretty reasonable. Don't it, Elliot?
Oh, sure. As long as you put it in a charred barrel and rock it once a month, there's a chemical reaction.
Elliot.
What's the matter?
Hey, Alice, wait a minute. Where are you going?
Downtown to do some shopping. And Phil.
Yeah, honey.
While I'm gone, don't fix anything. Please.
We won't, baby. We'll just sort of stand around.
Stand around quiet, huh?
What's the matter with her?
She's a little burned up. Contractor charged her $3,800.
For one little beam?
Yeah. Of course, he threw in the windows and the door and put the kitchen back where it was.
I'd have done it for half.
Yeah. Hey, I'll get that little.
All right.
Yes?
I'm from Kerwin's decorating shop. I got some wallpaper for you.
Okay, buddy. Put it down over there.
Say, this is where Alice Faye lives, isn't it?
That's right.
Hey, you don't suppose... Well, could I get her autograph or something?
Yeah, you could, but she's out right now.
Oh, darn it, I never have any luck.
I'm, Bill Harris.
You know, I'm kind of anxious to see her in person. I'm a fan of hers.
I'm Phil Harris.
I listen to her radio show every week.
Her radio show?
Gee, when she sings them love songs, it's like she was singing them straight to me.
Hey, buddy. I'm Phil Harris.
You told me 3 times. Do you know Miss Faye, mister?
Slightly. She does my laundry. Of course I know her. I'm related to her.
Well, you ought to be proud, mister. You sure got a beautiful daughter.
Wise paper carrier. Daughter. You leave the chin strap off one night and you start to sag. She's never loaned that to Andy Devine. Hey, Elliot, the wallpaper's here.
What wallpaper?
Oh, I forgot to tell you, Alice is having new paper put up in the living room.
Well, let's go.
Where?
Let's start putting up the wallpaper.
Okay, I'll go. Wait a minute. Not so fast, Cleet.
What's the matter now, Curly?
We ain't hanging no wallpaper.
We ain't?
Look, we put in a $20 beam, and it cost Alice $3,800, so we ain't putting up no wallpaper.
Curly, what's the hanging wallpaper? You stick it on a wall.
Look, Elliot, let's face it. We're a couple of clever kids, but we don't know how to hang the wallpaper.
How do you know? Did you ever try?
No.
You see what I mean? You could be the greatest wallpaper hanger since Michelangelo. But you're never going to know unless you try.
Yeah. That Mike could really throw that paste around. I think you got something, kid.
Well, that's what I keep telling you.
We couldn't do no damage, could we?
Us? What a preposterous idea.
Well, then let's give it a whirl. Look, you go out in the garage and get a couple of ladders, and I'll mix up a batch of paste.
Okay, easy on the vermouth. Hey, Curly, I don't want to say anything, but ain't this kind of funny paper for a living room? Red barns, blue horses, green cows, all them different colored animals.
Look, Alice knows more about this than we do, so start putting it up and don't ask so many questions, huh? Put it up.
Okay, Mr. Angelo. Suppose you get up on that ladder and start on the space over the door.
Okay. Hey, Elliot.
Huh?
Hand me that bucket of paste.
Okay, here you are. Careful now. Don't spill it. That's filled clear to the top.
Anybody home? I brought the groceries.
Hey, we're in here, Julius, but don't come in. If you open that door, you'll knock me off this ladder.
You mean if I open the door like this? I'll knock you off the ladder like that?
Oh, no. Now look at that mess. Paste all over the place. And look at that big sloppy blob right in the middle of the rug.
I'll thank you to stop insulting me and look at me. I'm covered from head to foot with white paste.
What are you laughing at, you knothead?
He looks like the bride on top of a wedding cake.
Curly, do something. Get this paste off me. It's beginning to get stiff.
What's the matter with you anyway, Julius? Don't you want to grow up to be a human being?
Curly, will you please get this stuff off of me? I can't move my arms now.
Will you keep quiet a minute, Elliot? This boy needs a talking to.
Talk to him later. Get this paste off of my face. It's starting to harden around my mouth.
Are you through talking, Elliot?
I guess he is.
Hey, wait a minute now, Julius. He ain't kidding. Look at him. Feel him. Oh, he's as hard as a rock. How am I going to soften him up?
Why don't you soak him in turpentine overnight? Hey, I got a better idea. Leave him hard and you can sell him as a cheap statue.
Julius, please, why don't you go home? This is serious. Just look at the condition poor Elliot's in.
Well, he ought to be ashamed of himself getting stiff so early in the afternoon. Come on, fellas.
All right. We got to do something about that kid. How you feeling, Elliot? Would you mind rephrasing that? All right. Now take it easy. I'll get some hot water and soften you up. And in no time, you'll be the same old Elliot, and Come to think of it, is that what we want? All right, I'm only kidding. I'll get the stuff off you, and then we can start papering this room. You get there she is, Elliot. All papered.
Yeah.
All done, man. Hey, look at it. Hmm? Looks pretty, too, don't it?
You know, Curly, ain't this paper kind of morbid for a living room?
What's morbid? What are you talking about? It looks great.
Yeah, but well, look at all those dead animals laying on their backs with their feet sticking up in the air.
What are you, crazy or something? There ain't no death. Elliot, you flea brain, you put that paper on upside down. Now, we're never going to be able to get it off. What am I going to do about Alice?
Teach her to walk on her hands?
Oh. It's a good thing you didn't do the whole room. Look at my side. Looks fine, don't it?
I can't tell. It's too dark to see. You know, that wallpaper sure darkened up the room.
That's just because the shades are down. Go over to the window and pull up the shades.
Okay. Curly.
Yeah.
You sure you had windows in this room?
Oh, no. You papered over the windows. Elliot, how stupid can a guy be? Now I'm going to have to go outside and find the windows. I'll be right back. Elliot.
What?
I won't say nothing about your windows if you don't say nothing about my door.
Now you know how stupid a guy can be.
All right. It ain't funny. We got to find that door if we want to get out of here.
Phil, where are you?
Oh, no, it's Alice now. Let's not say nothing, and maybe she'll go away.
Are you in the living room, Phil? I want to show you.
Hey, that's a clever girl. She found the door.
What in the world is going on here? Oh, no. My beautiful living room. Look at it.
I knew you'd like it, honey.
Oh, Phil, why did you do it?
Now, wait a minute, honey. Wait a minute. What's so terrible about it? We'll trim the paper off the windows and get the paper off the door
and give the animals some vitamins so they stand up.
It's not that bad, honey.
It's not that bad. It's not only crooked, upside down, and backwards. It also happens to be the paper I picked out for the girls' playroom.
Bye.
Bye.
Alice and Phil will be back in just a moment. RCA Victor's new 45 extended play records give you more music for less money. Almost 15 minutes per record. They make the Victrola 45 phonograph a better buy than ever. It's the simplest automatic phonograph made. All play and no work. You can listen to an hour and a half of your favorite music without changing a record. Listen to the Victrola 45 phonograph with the economical new 45 EP records at your RCA Victor dealers tomorrow.
This is Phil again. Last year, motor vehicle accidents led the list as the nation's #1 accident killer. Too many of us still think of accidents as striking only the other fellow. We forget that each of us could be the victim of an accident through our own thoughtlessness or carelessness. So no matter where you drive carefully. Thank you, and good night.
Good night, everybody.
Included in this program transcribed was High Aberback. The part of Julius was played by Walter Tetley. This was an NBC Radio Network production.
Look, guys, come back and see us often. I need you. You were really wonderful. Thank you.
Hollywood is on the air. How do you do, ladies and gentlemen? This is Ken Carpenter, bringing you a preview of the film that every radio listener is waiting for, Love Thy Neighbor, the movie starring radio's two battling comedians, Jack Benny and Fred Allen.
Love Thy Neighbor. You should have Allen for a neighbor.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, it's the picture that stars Jack and Fred together, with Mary Martin heading the supporting cast, and Barry Teasdale, the Merrimacs, Virginia Dale, and Jack's man of all work, Rochester, joining in the festivities. Love Thy Neighbor.
Love Thy Neighbor, yes, but love Benny, never.
It's a picture loaded with laughs and music, comedy and romance, not to mention a gang of the swellest-looking girls you've seen in years. That reminds me, Jack, where are the girls?
I'll find them right away. Oh, Joe, what happened to the girls? I don't know. Hey, Eddie, where are the girls? I don't know. Hey, Bill, where are the girls? I don't know. Hey, Slim! Never mind, let it go. I'll find them myself.
Yes, sir, it's more fun than any picture in years, and we're happy today to be able to bring you the stars of Love Thy Neighbor in person to show you what goes on the screen. And to start our show off, we bring you one of America's favorite entertainers, Fred Allen.
Thank you.
Fred, how'd you like working with Jack Benny in Love Thy Neighbor?
Frankly, Mr. Benny is an artistic faux pas. How people can laugh at that corn-fed clown is beyond me, sir. His idea of humor is giving his grandmother a hot foot and then hiding the fire extinguisher. He's as funny as a leak in an oxygen tent, and that's only a synopsis.
My word, suppose he heard you say that.
He's lower than a snail's outlook, and if I ever get my hands on him, I'll beat him incognito. I'll tear him... You'll what, Alan? You heard me. Yes, I heard you, and you better close that slow leak.
Shh, Jack, Fred, we're on the air.
You better close that slow leak under your nose before I vulcanize it. Put your hands up, Benny. I'll put so many lumps on you, you'll think you've got a skin full of tea bags. Oh, yes? If I ever hit you on the nose, the world will finally know what you're using for blood.
Come in.
I was told I would find Jack Benny here.
Hello.
This is a break. It's Mary Martin, ladies and gentlemen, and Mary, you came just in the nick of time. Jack and Fred were just about to lace into each other. I think maybe if you got in there and danced or sang or something, it might relieve the tension.
You do sing and dance, don't you?
Oh, she sure does, Jack. And if she'll do a song for us right now, maybe you and Fred will get a chance to cool off.
Well, then what are we waiting for?
How about it, Mary?
Mm-hmm.
And she's going to have the Merrimacs step up to the microphone to assist her.
On this night, the wind is asleep. A drowsy old moon walks above. Suddenly comes a jolt, crash goes a thunderbolt. Isn't that just like love? Straight is your path, and firm is your step, and then at the drop of a glove, wearing soft breeches, north, that is July the 4th. Isn't that just like love? Isn't it odd to walk up to a dream and say, don't I know you? Isn't it weird to hear miracles talk and say, well, how do you do? Clear is your mind and strong is your will. A mountain is simple to show. Then the ground falls apart, boom goes your apple cart. Isn't that just like love?
Calm as the night, the wind is asleep. A drowsy old moon mopes above. All at once roses rain when there's a hurricane. up into a cloud and say, shake hands with Faye, shake hands with Faye. Isn't it strange to make friends with a haze and here? Tomorrow at 8, tomorrow at 8, tomorrow at 8. Bold are your views and lofty your aims. The stuff pioneers are made of. Hold your hat, grab your heart, boom goes your apple cart. Hold your hat, grab your heart, boom goes your apple cart. Isn't that just like love? Isn't it just like love?
That was Isn't That Just Like Love, sung by Mary Martin, with vocal encores by the Merrimacs. And now we present that well-known musician, that fiddler extraordinary, that road company hypets, Jack Benny. Jack, won't you play something for us?
Very well, I'll play if you insist. Of course, I'll have to borrow a fiddle from one of the boys in the orchestra.
Give him yours, Alonzo.
Turn that passe Peter Pan off.
Why, Fred.
Turn him off.
What's the matter, Fred?
This is no time to quibble, man. In just 1 second, Jack Benny will be playing Love and Bloom.
Well, don't you like music?
Music? You call that music? Brother, I have heard the raucous wail of the wildcat at bay. I have heard the eerie shriek of a ghost with its ectoplasm caught in a transom. I have heard a man with false teeth chewing slate pencils. And any one of those ear-defiling sonatas was closer to Love and Bloom than Benny is right now. Get me out of here.
Well, Rochester. Oh, Rochester.
You call me, boss?
That's some costume, Rochester.
Well, now, what in the world are you supposed to be?
I'm Romeo. I'm taking my favorite Juliet to a masquerade tonight.
Rochester, before you and Juliet step out, here's Teresa Harris, your girlfriend in both Buck Benny Rides Again and Love Thy Neighbor. What do you say to you and Teresa singing your newest number, Dearest, Darest I?
Okay. Dearest, dearest, I whisper prettily unto thee. Thou art solid murder, what a kick thou givest me. When I'm sentimental, dost thou dig my jive? I feel gallant and gentle. Is it bad if I'm glad I'm alive? Dearest, dearest, I take thee tenderly in my arms, while I wax poetic on thy killer-diller charm. Hark ye to my ticker, that's the reason why I fain would call a victor. Oh, dearest, dearest, I.
My. Thou flyest high.
Now tell us thy.
Dearest, dearest, I reply. Sir, you sabotage me with that thee and thou and thy. Shakespeare was a jive man, but where is he today? Why, heaven's sakes alive, man, I'll say things he couldn't say. Dearest, dearest, we up the middle aisle. Then forsooth and yakky-sacky, we could still live in style.
Lord and Lady Snarling, prithee do drop by at Stratford on the Harlem. Oh, dearest,
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 dearest, dearest, I.
Ah, very fine, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we're getting on toward the end of our Love Thy Neighbor program now. But before we go, I want to bring our two stars to the microphone once more, because they've both promised me confidentially to give us their honest opinion on this picture. Now, first we have Fred Allen. Fred, what do you really think deep down in your heart about Love Thy Neighbor?
Love Thy Neighbor is gay, exciting, diverting, and entertaining, with the possible exception of the seconds or minutes that Mr. Benny is on the screen.
Oh, thank you, Fred. And now Jack Benny. Jack, have you anything to add to what Fred Allen has said?
Don't mind him, folks. The rest of us carry him along. And Love Thy Neighbor is really a very nice show.
Oh, I'm sure it is, Jack.
And oh, yes, I forgot to tell you, Mary Martin sings My Heart Belongs to Daddy in the picture, and I'm Daddy.
She sure does sing it, Jack, and she's going to show us right now just how she does it. Ladies and gentlemen, the girl who made the song famous, the song that made the girl famous. Mary Martin singing My Heart Belongs to Daddy.
I used to fall in love with all those boys who call themselves buddies. I used to trail young men at Yale and make them fail in their studies. But now I've come to care for such a sweet millionaire. While tearing on a game of golf, I may make a play for the caddy, but when I do, I don't follow through, 'cause my heart belongs to Daddy. If I invite a boy some night to dine on my fine Finnan Haddie, I just adore his asking for more, but my heart belongs to Daddy. Yes, my heart belongs to Daddy, so I simply couldn't be bad. Yes, my heart belongs to Daddy. Daddy. So I want to warn you, laddie, though I think you're perfectly swell, that my heart belongs to Daddy, and my daddy, he treats it so well. Though other dames at football games may long for a strong undergraddie, I never dream of playing the team, 'cause my heart belongs to Daddy. So I want to warn you, laddie, though I think you're perfectly swell, that my heart belongs to Daddy, and my daddy, he treats it so
Ladies and gentlemen, you've been enjoying a radio preview of the new comedy Love Thy Neighbor, in which Jack Benny shares top billing with Fred Allen.
Top billing? That no-account nasal nonentity? Allen's in the picture for a small role, but it's not much. How could it be?
I don't know how, but that's what it says here. Fred, who would you say gets top billing, you or Jack Benny?
It is true that Benny wormed his way into Love Thy Neighbor. But let me assure you, no one is required to love neighbor Benny. As if anyone could.
Well, folks, that's the way it goes. But whatever Jack says and whatever Fred says, the two battling comedians of the airways do share starring honors in Love Thy Neighbor, and they've shared them on this radio preview of the picture. Also featured on this program from the cast of Love Thy Neighbor were Mary Martin, Rochester, Teresa Harris, and the Merrimacs. For a continuation of the melody and fun, we refer you to your favorite theater. This is Ken Carpenter speaking. This program was produced in the Paramount Studio in Hollywood.
February 15th. Radio Theater presents Jack and Brewster's Millions.
Tonight, our producer, Cecil B. DeMille, brings us Jack Benny and Mary Livingston. And as added attractions, 2 sweepstake winners, and Willis of Hollywood, stocking designer of the stars, and the Lux Radio Theater Orchestra under the direction of Louis Silvers. So, to the makers of Lux Flakes, those gentle, marvelously effective soap flakes, welcome you to another hour in Hollywood. Before we start Brewster's Millions, let me suggest to our women listeners that Lux Flakes can save you well, if not millions of dollars, at least quite a lot of money. For example, take this experience a Massachusetts woman had with Lux Flakes.
Friend and I each bought a pink silk suit at the same time. She was first along to hers. When she told me how it shrunk and was almost white, well, I was discouraged and put off washing mine. At last I had to, and using Lux as I always do, I found it didn't shrink in any way, and the color hadn't changed at all. I then asked my friend what she used, and it was not Lux.
Just remember, Lux Flakes are different. They are so pure and gentle that they're safe for anything that's safe in water alone. It's a waste of money to have nice dresses spoiled in washing. So, always use Lux Flakes and play safe. And now, the producer of the Lux Radio Theater, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille. Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Throughout the world, people celebrate Jack Benny's birthday by sending flowers, candy, and valentines to each other. That it happens to be February 14th is, of course, only incidental. Jack made his first entrance in Waukegan, Illinois. He also made his first audition there. At a tender age, he played the violin for the manager of the local theater. Deeply impressed, the manager gave him a job at once as doorman. When the World War broke out, Jack took a personal interest in it. He joined the Navy. To toughen him for battle, his officers asked him to play at a sailor's benefit. Jack was only a little like Nero on this occasion, for while he played, the audience burned. But when he put down his fiddle and talked, they enjoyed every minute of it. Jack knew right then that while his fiddle playing was funny, his jokes were funnier. The way Jack became the husband of Mary Livingston is funny, too. They were introduced by one of the four Marx brothers. The first night they met, Jack couldn't understand a word Mary said, because she didn't say anything. A few months later, Mary called to see him. This time, she talked to the extent of telling him that she liked him very much. Jack married her at once before she could change her mind. The most popular comedian on the air, Jack is a record-breaking picture personality. The statisticians tell me that in his recent film, College Holiday, he smoked the incredible number of 1,500 cigars. I noticed Jack smoking one of the cigars a little while ago, and I agree with the statisticians. They are incredible. Tonight, we hear Mr. Benny as Jack Brewster, and Miss Livingston becomes Mary Gray. But we've heard enough about our stars. Now let's hear from them. Ladies and gentlemen, the Lux Radio Theater surrenders its microphones to Jack Benny and Mary Livingston in Brewster's Millions. We're in the offices of Grant and Vanderpool, attorneys at law. For months, the two senior partners have been trying to locate one Jack Brewster, who has recently fallen heir to a huge fortune. At last, their efforts have been rewarded. Grant, one of the attorneys, reads from a typewritten report.
Jack B. Brewster, sex, male, color, white, dark complexion. Living now in New York boarding house run by Mrs. Bridget Gray, 822 West 46th Street. At the present time, Brewster is unemployed, single, evidently in desperate financial condition. Type of regular employment unknown, but claims to be a musician. Well, there you are. That's the detective's report.
Jack B. Brewster. Are you sure that's the man we want?
It seems to be. The middle initial must stand for Benjamin, his uncle's name.
In desperate financial condition, eh? Looks like a pleasant surprise in store for him.
A cool $1 would be a pleasant prize for anyone.
$1 million. Is that the final reckoning?
Well, it's 1 or 6, depending upon Brewster himself. If he lives up to the terms of the will, he'll inherit $6 million at the end of the year.
Have you notified him yet?
No. We'd better break it gently. Hello. Send Timothy in here, will you? I want him to run an errand.
Wouldn't a letter be safer?
I want Brewster here in person before he knows any of the terms. Secrecy is the essence of the will.
Yes, Mr. Grant?
Oh, come here, Timothy. I want you to go to 822 West 46th Street. Find a fellow by the name of Jack B. Brewster and bring him back here with you.
Yes, sir. I suppose he isn't there.
Oh, he'll be there. It's his boarding house. If he's not in when you call, camp on the doorstep until he comes back.
Yes, sir. I'll get him, Mr. Grant.
Oh, come in.
Hello, Jack.
Oh, it's you. Mary, you know you shouldn't interrupt me when I'm practicing.
Gee, somebody should.
Never mind that. What do you want?
That man is here again.
What man?
You know, the fellow from the law office. He wants to see you, says it's very important.
Oh, important, eh? Well, not to me. And what does he think I am, a dope?
I don't know. He didn't say.
Say, listen, I've been dodging that fella for a week, and he's not going to get me now.
Why don't you find out what he wants?
I know what he wants. He's got a claim against me for something and probably thinks he's going to attach my assets. Well, he's got another thing coming.
Yes, he thinks he can find any assets.
I'll tell him I'm not here. Tell him I've moved. Tell him I'm in China.
I did.
Oh, you did, huh? What did he say?
He said he'd be back in 20 minutes.
20 minutes? Must have a pretty rough idea where China is.
No, but he's got a pretty good idea where you are.
Well, I'm wise to these lawyers' tricks. I've been dragged into court so often I'm beginning to look like Exhibit A. But I get along all right.
Gee, Jack, you're smart.
Oh, I don't know. I don't like to brag, but I guess when it comes to money matters, I'm about as smart as the next fella. You know, Mary, I've got ideas. Big ideas. Why, if I had $10,000 or $20,000 right now, I could turn it into $250,000 like that.
$250,000?
Maybe $500,000, maybe $2 million. There's no limit to what I could do.
Gee, that's wonderful.
Yeah.
And before I forget, Mother says if you don't pay your back rent by Wednesday, you'll have to get out.
There you go. It's a fine way to treat a man with big ideas. And bills to match. And another thing, it's a nice attitude for your mother to take or as her future son-in-law. I'll bet $10 she doesn't want you to marry me.
Find a taker and you got your room rent.
Yeah? What has she got against me anyway? I'm honest, ain't I? And I'm hard-working, too. When I can find any work. Being broke isn't any disgrace. Now, there are 10 people living in this boarding house right now who owe her lots more than I do. Why does she always pick on me?
You're her favorite.
Oh.
But don't let it worry you, Jack. I still feel the same.
Do you, Mary?
Of course I do.
Well, that's all I need. If you have faith in me, I can lick the world. We'll get married yet. You wait and see.
Sure we will.
Say, Mary, remember the first time we met? Gee, that was a great day for me. I'll never forget it.
I tried, and I can't either.
And then the day we went to Coney Island, remember? I held your hand all the way home, and when we got inside, I put my arm around you and...
And you said, Mary, will you marry me?
Yeah.
Yeah. Gee, 8 years can go fast.
8 years. You're always bringing that up.
Well, it is 8 years, isn't it?
Well, that's not my fault. I can't help it if I can't find work.
Well, don't yell at me.
Who's yelling?
You are. May I come in?
Oh, hello, Miss Smith. Sure, come on in.
Thank you. I was sitting in my room and I thought I heard voices in here.
That's funny. I didn't hear a thing. Did you, Jack?
No.
Oh, now. You were having a little spat, weren't you?
Just a little one, yes.
But it had possibilities.
I thought so. Now, you ought to be ashamed of yourselves. Just sit right down, both of you.
What for?
I'm going to read you the last chapter of my new novel. It's called Girl Meets Boy.
Girl Meets Boy? Wait a minute, there is a story called Boy Meets Girl.
Well, this is Girl Meets Boy.
Oh, a leap year story.
Anyway, it's all about a young couple just like you. It'll do you good to listen to it.
Now, look, Miss Smith, there's no use wasting your voice and your energy reading it to us. You ought to save your strength for reading it to the publishers.
She read it to 5 of them already.
That's enough, Mary.
You said it.
Now, listen, children. Girl Meets Boy by Sophie Smith, Chapter 10.
Chapter 10? What happened to the first 9?
What's the difference?
Oh.
No. I want to start with Chapter 10 because that's the reconciliation scene that brings the lovers back together. And that's what I want you to hear.
Very well. Go ahead.
In the gathering shadows of the midsummer twilight, Gwendolen stood in the garden of the inn with Theodore. Oh, Gwendolen, he murmured. Oh, Theodore, she answered. His arms flew round her waist, and pressing her close, he kissed her full on the lips. A long, blistering, lingering kiss.
Now we're getting someplace.
So is Theodore.
Mary. Go ahead, Miss Smith.
Carried away by the order of his love, Theodore seized her in a mad embrace, flung his arms round her, and crushed her closely to him.
Mary, what are you laughing at?
Theodore goes wild.
Mary, please, it's getting interesting. Continue, Miss Smith.
Oh, my sweet, he
Who,
said.
me? Oh, pardon me.
It's been so long since last we held each other in this close embrace. So long. Yes, she said. 8 long years.
Hey, stop.
Why, Mr.
What are you trying to do? Start some more trouble?
Mary?
Yes, Ma?
Oh, here you are.
Oh, good morning, Mrs. Gray.
Good morning, is it? Do you know what time it is? I come up here to tell you once and for all I'm serving breakfast up to 11 o'clock. And if anyone can't come on time, then he gets left.
Come on, Jack. Last one down sits on the piano stool.
Okay.
Will you have another piece of toast, Mr. Dudley?
Thank you. I don't mind if I do.
Miss Dawn, will you have some?
No, thanks. I have to watch my weight, you know.
What for, Miss Dawn?
Oh, haven't you heard? I'm going to have a tryout this morning for the Winter Follies. Mr. Crane, the producer, is very interested in my voice.
Say, I've been hearing that story for the last 6 months, but nothing ever happened.
Is that so? Well, let me tell you, Mr. Donovan, I've been hearing about that invention of yours for the last 10 months, but I don't see anyone buying it.
I got the patent on it, ain't I?
A patent on an egg holder.
Yeah, and it ain't an egg holder. It's a soft-boiled egg opener. A device to prevent the egg from sliding down the side of the cup.
Well, now if you can keep it from sliding down your vest, I think you got something there.
Yes, I was saying so the other evening.
That's all, Mr. Dudley.
Yes. It's been my privilege in the past to promote the manufacture of several worthwhile articles. And I'd like to promote Mr. Donovan's invention, too, if I had
Yes, that's what Jack needs, too.
Yeah, money. The curse of modern civilization, but we gotta have it. Well, if I had a couple of $1,000 right now, I could turn it into $1 million like that. That's all I'd need, a few paltry $1,000.
Paltry?
Yeah.
Well, if you had $5, you'd declare a dividend.
I would, eh?
Oh, Mr. Brewster?
Yeah, Rosie?
There's a man here from a lawyer's office.
Tell him I'm not in.
Mr. Brewster.
Yes, Mrs. Gray.
I'll have you know I'm running a respectable boarding house, and I'm not used to having bill collectors sitting in my parlor. You go and see that man right away and get rid of him, or I'll have to ask you to leave.
Oh, all right. But if anything happens to me, you'll be sorry.
Sorry for what?
That's gratitude for the way I worry about the rent I owe. Don't push me.
I don't think it's fair.
Morning. You Mr. Jack B. Brewster?
Yeah, and the B is for broke. I guess that ends our little meeting right now.
Mr. Brewster, I'm from Grant and Vanderpool. They want you to come to the office.
Oh, both of them want to see me. Doubling up on me, huh? Now, listen, you. You go back and tell Mr. Grant to tell Mr. Vanderpool that Mr. Brewster is no Mr. Sucker. Now, let that be the end of it.
Very well, but all I can...
I don't want to hear it.
Wait. If you don't come, you won't collect the money.
What'd you say?
The money. If you don't come with me, you won't collect it.
Wait a minute. You mean someone wants to give me something?
Yes, sir.
Who?
Your uncle. He died a month ago and left a will making his sole heir. Shall I get some more water, Mr. Grant?
Rub his wrist.
He's saying faint. You should have broken it gently.
Mr. Brewster, are you all right?
No.
Oh, good. He's coming around. Now get into the outer office, Timothy, and don't let anyone come in here for an hour.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Brewster, look at me. Are you all right?
Where am I?
You're in my office, don't you remember? My name is Grant.
Where's your beard?
No, I'm a lawyer.
Oh, that's right. I came here and you said...
I said that you just inherited $1 million and you fainted. How do you feel now?
Like $1 million. Not bad out of a sound sleep. Huh? So good old Uncle Ned left me a fortune, eh? I always did like old Uncle Ned. Lately.
Mr. Brewster, I have some other news for you.
Good news?
Exceptionally good. But I'm a little afraid to tell you. I shouldn't want you to faint again.
Don't worry, shoot.
5 years ago, your grandfather died. We just opened the codicil of his will, and we find that he also left you something.
What a parlay. Go on.
Now, Mr. Brewster, get ready now.
I'm ready.
Mr. Brewster, your grandfather left you in the codicil of his will the sum of exactly $6 million.
Not bad.
You're not going to faint?
I don't think so. You know, they say the first million is the hardest.
Well, I'm relieved. Of course, your grandfather's bequest has certain conditions.
I knew there was a catch. I bet I'll have to earn it. What kind of conditions?
Mr. Brewster, are you good at spending money?
Well, I don't know. I never tried.
Then let me tell you this. You will inherit the $6 million left for your grandfather only and if, at the end of 1 year from today, you have spent the entire million left by your uncle.
What? You mean all I have to do is run through this $1 million in 1 year and I'll get 6 more?
Exactly.
Well, I can start out by paying my back room rent. That'll put a dent in it. Hey, I always thought there was something screwy about Grandpa.
Briefly, the story is this. Your grandfather hated and despised your uncle.
Well, as long as they both liked me.
He knew that your uncle would leave you quite a sum of money, and he didn't want you to keep it.
Listen, give me my uncle's $1 million and let me out of here. I'll come back in a year with holes in my socks, if any.
That's exactly what you'll have to do. Now, listen to this. Before my grandson can claim the $6 million, he must spend the entire sum of money left by his uncle and appear before the executors 1 year from the day this is read. He must have no worldly possessions whatsoever, no cash in his pocket, no more than 1 suit of clothes.
Well, I'm dressed for the part right now.
There's more. Listen. Under no conditions may my grandson take anyone into his confidence. No one must know why he is spending his uncle's money. Or this codicil will be invalidated, and he will lose the bequest.
That means I can't tell anyone, eh?
Oh, you can tell them that you've inherited $1 million, yes, but you mustn't tell them about the rest of it.
I see. Go on.
It must be understood by my grandson that he must under no circumstances give money away recklessly. And, this is very important.
Yeah?
He must be and remain single. There must be no matrimonial entanglement.
Wait a minute. You mean I can't get married for a year?
That's what it says.
Gee, what a handicap. A wife is such a help when it comes to spending money. Anyway, how am I going to explain it to Mary? That's my girl.
You mustn't explain it. If you do, you don't get another penny. Well, what do you say? Are you willing to go through with it?
Willing? Brother, I'm ready, willing, and able. 3 smart boys.
Well, come to the office at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, and I'll have a check for you. But don't forget, you've got to spend every penny of it.
Leave it to me. $1 million in a year, why, all I have to do is spend about $3,000 a day. Someday I'll spend 6 and relax a day.
Well, Mr. Brewster, good day and good luck.
It sure is and was. Just think of this. This morning I didn't have a dime, and now I'm a millionaire. Well, so long, Mr. Grant.
So long.
Oh, I almost forgot. Lend me a nickel, will you? I want to go home on the subway.
Mary, will you pass the asparagus to Mr. Dudley, please?
I would if there was any left.
Oh, never mind. It's quite all right. Oh, by the way, Mary, where is Mr. Brewster? I haven't seen him since breakfast.
Don't ask me. This is the first time he's missed a lunch in 3 years.
I think he left the house with that lawyer.
Hey, maybe they put him in the jug. Pass the butter, will you?
Oh, hope nothing has happened to him. Maybe he'll telephone. What are you so worried about, Miss Dawn?
Oh, I'm not worried. Mr. Brewster means nothing to me. Will you pass the bread, please, Mr. Donovan?
Say, I thought you was trying to keep your weight down. Ain't you getting a tryout today?
She had it already. Pass her the bread.
Well, greetings to you, one and all.
Well, look who's here.
I told you he never missed lunch.
Mary, I've got some news for you, and what news? Folks, you're in on this, too. But hold on to your chairs, because it's going to blow the roof off.
Well, what is it?
Ladies and gentlemen, you are now looking at none other than Jack B. Brewster, the millionaire. The B is for big shot.
B is for bottle, and that's what you've been hitting.
What do you mean, bottle? I tell you, I'm in the money. I'm a millionaire.
Is this on the level?
Sure it is. My uncle died and left me $1 million.
Holy congratulations.
Thanks, everybody. Thanks. Well, Mrs. Gray, what do you think of me now?
Pay your back rent by Wednesday or get out.
All right. You'll get your rent, and I'll get out, too. I'm moving to a Park Avenue penthouse tomorrow morning, so there. I want you all to come up and see me sometime.
We will, tall, dark, and balmy.
But I'm not going to forget my old friend. Sophie, did you say that book of yours was finished?
Why, yes, Mr. Brewster.
Well, bring it around. I'm going to publish it for you.
Are you crazy? That book has been turned down by every publisher in the country.
Well, we'll send it to another country, and that's not all I'm going to do. Mike, I'm going to manufacture and market that invention of yours.
Hooray!
I'll show you my heart's in the right place. Dudley, you can be my business manager. I need one.
You need a keeper, too.
I'll get one.
Oh, Mr. Brewster, how can I...
Don't say no more. I'll start you off at $200 a week.
Oh, Mr. Brewster, I think you're just the most wonderful thing.
You haven't seen anything yet. You know what I'm going to do for you, Miss Dawn? I'm going to finance a new show, the biggest thing that ever hit Broadway. And you're going to play the lead in it.
Oh, Mr. Brewster, this is too much.
Yeah.
Don't worry, it won't last long.
Dudley, get busy. Engage me a suite of offices in the Empire State Building. Take a whole floor. We got to do things right.
You're doing things right, all right. A year from now, you won't have a nickel.
That's the idea. I mean, what's the difference?
You're spending your dough like a wild man.
Sure, Wild Jack Brewster, that's me. Before I'm finished, I'll make Diamond Jim Brady look like Sir Harry Lauder. Mike, run outside and order me a taxi cab.
Sure, Mr. Brewster.
Tell him to pull up to the door and stand there until I come out.
Are you leaving already?
No, but I have an appointment at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, and I want the cab to wait.
We'll continue this week's meetings in a minute. Now, I'd like to take you to a pretty little home on Arden Street in Los Angeles. A young bride is upset, and she's telling her friend about it.
But Bob never talked that way before, Peggy. Oh, he meant it as a joke. It's a real joke to say my hands look like tomatoes. My hands get wet, it's because I'm washing dishes. For him. Now, honey, that's no excuse. After all, a man does hate to see his wife get dishpan hands. They spoil his pride in her. Now, look here. Why don't you do what I do? Wash dishes with Lux Flakes. Do Lux Flakes really make a difference? Oh, I say they do. When my hands used to get so raw and chapped, I just couldn't bear to show them. Then I began using Lux Flakes. And honestly, it was with my hands that lost that dishpan look. And now look. See how soft and white they are? Just as nice as when I got married.
Any woman's hands are apt to get red and rough if exposed to harsh soaps in the dishpan. Such soaps dry the natural oils of the skin. Why risk this when, for less than a cent a day, you can use gentle Lux Flakes for your dishes? Just try Lux Flakes for 10 days or so. You'll never use anything else. They're so soothing. Leave your hands so soft and white. Start using Lux Flakes for your breakfast dishes tomorrow. Now back to our play and Cecil B. DeMille.
We continue with Brewster's Millions, starring Jack Benny and Mary Livingston. Faced with the enviable task of spending $1 million inside of a year, Jack has gone on a mad buying spree. Nothing is too much, nothing is too good. But his romance with Mary is at a complete standstill due to the conditions of the bequest. He can't marry her, nor can he tell her the reason. As our scene begins, we're in Jack's suite of offices. Mary and Dudley, the business manager, are in deep conversation.
I tell you, Miss Gray, he's throwing his money around like a madman. He's run through $100,000 in the last 30 days, and what has he got to show for it?
A lot of canceled checks.
Exactly. Now, look at this. $710 for typewriters.
How many did he get?
10. And he's hired 5 stenographers.
Gee, they'll have to use their feet, too.
Oh, Miss Gray, you've got to do something. If he keeps on at this rate, he won't have a penny to his name. And he's in the market, too. He just bought 1,000 shares of stock that's headed straight for the bottom. They sell him out, it'll cost him about $40,000.
$40,000?
And he's going to buy more this afternoon. It's absolutely worthless. I tried to tell him, but he won't listen to me.
Will he listen to me? I've got a couple of things I'd like to speak to Mr. Brewster about.
Well, look who's here. Good morning, Mary. Good morning, Dudley.
Good morning, Mr. Brewster. There's a man waiting to see you in the outer office.
I'm too busy to see him now. Send him a check.
A check? What for?
I don't care. Whatever he's selling. Well, Mary, how are you?
Oh, I'm all.
I'll take it, Dudley. You skip along outside.
Yes, sir.
Excuse me, Mary. Hello? Yes? All right, yes, 1,000 shares. That's right. Oh, going down, eh? We'll buy another 1,000. Sure, I mean it. I'm a bull. I said I'm a bull.
Like in baloney.
And listen, if it goes down again, keep buying. Right. Well, Mary, how are you?
Oh, I'm all.
Excuse me. Hello? Yes? Why, of course I'll contribute to a deserving charity. What's the name of the organization? The Society for Helping Joe Dugan. I see. All right, Mr. Dugan, come and see me in the morning. Well, Mary, how's every little...
Oh, I'm all.
Excuse me. Hello? Yes, that's right. I'm putting on a new show. Oh, you're an actor, eh? Now, that's fine. Would you be willing to accept $250 a week? What? You're not worth it? All right, then. I'll make it $500. Goodbye. Well, Mary, how are you?
Hand me that phone, will you?
Hey, what are you doing? Stop it.
I'm all right, Jack. How are you?
Thanks for ruining my telephone. There goes another $10.
I'm not going to sit here and listen to you spend money all day.
Oh, what do you mean? It's business, isn't it? You know the old saying, you got to spend it if you want to make it.
Yes, and a fool and his money are soon parted.
He who hesitates is lost. Now, it's your turn.
Look what you've been doing the last month. Running around like a wild man. And this new show you're going to open. Do you realize a producer lost $70,000 last year on a show like that?
Oh, cheapskate. Wait till you see my flop. I mean my show.
And Barbara Dawn. You seem to be getting along fine with her, don't you?
What do you mean?
Spending all that money for clothes and furs. You bought her 3 fur coats in the last 2 weeks.
Well, that's all right. We're just building her up.
What for, a polar expedition?
You're not jealous now, are you, Mary?
Jealous of Barbara Dawn? I should say not.
Oh, Mary, don't feel like that. Barbara Dawn is nothing to me. Really, you're the only one that counts.
Well, if you think so much of me, why don't you do something about it?
You mean, get married?
Yes. I've been wearing your engagement ring so long, my whole hand is turning green.
Now, look, Mary. Mary, you gotta trust me. I just can't get married now.
Why not?
Well, I can't tell you. You'll just have to take my word. There's a very good reason. Look, will you trust me, Mary?
Well, if you'll stop spending money.
Oh, gee, thanks. That's swell.
Oh, Mr. Brewster.
Yeah?
Your car's downstairs.
Oh, that's right. Come on, Mary. I've got an appointment with a man to buy a gold. Well, how do you like the new car, Mary? Only $18,000. Not bad, huh?
It's all right. You got a trailer, too, huh?
Trailer? That's a rumble seat.
Hey, watch out where you're driving. Slow down.
Don't worry. Everything's under control, Mary. Watch that speedometer.
Hey, stop.
What for? We're only doing 60.
I said stop. Did you hear me? Stop.
Nothing doing.
Hey, pull over there.
You'll stop.
Gee. Can you imagine that? A cop.
Don't give him any back talk, Jack. A friend of mine got a big fine the other day for sacking a policeman.
Oh, yeah? Are you sure of that?
I was with him. Why?
Oh, never mind. A big fine, eh? Well.
Look out. He's coming over.
Well, where do you think you're going? To a fire?
What's it to you, slug?
Jack.
Oh, a fresh guy, eh?
Yeah, you want to make something out of it?
Shut up.
Hey, Weasel. I got a good mind to hand you a ticket. What do you think of that?
Make it 2. I have a lady with me.
Hey, listen, mister. It's a $200 fine for doing 60 in this town. See?
Sure I see, you dope. You think I'm blind? And I wasn't doing 60. I was doing 75.
Oh, you was, eh?
Yeah, in another minute I'd have been in high.
Now, listen, you.
Come on. Give me a ticket and scram out of here before I lose my temper.
Shut up.
I won't shut up. Who does he think he is, anyhow? I'm a citizen of this town and a taxpayer. I'm not taking any back talk from a dumb flatfoot. What do you think of that, Charlie Chan?
I guess you're right, mister.
What?
Maybe I was too hasty. I'm sorry.
Hey, wait a minute.
After all, it's folks like you who are paying my salary, and I got no right to get fresh with you. Excuse me.
Hey, wait, what about the ticket? What about that $200 fine?
That's all right. Forget it, mister. So long.
Hey!
Hello? Mr. Brewster's office? Oh. Mr. Brewster, can you see Miss Dawn now?
Okay, have her come in.
Have her come in, please.
How do we stand, Dudley? Go on with that report.
Well, that's all there is, sir. Your expenses for the last 2 months total almost $300,000.
$300,000 in 2 months. Not bad. How's that stock of mine?
Going down faster than ever.
Good. When it hits 0, sell. Oh, hello, Miss Dawn.
Hello, Mr. Brewster.
That'll be all, Dudley.
Yes, sir.
Well, how's the little leading lady today?
Just fine. Like my new dress?
Hey, that's all right. Better get a couple of more just like it.
Oh, Jack. Why are you so sweet to me, Jack?
Oh, I just like to spend money, and you've got to have clothes if you're going to be a star. You're one of my big investments, Miss Dawn.
Was that all I mean to you? Investment?
Well, now,
I don't believe it. You wouldn't be doing all this for me unless...
No.
Oh, Jack, why don't you say it? Why don't you tell me that you love me?
What?
You do. You know you do.
Now, look here, Miss Dawn. You're making a big mistake.
Perhaps, but I love you anyway. There, I've said it.
I mean, you're all wrong.
I'm not
that.
wrong. I don't care what anyone says about you. I still think you're the nicest man I ever met.
Oh, now.
Oh, Jack, darling.
Hello, Jack.
Oh, hello, Mary. Come right in. You know Miss Dawn, of course.
Miss Dawn? Not the Miss Dawn.
Yeah.
The one who used to live at our boarding house?
I think you remember me.
Gee, I didn't recognize you for a minute behind those eyelashes. Or is it a new kind of a veil?
Now, wait, Mary.
If you'll excuse me, Jack, I'll come back sometime when you're alone.
He was alone when I came in. Oh, she wants to be alone with you, huh? What did she mean by that crack?
Oh, don't pay any attention to her, Mary. Listen, do you want to come to the theater with me? I'm picking talent for the new show.
Talent? It was up to you. Garber would still be in Sweden.
Oh, come on. Right this way, Mr. Brewster. Okay, Gallagher. Mary, you sit next to me. We got plenty of talent here this afternoon.
Plenty and loud.
Quiet, everybody. Quiet down. Well, all right. Let's see. Who's first?
We are, Mr. Brewster. Yeah, we were here first.
Well, what are your names, boys?
Moisey and Slade. You know those two funny guys. I'm Moisey. Yeah, he's Moisey.
I guess that makes you Slade, then.
Yeah, we're comedians. Ain't we, Moisey?
Yeah. Well, that's very funny. Let's hear your act, boys.
Don't tell me there's more.
Mary.
Well, I come out, see? I walk across the stage. Slade comes out from the other side, and we bump into each other. We bump into each other.
Make it hard.
And I say, hello, Slade.
Now, wait a minute, fellas. Wait. You don't have to go any further. You're killing me. Take these fellas outside and sign them up.
Take them outside and hang them up.
This way, boys.
I beg your pardon, Mr. Brewster, but may I have a word with you?
What is it?
I don't wish to waste my time here any further. I am a tragedian. I have trod the boards as Hamlet, as Macbeth, as Othello. Have you an opening for me?
Well,
There's a manhole just outside.
Quiet. See, Mr. Gallagher, tell him I said you can play prologue.
I thank you.
Now, who's next, folks?
We are. Come on, Goldstein. Sure. How are you, Mr. Brewster?
Oh, hello.
We're Gillis and Goldstein, and we're writing up smash hits for singing.
Songwriters, eh? Did you ever write any hit number?
Listen, you ever hear Muddy McCree, Old Man River, the St. Louis Blues?
Yeah, sure.
We write good ones. Hey, listen. I got a song will be sweeping the country by storm.
Yeah, what's the name of it?
My Hoochie Coochie Kid. Swing it.
Good for our show, rather.
I got a Hoochie Coochie baby down on Hoochie Coochie Isle. And if she's something, believe me, mister, she's the swellest gal in town. Hot stuff, eh?
It burns me up, too.
Listen, Mr. Goldstein, are all your songs like that one?
If such a thing is possible, some of them are even better.
If such a thing is possible.
Wait a minute. No use going any further with this talent business.
Now you're getting smart.
Hey, Gallagher.
Yes, Mr. Brewster.
Give everybody here a contract. Rehearsal start tomorrow. We should be ready to open in a month.
If such a thing is possible.
Hello, Dudley.
Hello, Miss Brewster. I'm sorry to bother you at this hour, but I've got to see you.
Well, sure. Come in. You see the opening tonight, Dudley?
Yes, sir. But that's not what I've come to talk about.
Hey, you look worried. What's the matter?
Mr. Brewster, I've got a confession to make.
At 2 o'clock in the morning?
Yes, sir. I couldn't sleep. It's been on my mind for a week, and I can't bear it any longer.
Wait, here. What's wrong?
Mr. Brewster, I'm a thief.
A thief?
A swindler. An embezzler. I've stolen money from you, gambled with it on the market. I thought the stock would go up, but it didn't. And now I've come to confess. Oh, do what you want with me. I don't care. I'm no good.
I see. What stock did you buy?
American Timber.
How much did you lose?
$22,000.
That's loyalty for you. You get a hot thing like that, and you don't let me in on it.
What?
Take another 10,000. Buy some more.
You mean you're not going to send me to prison?
Of course not. That isn't not unless the stock goes up.
But I'll pay it back. I swear I will. Every penny.
I don't want it back.
But I want to give it to you. $22,000.
I said I don't want it. Now listen. Have you seen the newspaper account of my new show?
Why, no.
Well, get this. It's practically certain that Playboy Brewster, that's me, has backed the biggest flop ever seen on Broadway. Before it is withdrawn, it will probably cost him over $200,000. There. And you come around with your paltry $22,000. Get out of here.
Here you are, Mr. Brewster. Here are the latest reports.
Let me see it. Oh, this is awful. Awful.
Well, Mr. Brewster, what's wrong?
That gold mine I bought. Look, they struck gold.
Struck gold? Why, that's wonderful.
Dudley, you got to sell that mine, do you hear? And sell it cheap.
Cheap? It's worth a fortune.
That's the whole trouble. For 8 months I've been going beautifully, and now look what happened. I've started to make money. Answer that.
Hello? Yes? Yes, he's here. Who? Oh, one moment, please.
Who is it?
It's Hollywood calling. Mr. Rosenblatt of Super Sound Pictures.
Oh, it's Brewster, huh? What does he want? Hello? Yes, Jack Brewster. What? You want to buy the rights to my show? Are you crazy? My show was a flop, the biggest flop in years. Oh, I see. You like to buy flops because they're cheaper. Well, I won't sell. No, I don't want a check for $50,000. Goodbye. Oh, this is terrible. What am I going to do?
Why, Mr. Brewster, I don't understand.
Shut up. I got to think something. What can I do to... Wait a minute. Wait, I've got an idea.
Yes, sir?
Dudley, go out and buy me a yacht.
A what?
A yacht, a big one. Hire me a crew and invite all my friends. My enemies, too. I want a crowd. We're going on a 3-month cruise.
Say, Skipper, where did you say we were?
About 30 miles off the coast of Virginia, Miss Gray.
Is that all? You mean we've been sailing around out here for 6 weeks and we're only that far?
We've been going in circles. I heard Mr. Brewster give the order.
I advised him to turn around and head for port yesterday, but he won't do it.
Head for port? What for?
The barometer's falling fast. We're in for a heavy storm.
A storm? Holy smoke.
I can't understand, Mr. Brewster. I asked him why he wanted to stay out, and he said he can't run the risk of making money on shore.
I think he's going batty.
Where's he now?
He's forward with Miss Dawn.
Oh, he is, eh? I've suspected that for a long time.
I mean, he's in the fore part of the boat. He and Miss Dawn are making plans to produce another show.
What? Another show, eh? Wait here, folks. I'll tell him a thing or two.
You see, Miss Dawn, I figure the ballet alone will cost about $70,000.
Oh, that's wonderful.
I think there's a storm approaching.
You said it, fathead. I want to speak to you.
Oh, a tornado, huh? Hello, Mary.
What's the idea of putting on another show? Didn't the last one cost you enough?
Not quite. You see,
Pardon me. I'm not wanted here. I'll leave. You got something there. Goodbye.
Now, listen, Mary.
You listen to me. I'm sick and tired of the way you're throwing money around. And I'm sick and tired of waiting for you to make up your mind about getting married.
Oh, why are you getting excited?
Excited? I don't want a honeymoon on the Townsend plan.
Mary, look, give me 2 months. That's all I ask. Just 2 months.
What are you talking about?
Oh, man, I can't explain it now, but the show will cost about $250,000. That's exactly what I have to get rid. Oh, don't ask me.
All right. But listen to this. If you throw another penny away on a new show or any other crazy idea, we're through. Washed up.
Oh, Mary.
I mean it. If you do one more crazy stunt, I'll never look at you again.
Mr. Brewster! Mr. Brewster!
What do you want, Skipper?
We've got to turn around and head for port, sir. We're listing badly.
But I don't want to go on shore.
We've got to. If we don't start now, we'll have to be assisted by the Marjorie O. She's standing by to help us.
Oh, I don't care. Do what you want.
Yes, sir. But if the Marjorie O assists us, she'll get salvage value. The whole boat will belong to the owners of the Marjorie O.
What?
It's maritime law. You'll lose $250,000.
Wait a minute. Are you sure of that?
Yes, sir.
Oh, put out to sea.
What? Are you crazy?
Yes, sir. Put out to sea and notify the Marjorie O. We need assistance. Tell her we'll give her salvage rights and a bonus to every sailor. Go on. Go on.
We pause for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
This is KNX Los Angeles, the voice of Hollywood.
After getting rid of $1 million, we think Jack Benny Brewster and Mary Gray Livingston are entitled to a little rest. So before continuing our play, we bring you another couple who also find themselves the possessors of sudden wealth. As the result of a $2.50 investment in the Irish sweepstakes, Marjorie Wood and Norbert Jansen of Los Angeles have just received $50,000. I've asked them here to tell us what it's like to get pennies from heaven. Ladies and gentlemen, Marjorie Wood and Norbert Jansen. First, what are you going to do with the money?
We put it in the bank.
In a joint account?
Well, not exactly, Mr. Mills. You see, we figured if we could win $50,000, then anything might happen between now and April. Then we expect to get married.
We decided not to take any chances.
What do you do for a living, Bert?
Oh, I'm a painter.
Portraits or landscape?
Neither. He paints hot water heaters.
And you?
Well, I used to work in an ice cream parlor, but I've been taking it kind of easy ever since the money came along.
In our play tonight, Jack Benny fainted when he found a fortune in his lap. Now, how did you take the shock?
Well, we were both eating lunch over at Marjorie's house, but we learned that our horse had been drawn.
But what did you do? What did you say?
We just looked at each other, and Norbert said, "Hey, I sure would like another piece of apple pie." The first thing we're going to do is buy a car so we can go on our honeymoon.
We've never seen New York, and I sure want to... And if we aren't scrapping by that time, I guess we'll all go down to Florida.
But first, I want to see Niagara Falls.
And when we get back, I'm going to keep on painting hot water heaters, and Marjorie can run the house.
And believe me, we're not going to have any maids either. I learned plenty in my life about being thrifty and careful, and I'm going right on being just the same way. Because this is a Lux program, Mr. DeMille, I'd like to say to you one of the things that has helped me a lot in being thrifty has been to take care of my silk stockings and other nice things by washing them in Lux slate. I'll continue to use them.
That's sound advice for every housewife. And now just one more question. Why do you suppose fate picked you two to win that $50,000?
Well, I don't know, except maybe it was because I was born on Friday, April the 13th, 1913.
And you, Miss Wood?
I wished I could be original, but I can't. I was born on Friday, April the 13th, 1913, too.
Why don't you get married on April 13th? And let's hope your luck continues. Thank you both for coming here.
Bye,
Goodbye,
Mr.
Mr. DeMille.
Don't leave till you see what happens to Brewster. And now, Brewster's Millions, starring Jack Benny and Mary Livingston. It's the morning of the last day, the day on which Jack has to be completely broke if he's to inherit his grandfather's $6 million. In his hotel room, he's talking to Grant, the lawyer.
So you're really broke, eh, Mr. Brewster?
Listen, Mr. Grant, I'm so broke that, well, I haven't eaten in a week. If I pull my belt in one more notch, I'll look like an hourglass.
What about possessions? Do you own anything?
Not a thing. I lost my boat. I sold my furniture. I owe 2 months' hotel and office rent. If the holes in my socks were any bigger, I could use them for garters.
Well, you seem to have complied with all the conditions of the will. Of course, it's not 12 o'clock noon yet.
I know it. That's why I'm hiding out. Believe me, I've had a tough time, Mr. Grant. Everything I touched turned to gold, except Mary's ring. And I'm not taking any chances. I'm staying right here until the time's almost up.
A good idea. Well, I suppose you've had a good time spending all that money.
No, it was all right. Of course, I lost my girl.
You mean Miss Gray?
Yeah. She got sore at me for spending so much and walked out. I haven't seen her for 2 months.
Oh, well, those things happen, Mr. Brewster. Like I always say, that's life.
Did you make that up yourself? Anyway, Mr. Grant, I don't feel too happy about it.
Well, maybe when she finds out the real reason why you were spending your money, she'll forgive you.
Maybe. That's why I want her to be in the office when you hand over the money. And I've asked the whole crowd to show up.
I'll be delighted to explain it to her. Well, it's time I left, Mr. Brewster. I'll see you at exactly 12 noon.
That's right, at the office.
Until that time, don't take any nickels, wooden or otherwise.
I could have used you in my show.
Hello? Yes, this is Mr. Brewster's office. No, he ain't here. Yeah. Well, I want to see him, too. He owes me 13 weeks' salary. Say, do you know a good lawyer? I want to bring a suit against that guy myself.
Here, put down that phone. It's a fine thing you're doing, asking for a lawyer so you can sue your own boss. That's loyalty, that is.
Oh, dry up. What about my back salary?
I only owe you 13 weeks. You're not superstitious, are you? You'll get your back salary as soon as I get what's coming to me.
And I hope it's soon.
I'll remember that remark, Miss Higgins, when it's time for bonuses. Anybody arrive yet?
Yeah, they're inside. Say, where is that guy? Oh, here you are.
Oh, hello, Mary. Gee, it's good to see you again.
Yeah. Well, I didn't come because I wanted to. Mr. Dudley dragged me. I didn't ever want to see you again.
Oh, gee. Don't talk like that, Mary. I'm crazy about you. No fooling.
Don't mind me, folks. I don't work here anymore.
You may go, Miss Higgins.
Sure.
Mary, let me look at you. Gee, you look swell.
Thanks. If you look better, I'd return the compliment.
Well, I've been on a sort of a diet. Haven't eaten much of anything for a week. You know, life has its ups and downs, Mary. Sometimes you're on top. Sometimes you hit the bottom.
You must have landed with an awful thud.
Well,
You're broke, eh?
Well, sort of.
In other words, you're right back where you were 9 years ago. No money, no job.
That's right. Only this time, I haven't even got a girl.
And what happened to that Dawn dame?
Oh, Mary, she meant nothing to me.
Only 3-4 coats a week.
I wish I had the lining of one for a suit.
Oh, well, I don't want to talk about her.
Look, Mary, do you think that... would it be possible... Oh, you probably won't believe me anyway.
Probably not.
Mary, I've been a fool. I'll be a different guy. Wait till you see.
You mean you'll really reform?
From now on, you won't know it's the same fella. I'll let you be the boss. You can even handle the cash.
That'll be easy enough.
What do you say, Mary? Is it a go? Can we start all over again?
Well...
Oh, come on.
You promise you won't pull any more crazy stunts?
Cross my heart, I'll never spend a dime unless you okay it.
All right, Jack. It's a go.
Oh, gee, Mary.
Some fun, eh?
Yeah.
Come on, we better join the others. They're waiting for you.
That's right, I forgot. Where are they, in here?
Yeah.
Gee, I'm not even hungry now. Hello, folks.
Oh, there he is. Hey, Mr. Brewster. We've been anxious.
One at a time, folks, one at a time. Ladies and gentlemen, I've asked you here today for a very special reason. I'm not at liberty to tell you what it's all about, but as soon as the clock strikes 12, I'm going to hand you all a big surprise. During the last year, you have all seen me under very trying conditions. Needless to say, I had good reason for my actions, but now everything has turned out fine. In the first place, I am completely broke. But never mind that, it's all part of the plan.
What's the big surprise, Jack?
You'll see, Mary.
Well, while we're waiting, I have a little surprise, too.
You, Mr. Dudley?
Yes, ma'am. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Brewster once did a very fine thing for me, and I've never forgotten it. To show him that my heart's in the right place and to prove my gratitude, I take pleasure in returning to him his $22,000.
What?
Here you are, Mr. Brewster. Here.
Put it away! Put it away!
I promised to pay it back.
Go after it. Get rid of it.
Jack, you take that.
No. Listen, I don't want it. I can't take it. I don't know what he's talking about.
Remember what I said, Jack.
Open the window, quick.
The man's crazy.
Now, give me that money. There. That settles that.
Holy mackerel, he threw $22,000 out the window.
And that's not ticker tape. Jack, this is the end.
Mary, I had to do
Don't
it.
speak to me, and after you promised
Mary,
to...
listen.
No.
The guy's off his nuts.
Good afternoon, Mr. Brewster.
Oh, come in, Mr. Grant. Mary, don't leave, please. Sit down, Mr. Grant.
Thank you. Well, Mr. Brewster, it's exactly 12 noon. Have you changed your financial status?
Mr. Grant, I'm twice as broke as ever before.
Good. Then I take pleasure in presenting you with this check for $6 million. Here you are.
It's a gag.
No, it isn't, Mary. I'm rich.
I don't get this.
Well, Mary, look. Now, let me explain. I had to spend my uncle's million in a year so I could get the $6 million left by my grandfather. It's all mine, Mary. Every penny of it.
Just a minute. I don't understand this yet, but don't forget our agreement. I handle the cash.
Yes, my love. Are you happy, Mary?
Oh, Jack, it's wonderful.
You know, from now on, you can have anything you want.
Anything?
Yeah.
You mean it?
Of course I do.
Well, let's run out and get a hamburger. I'm starved.
Okay, and the treat's on me.
Brewster gets his millions, Mary gets Brewster, and we get a promise from Jack Benny and Mary Livingston that after a little time out, they'll be back with us for a bit of Benny banter. Willies of Hollywood is not a term referring to the jitters of the film capital. Willies is really William Monshine, the man who sheathes the handsome legs of many Hollywood stars in silk stockings. His rise is one from canvas to silk, for Willie started his career as an amateur prize fighter, winning 60 out of 85 bouts by knockouts. But then silk stockings caught his eye, and he's been designing them ever since, for motion pictures and such Broadway shows as Earl Carroll's Vanities. Ladies and gentlemen, Willies of Hollywood.
Thank you. A woman's vanity can be blamed for a lot of things, ladies and gentlemen, but not for silk stockings. For it was none other than King Henry VIII who first exhibited the fatted calf in silk.
His daughter, Queen Elizabeth, was the first woman to wear silk stockings. Her first pair were 2 months in the making. Now, you tell us about the stocking feet of Hollywood's royalty.
Right now, many of the stars are wearing sandal stockings, those that have neither toe nor heel. This is a type that now graces the international famous legs of Marlene Dietrich. Lily Pons wears them, afternoon and evening. Grace Moore prefers them, and so does Greta Garbo. Miss Garbo is frequently accused of large feet, but I assure you she wears the same size stocking as the average woman, 9.5. Ginger Rogers is very fond of iridescent stockings. Jean Harlow invariably wears nets, mesh hose for both street and formal dress.
Well, this may be a little shock to the husbands in our audience, but didn't you tell me that a woman should have 20 pairs of stockings?
That's quite true. But they'll last a full year if properly cared for. Here's the advice I give to motion picture wardrobe directors here in Hollywood. When you use Lux Flakes, you preserve the elasticity of silk. And naturally, stockings fit better and wear longer. You should never soak stockings or rub them. Just dip them into Lux suds that are lukewarm or cool. Then rinse in almost cool water. After this, you can roll them in a Turkish towel to take out the moisture. Then shape them a bit and dry away from heat. Never dry stockings on a radiator. Here are some tips about selecting the right stockings. If you're a little on the heavy side, you'll find that stockings with clocks or net stockings with perpendicular lines will slenderize wide calves and ankles. If your legs are a bit too thin, get stockings with a very low heel. I hope I've been of some help. Thank you.
Good night, Willies of Hollywood. According to the clock, it's now time for tonight's star to make a second entrance. I welcome her with a bouquet of freshly plucked congratulations. Ladies and gentlemen, Miss Mary Livingston.
Thank you, Mr. DeMille, and I'd like to tell you what a grand program I think the Lux Radio Theater is, especially tonight. And I'm sure that goes for my assistant, too.
Assistant?
Come in.
Miss Livingston?
Yes?
I'd like to take this opportunity to
I'm
wish
sorry,
you...
Jack. I'm sorry, but I was just about to interview our star, Miss Livingston.
Oh, I thought maybe you'd like to hear me play the B on my violin.
So would millions of other people, but we don't believe you own a violin, and we don't believe you can play one. It's just an obsession that's gone to your head.
Yeah, he's got a bee in his bonnet.
Yeah? Is that DeMille or Fred Allen? Huh? Say, Mr. DeMille. Mr. DeMille, you directed the picture, The Plainsman. Huh?
Yes, I did. Did you see it?
Yes, and I want to tell you how good I thought it could be. Nice photography, swell story. I thought Gene Arthur was terrific.
Yeah, Gary Cooper was in it, too.
Cooper? Oh, yes, that's what I wanted to speak to you about. Of course, Gary and I are both working for Paramount Studio, and I don't want to say anything out of the way, but, look, Mr. DeMille, I do that outdoor stuff myself. You've heard of me, Buck Benny, I think.
Yes,
I can't understand how you've overlooked me. I see you in the commissary all the time.
Oh, do you eat in there?
Yes, that's in my contract. I get my meals and car fare.
What about your salary?
They're coming to that.
Yes. If you ever make another picture of that type, please don't forget me.
Thank you, I will.
You're welcome.
Well, Jack, tell me, doesn't this kind of a broadcast make you a little nervous?
Well, now that it's all over, Mr. DeMille, I will admit I was. Of course, on our own half-hour shows, I generally give my all. But this being an hour show, I just had to give twice of myself. You were good, too, Mary, and tonight I'm going to pay you for working with me. What are you laughing at?
I just thought of something very funny.
All right, what is it?
This is my lucky day.
Remember our own products, Mary.
Jack, I want to thank you and Mary for coming up here tonight. Maybe you can't play the bee, but you can play Brewster like $1 million.
And if you spend it all in 1 year, $6 million.
Thanks, Mr. DeMille, for letting me be an actor.
Thank you, Mr. DeMille.
Oh, Mr. DeMille, don't forget that little thing we discussed. You know, the hint I dropped. Remember, I'm the Cooper type.
Yes, Jackie.
Jackie Cooper. Goodbye.
Thank you, Jack Benny and Mary Livingston. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your announcer, Melville Ruick. There's a rare dramatic thrill awaiting us next week, and Mr. DeMille tells us about it in just a moment. Tonight, our cast included Crawford Kent as Mr. Grant, Fred Harrington as Mr. Vanderpool, Lee Millar as Mr. Dudley, Margaret Brayton as Barbara Dawn, Helena Grant as Sophie Smith, Helen Kears as Mrs. Gray, John Gibson as Mike Donovan, Hal K. Dawson as Mr. Murphy, Eddie Kane as Slade, Lionel Belmore as Tragedian, Ross Forrester as Gillis, Abe Reynolds as Goldstone, Inez Seabury as Secretary, Lou Merrill as Skipper, William Royal as Police Officer, and Frank Nelson as Stage Manager. The play Brewster's Millions is by Winchell Smith and Byron Onley, dramatized from the novel by George Barr McCutcheon. Jack Benny and Mary Livingston appeared through courtesy of General Foods, the makers of Jell-O, Mr. DeMille, Paramount, and Mr. Silvers, 20th Century Fox, where he was in charge of music for the new film Love is News. And now, Mr. DeMille. Next Monday night, the Lux Radio Theater, we nail the skull and crossbones to our mast and lift anchor on what I consider the most thrilling and romantic drama ever to have come from the pen of that master of adventure, Raphael Sabatini. Our play, Captain Blood. And our stars, the same splendid four who made the motion picture such a memorable event on the modern screen. Ladies and gentlemen, Errol Flynn, Olivia de Havilland, Basil Rathbone, and Henry Stevenson. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Flakes, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater takes us back to the days of cutthroats and cutlasses in presenting Errol Flynn and Olivia de Havilland in Captain Blood with Basil Rathbone, Henry Stevenson, and Donald Crisp. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Dennis Day is brought to you by Colgate Dental Cream and Luster Cream Shampoo. Colgate Dental Cream, clean your breath while you clean your teeth. Luster Cream Shampoo for soft, glamorous dream girl hair. The Dennis Day Show with Barbara Eiler, B. Benaderet, Dink Trout, John Brown, Charles Dant in the orchestra, and yours truly, Vern Smith, is written by Frank Galen and stars our popular young singer in A Day in the Life of Dennis Day. Here's Dennis to sing I'll Dance at Your Wedding.
You'll
soon be walking down the aisle with someone by your side. The bells will ring, the choir will sing, the groom will kiss the bride. Oh, what a day that's gonna be. They'll come from everywhere. And when they play, oh, promise me, I promise I'll be there. I'll dance at your wedding. I'll dance at your wedding. I'll dance at your wedding. I'll have a wonderful time. I'll drink to your father. I'll drink to your mother. Then I'll have another for auld lang syne. I'll kiss all the ladies, the young and old, and then I'll have myself another drink and kiss them all again. I'll dance at your wedding. I won't miss that wedding. I'll dance at your wedding. Am I gonna shine at your wedding and mine? I'll drink to your father. I'll drink to your mother. Then I'll have another for auld lang syne. I'll kiss all the ladies, the young and old, and then I'll have myself another drink and kiss them all again. I'll dance at your wedding. I won't miss that wedding. I'll dance at your wedding. Am I gonna shine at your wedding and mine?
Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth. No other toothpaste does a better job of cleaning teeth than Colgate Dental Cream. For Colgate Dental Cream has a safe polishing agent that cleans your teeth both gently and thoroughly, brings out their natural sparkle and beauty. You can actually see and feel the difference. And scientific tests prove that Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth. Yes, actual scientific tests prove conclusively that in 7 out of 10 cases, Colgate instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth. Colgate Dental Cream is famous for its wonderful wake-up flavor, too. Nationwide tests of leading toothpastes prove that Colgate's is preferred for flavor over every other brand tested. Yes, preferred over every other brand tested. And no wonder, for Colgate Dental Cream is the result of constant effort to produce the finest toothpaste in the world today. For cleaning teeth, for flavor, for sweetening breath. So see if you don't agree with the millions who have made Colgate Dental Cream America's favorite toothpaste. Try Colgate Dental Cream to bring out the natural sparkle and beauty of your teeth. For a wake-up flavor you'll thoroughly enjoy. And always use Colgate Dental Cream after you eat and before every date to clean your breath while you clean your teeth. Well, one of the pleasant things about Christmas shopping is the pause for refreshment afterwards. And in Weaverville, the favorite spot for that is a recently opened little place featuring a gypsy fortune teller and called, with great originality, the Little Gypsy Tea Room. We find a familiar trio occupying one of the tables this afternoon. There's Herbert Anderson, his daughter Mildred, and our young hero, Dennis Day, all waiting for the gypsy to unveil to them the mysteries of the future.
Gee, it's sure swell of you to take Mildred and me out to tea, Mr. Anderson.
Oh, well, we only live once, my boy. I'm glad you're enjoying yourselves.
Oh, we are, Daddy. But how did you ever manage to get the money for it?
Well, I'm afraid I did something a little unethical. I promise you won't tell.
Oh, of course we won't. But what did you do?
I got up earlier than Poopsie this morning and went through my pants pockets.
Gee, I bet you hereafter she keeps the money in her own pants. Oh, I forgot they have no pockets.
I'm glad you did it, Daddy. Golly, I can't wait to hear our fortunes. Can you, Dennis?
Well, gosh, I don't know. I'm a little scared of what she'll tell me.
Well, why? Have you had your fortune told before?
Yeah, I dropped a penny in a scale one day, and a card came out saying, you weigh 153. Now turn over this card and read your future.
And what was on the back of the card?
Just one word. Boy.
Who believes in a silly sidewalk scale? Princess Romagna's a real gypsy. She knows the truth.
Look, she's free now, Dennis. Call her over.
Okay. Yoo-hoo, Princess Romania. Over here, please.
How do you do? You are desirous of consulting with the gypsy?
Yes. We'd like our fortunes told, Princess.
Certainly, dearie. Would you like just your immediate future, or can I interest you in something from the cradle to the grave?
Well, whatever you see in our tea leaves.
All right. Let's have your cups, dearie. Oh, my, I seem to see a man in your life. Is that correct?
Oh, yes, it is.
He's dark, handsome, very distinguished looking, and terribly intelligent.
Oh, isn't she wonderful, Dennis?
What's so wonderful? She was looking right at me.
Tell me, Gypsy, are we going to be married someday?
Yeah. And look, do you see the 4 little specks of tea leaves at the side of the cup? That means you're going to have 4 children.
Pardon me, but one of those little specks is a fly.
Okay, so one of the children will be born in an airplane.
Oh, isn't that romantic? Now you, Daddy.
But I wasn't drinking tea, Mildred. All I had was a cup of coffee and a cigar.
Oh, that's okay. I do just as well with ashes. Flick a few toward Mecca.
No, I don't want to know my future. I'm content to just let my little poopsie push me toward it.
Well, okay. Let's have your cup, Sonny.
Oh, yes, ma'am. Here you are.
Thank you. Let's see now. Oh, my, what's this? The leaf says there's going to be a big change in your life.
Gosh, really?
Yeah, and soon. Maybe even this very day. Or tomorrow.
Oh, Dennis, isn't that marvelous?
Boy, I'll say. Are you sure, Gypsy?
Positive. Kismet is about to take a hand.
Gosh, and I never even met the fellow.
Kismet means fate, son.
Oh, can you see any more in the leaves, Gypsy? Can you tell me what I'm going to...
I'm sorry, but that is all the leaves reveal, Sonny. And now I have other customers, so if you'll kindly cross my palm.
Yes, of course, Gypsy. I have some silver right here to cross it with.
Silver? Look, let's get all the way across, shall we, with some of that stuff that bends?
Oh, yes. Well, here you are now. Thank you, Princess.
Shalom Aleichem, I'm sure. Bye.
Gosh, just think my whole life's going to be changed. I may even have a completely new personality, huh?
Well, it's possible, I guess.
Boy, come on. I can hardly wait for tonight to come so I can go to bed and wake up in the morning and meet myself.
Well, so you finally got home.
Oh, hi, Mother.
Oh, evening, Mrs. Anderson.
Hello, Butterball.
Oh, Mother, we had the most
That can wait, Mildred. You and your father step outside for a moment. I have a few words to say to this young man here. Alone.
Me?
Yes, you.
We'll see you later, Dennis. Come on, Daddy.
Mildred, if Kismet shows up, send him right in. I think I'm going to need him.
Dennis, I'll come right to the point. Do you know that my patience with you is exhausted?
Well, I knew that in my case it tired very quickly, but what have I done lately?
Are you aware that your room rent is 2 weeks overdue?
Oh, yes, ma'am. I realized it last night when I noticed that my bed was missing.
Dennis, I've strung along with you in the past because I hoped you'd change.
Yes, ma'am, I know.
But look at you. The same $8 a week job. The same miserable prospects. The same lame excuses about the rent for 2 years. You're even wearing the same sweatshirt you wore the day you came here. Is there anything to recommend you?
Not unless you admire consistency.
Well, I don't. I want my $12 or out you go.
But, gee, Mrs. Anderson, how can you feel that way? It's almost Christmas time. The very air in this house should be filled with the Christmas spirit.
Well...
I can breathe it for $12, huh?
Exactly. And you've heard my last word on the subject.
Well. So this is Kismet. Gee, I can't wait for the next wonderful change in my life. I wonder what it'll be. Appendicitis or athlete's foot.
that you, Dennis?
Yes, sir. Good morning, Mr. Willoughby.
Good morning. I've been waiting for you, son. I have something to tell you. And it's rather big news, my boy.
Big news? You mean, is it something that will change my whole life, is it?
It's just that, my boy.
Kismet, at last, at last.
Yeah?
Quick, what is it? Tell me the glorious news. Quick, quick, quick.
Well, starting Monday morning, you'll be out of a job.
Huh?
That's right. I'm selling the store, son, so of course I'll have to let you go.
How could that Kismet turn out to be such a stinker?
I'm sorry, son, but you know I've always wanted a ranch out west. And now that I've found a rich young sucker to buy the store, I can have one at last.
Oh, I see. Well, Mr. Willoughby, this new owner, couldn't you recommend that he keep me on here?
Dennis, he's a member of my lodge. I couldn't do that to a fellow bald eagle.
Oh.
Besides, he's giving me $8,000 for this place. That's enough of a beating.
Gosh, $8,000?
Yes, exactly the price of the ranch I'm buying. Of course, I did want another place at $12,000, but unfortunately the bank turned down my application for a loan.
Your credit is no good?
Well, as a storekeeper, yes, but not as a rancher. They said unless I had someone in with me who knew all about ranching, they... Hey.
What?
Son, how would you like to be my brother Clarence?
I think I'd hate it.
I mean just long enough to go over to the bank and tell them that you're my brother from out west. That you know all about cattle ranching and that you're going to run my place for me. Then they'll give me the money for the ranch I really want.
But, Mr. Willoughby, isn't that a little sneaky?
Certainly not. I'll pay back the loan. You think they call me Honest Homer Willoughby for nothing?
Yes, sir.
Well, they don't. Now, look, Dennis, if you can put this over for me, I'll see that the new owner keeps you on.
Gee, do you mean it?
I do. And what's more, you'll get a $5 raise.
$5? Boy, you spend other people's money like it was other people's money, don't you?
Well, naturally. Now, run over to that costume place and get yourself a Western outfit and a handlebar mustache. Then hop right down to the bank and get to work on Mr. Courtney, okay?
Yeah, I guess I haven't got much choice.
Fine. And remember, you're no longer Dennis Day.
I'm not?
Of course not. You're my brother Clarence.
Oh, that's right. Gee, I hope when Kismet comes up with my permanent change, I'll come from a better family.
Yes? Mr. Willoughby to see me? No, tell him I... Oh, his brother. All right, Miss Flood, have him come in. That's funny. I didn't know Willoughby was... Well, I suppose I might as well see him. Come in.
Howdy there, partner. I'm from the land of the Golden West, out way yonder there. Willoughby's my handle, Saddle Sore Willoughby of the B-Bar H.
You don't say.
I sure do, partner. What say we hunker down by the fire and palaver a spell, hey?
Well, I have no fire, but you can hunker down in that chair if you get it. I'm sure you'll find it comfortable.
Thank you. You're right. This is darn good hunkering.
Good. Now, what's on your mind, Mr. Willoughby?
Well, it's about my brother Homer's loan, partner. Guess he didn't tell you I was going to run his ranch for him, hey?
He never even told me he had a brother, much less one that knew ranching. Why didn't he say something about it yesterday?
Settle back, son. I'm ready for that one. You see, he never knew until today that he had a brother.
What? Weren't you raised together?
Sure, but you know how close-mouthed us Western folks are. Ma just never told him who I was.
Didn't it ever occur to him to ask her?
Us Willoughbys ain't the nosy kind, Bob.
I find that story very hard to believe, Mr. Willoughby.
Well, give it everything you got, partner. It's the best I can do.
So you claim to be an experienced cattle rancher, eh?
You bet. Been a raising and a selling cattle since I was born. My pa had the biggest cattle ranch in all of Wyoming.
Oh? How many head did he have?
Why, one, of course, same as me.
I'm talking about heads of cattle.
Oh.
How many did he sell in an average year?
Oh, he didn't sell them that away, son. You had to take the whole animal, feet and everything.
Saddle sore. When we speak of a head of cattle, we're talking about the entire animal.
You don't say.
It's a fact. Now, how many head of cattle did your father have on this ranch of his?
Oh, shucks, partner, I never could count them. We had about 1,000 cows and as many calves.
And how many bulls?
None. We figured bulls was too vicious, so all we had was cows.
Well, that's not a bad trick if you can work it.
It ain't, huh?
No, but I don't think you can. No, brother, are you a faker?
Hold on there, partner. Smile when you say that, or I'll stick you good with my cowpoke.
With your cowpoke? Oh, this is murder.
I said smile, partner. I didn't tell you to milk it.
You're wonderful, friend. You really are. Now, will you be good enough to tell me what this is all about?
Well, to tell the truth, Mr. Courtney, I'm Dennis Day, see?
Well, by George, so you are. That mustache...
Yes, sir. It was Mr. Willoughby's idea. See, he's pretty desperate for that loan, and he thought if I can...
excuse me. Yes? My wife's nephew. Confound my wife's nephew. Tell him I'm out. Tell him I'm busy. Tell him I'll see him tonight at the house. My wife's relatives, every time I draw a breath, there's more of them on my neck. Her mother in one room, her sister in another, and her two cousins in a third.
Gee.
A man's home is supposed to be his castle. You know what my wife has done to mine?
It looks like she's lowered the drawbridge too often.
Yes, and now her nephew and his wife. And this morning he asked me to recommend an obstetrician. You know what that means?
No, sir.
An obstetrician is a baby doctor.
Gee, maybe they're going to have, if you'll pardon the expression, a baby.
Of course they are, drat it. But why do they have to come here and live with me? Oh, what I wouldn't give if they'd move to another town.
Yeah, I guess you... Hey, what would you give?
Huh?
Well, supposing I went to this nephew of yours and told him I was the doctor you recommended. If I could convince him that Weaverville was a terrible place to have babies, he'd move, wouldn't he?
Why, by golly, young man, you have brains.
It does seem that way for the moment, doesn't it?
Yes, and you're right. He would move, but fast.
Sure. And as a return favor, you'd agree to loan Mr. Willoughby and me $4,012 in cash.
Well, why the $12?
Well, it's sort of a down payment. I'd like to lie down again. Is it a deal?
Well, all right, I guess so. Here's my nephew's address. His name is Prentice. Now, don't forget, you're a baby doctor.
Okay. Gee, first a store clerk, then a rancher, then a baby doctor. That Kismet sure is a busy little guy.
Yes, did you wish to see someone?
How do you do? I am Dr. Rittenhouse bei Kapon und Fru. Himmelschlager from way down Dorton there in Vienna der Dorton, if you please.
Oh, you must be the doctor my uncle recommended.
The very same. Now, I understand that, or rather your wife, the both of you are...
We're expecting a baby.
I'm almost certain that's what you'll get.
I hope so.
Now then, where are you planning to raise this baby?
Where? Why, right here, of course.
In Weaverville?
Why, sure.
Ach, du lieber, hach mir nicht kein Schein.
I don't understand, Doc. Is there something wrong with that?
My dear friend, you want a fine bouncing baby, is that not so?
That's not possible here.
In Weaverville, they are just lying flat.
Golly.
I'm telling you, we got diseases here no one else ever even heard of. Did you ever hear of the Weaverville creep?
The Weaverville creep?
Every kid in Weaverville gets it.
My gosh. What is it? What does it do to them?
For a year after they're born, they can't walk.
No.
Not only that, but when they get to be about 8 years old, all their teeth fall out. It could go on forever, but maybe you'd rather not hear it. Maybe you've already decided to move your little family away from here, yeah?
Well, no.
In that case, I continue. Now, suppose that you are a very lucky man who manages to bring up a baby who is healthy. Do you realize that in this town also grow the meanest kids in ganze Welt bestoppen the Reifen verloren?
All the kids are mean?
Every single one of them. We gotta spank them the minute they're born.
My goodness.
Ach, and the delinquency here. 95% of the children in this town are juvenile delinquents, and the other 5% shoot pool.
Doesn't the town council do anything about all this juvenile delinquency?
Town council? Why should they worry? They're too busy putting through laws to make it illegal to put anything but saloons on street corners.
But what about the drugstores?
They have all been forced to go underground.
But suppose someone was sick and needed medicine in the middle of the night.
They would have to eat pretzels with it.
I'm beginning to wonder now if this is the right town to raise my baby in.
It's about time. My boat was getting pretty near shut.
You know, Doc, I think you're right. Gwendolyn and I are packing tonight. We're leaving this town the first thing in the morning.
Good. Say, did I tell you how much calcium we got in the water here? Every kid in town is a bonehead. You better leave.
I already said we were going to.
Oh, yeah, I know, but I already had that line thought up, so I figured I might as well say it. Very auf Wiedersehen, Rumka. Mr. Willoughby, Kismet, I did it, Kismet. What? You're in, Mr. Willoughby, and all because of me. Oh, I'm grand, I tell you, grand. Dennis, you may kiss me on the cheek if you wish.
Kiss you?
Sure, pretend you're a Frenchman. Go ahead, have fun.
Now look, Dennis.
Oh, I know. You haven't heard from Mr. Courtney yet. But wait till I tell you the news. You'll cheer.
What news?
Well, I've gotten you the loan for that ranch you wanted. This is a cheer.
Dennis, maybe it's you who should hear the news. You see, my buyer backed out. He phoned a little while ago to tell me the deal was off, and he was coming back to pick up his deposit.
Oh, my gosh. Then that means I'm still your employee?
Don't rub it in. It's tough on both of us.
And what about my $5 raise? Now, there's a silly question if I ever heard one.
Yeah. Well, it's too bad it blew up like this, Dennis, but I don't... Uh-oh, here comes that expire of mine.
Mr. Willoughby, not that fellow crossing the sidewalk. It can't be.
What? Why, of course it is.
Oh, no, Kismet, no.
Hello, Mr. Willoughby. Here I am for my deposit. Oh, hello, Doc.
Wie geht's?
Doc? Who are you calling Doc?
Why, this gentleman right here. He's the one who advised me to leave town.
What?
Oh, sure. And luckily I found a store in Middletown I like even better than...
Why, you?
Mr. Willoughby, no. Be careful. Your blood vessels will spring leaks.
Dennis, say when I'm through with you, your own mother won't recognize you.
Holy smoke. Is this the change I've been waiting for? If I ever get my hands on that Kismet, I'll murder the bum.
Dennis Day will be back in just 1 minute to sing And Mimi. But first...
Dream girl, beautiful luster cream girl, hair that gleams and glistens from a luster cream shampoo, hair bright, washed right, easy to do and dress right, hair that's soft and silky from a luster cream shampoo.
Yes, Luster Cream Shampoo leaves hair with new three-way loveliness, fragrantly clean, glistening with sheen, soft and easy to manage. Be a dream girl, a lovely Luster Cream girl.
Dream girl, beautiful luster cream girl, you owe your crowning glory to a luster cream shampoo.
With Charles Dant in the orchestra, Dennis returns to our microphone to sing And Mimi.
On the Rue de la Paix, cabaret and Mimi. As the night went along, there was suddenly a song and Mimi. All the world seemed to say that they love the cabaret and Mimi. But I knew that when she'd see me, Mimi sang for me all along. Fame and a with a passion for dancing with the one that I adore. Taught her the dance, his passion, and for me she's singing no more. On the Rue de la Faye, there was once a cabaret and Mimi. Now I'm sitting sad and dreamy, just for Mimi and her song. Fame and a with a passion for dancing with the one that I adore. Taught her the dance in its fashion, and for me she's singing no more. There was once a cabaret and me. Now I'm sitting sad and dreamy, just for Mimi and her
Remember, doctors prove the Palmolive plan brings 2 out of 3 women lovelier complexions in 14 days. And this beauty plan with Palmolive soap was tested on women with all types of skin. Dry, oily, even skin that was not clear. Yes, 36 doctors proved the 14-day Palmolive plan improves all types of skin. Brings fresher, brighter, younger-looking complexions. So get Palmolive soap and start your 14-day Palmolive plan now.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
The beer that made Milwaukee famous presents The Halls of Ivy, starring Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Colman.
Good evening. This is Ronald Colman.
Benita Colman.
Inviting you to join us again on the campus of Ivy College as the guests of our sponsors, the brewers of Schlitz Beer.
The taste of Schlitz, the taste so many people prefer, has made Schlitz beer first in sales in the USA. If you like good beer, do as millions of people are doing all over the nation. Ask for Schlitz, the most popular beer in history. And now, the Halls of Ivy.
That surround us here today.
Welcome again to Ivy College, that is, in the town of Ivy, USA. It's the postprandial period at number 1 faculty row, postprandial being a euphemism for, let's let the dinner dishes go for a while. And Dr. William Todhunter Hall, Ivy's president, sinks happily into his big leather chair for a little after-dinner conversation with his wife, Victoria, who is almost too beautiful to be as intelligent as she is. Dr. Hall says...
Ah, that was a splendid dinner, Vicky, and you should... Oh, why are you gazing at me with that air of concern? I had an easy day, and, except for some slight difficulty in keeping my eyes open, my health is excellent.
Then why didn't you sleep well last night?
Well, to use the Yankee technique of answering a question with a question, how did you know I didn't sleep well?
No, I heard you get up and look at the clock 2-3 times and toss around some more and then go to the kitchen for something.
Milk. I'm sorry if I disturbed you, darling. Why didn't you let me know you were awake? A glass of milk is a pallid substitute for your stimulating conversation.
Well, thank you. But I was afraid I'd wake you even upper.
Even upper?
Waking you more upper. Incidentally, now, what is there about a glass of milk that is the first thing you think of when you can't sleep?
That's an interesting thought. I suppose it's a subconscious effort to achieve the calm, imperturbable placidity of the cow. It's a belief held by almost all primitive races that we partake of the qualities of the things we eat. A pot roast of puma for courage. Monkey stew for agility. Rib of rhinoceros for strength, and so on. So I presume it's the nudge of racial memory which sends us seeking tranquility in the juice of the Jersey. It is possible that we... what is it, Vicky?
Yeah, I thought I heard a siren.
Oh, but this being Hell Week on the campus, the sounds of sirens, shots, and the low moans of fraternity pledges are to be expected.
Then what did keep you awake last night?
I really don't know. I might have been restless because my blankets kept slipping off. Or my blankets may have kept slipping off because I was restless. However, it just might have been that lamb curry we had at Professor Quincannon's.
Did you try counting sheep?
No, dear. After so much curried lamb, the idea was unfair. No, I finally got to sleep with the Indians.
Well, Indians as in Bombay or Indians as in Wyoming?
No, they're the American Indians, dear. I found myself trying to think of Indian tribes alphabetically. Apaches, Arapahoes, Algonquins, Blackfeet, Beavers, Bannocks, Chippewas, Crows, Cherokees, Delawares, Dakotas, Eskimos Labrador, Eskimos Mackenzie, Eskimos Greenland, Flathead...
No, I think you cheated using 3 kinds of Eskimos.
Oh, no, dear. They are as distinct from one another as the Wyandots and the Shawnees.
Oh.
However...
Question.
Yes?
How did you come out with T, U, V, W, X, Y, and Z?
Tucucumcaris, Umatillas, Varmins, Winnebagos, Yakimos, and Zunis.
It's fantastic. But at the same time, I'm a little bit suspicious about the varmints.
Well, that's ethnological license. Generic term used by fur trappers.
Oh. Well, you left out X.
Yes, the X. That's the one that kept me tossing till the break of dawn. And the answer was so obvious that I...
what varmint could that be, coming to our little wigwam at this time of the night? Big Chief, no shut-eye.
Me, go look.
Oh, hello, Dr. Hall.
Chief Bentley.
Sorry to bother you so late, but can I have a minute?
Sure, come in. Victoria, you've met Mr. Bentley, Ivy's chief of police.
Yes, good evening, Miss Hall.
Hello there. Sit down, Chief.
Oh, thank you. That's all. I can't stay long. I've got to go back to City Hall and pretend I'm not cheating the taxpayers. They expect me to put in a 14-hour day, and I prefer a 6-hour day, so I compromise on 10. With 2 hours for lunch and a nap in the office, I come out all right. Doc, I've got a problem.
Well, good for you. This is the first time he's opened his eyes wide all evening.
Well, one of your students is in the hospital, Doc.
Oh?
Fraternity pledge named Lacey. Steve Lacey?
Lacey. Victoria, you...
No, I don't think I know him, Toddy. Is it an accident?
Well, yes, Miss Hall, if you can call being in a state of shock from hazing an accident.
How badly is he hurt, Chief?
Well, not at all, physically. You see, some of your bird-brained students were giving him the works and told him they were going to brand him with a red-hot iron. Naturally, they just blindfolded him and used a chunk of ice on his back. But
Oh, but that's horrible.
Well, standard formula, Miss Hall. But it seems Lacey'd been in a bad fire when he was a kid, and his mind just wasn't conditioned for this kind of a gag. Result, shock.
I'm shocked, too.
Well, you probably come out of it all right, but I thought you ought to know.
Yes, of course. Thank you. Superficially, it seems like a harmless prank, but if some boy with a weak heart...
A boy would never admit to having a bad heart. He'd just say nothing and suffer whatever they gave him.
Yes, you're quite right, Vicky. The real danger in hazing lies in its unthinking application to the fit and the unfit. The indignities heaped upon a freshman student are designed to teach him humility towards his theoretical betters and to remove any cocksureness he may have acquired as a high school basketball star. But in individual cases, hazing can be not only cruel, but actually dangerous.
Well, you know the police department's policy on student shenanigans, Doc. We sort of look the other way. It's just exuberance, and the kids pay for any damage. But when somebody gets in real trouble, we get to ask some embarrassing questions. So I thought I'd toss it into your lap.
I hope Steve Lacey doesn't have to pay his own hospital expenses. That would be really adding insult to injury.
No, the young intellectuals who put him in there are chipping in for it, Miss Hall. He's got the biggest room in the hospital, the prettiest nurse, and the best doctor.
Yeah, that's all very thoughtful, but it's a little late.
Late indeed. Not only for the boy himself, but if he suffers some permanent mental damage from this idiocy, the feeling of guilt among the participants will, or should, last them all their lives.
At least they seem to be trying to make up for their mistake.
Oh, they're pretty decent kids, really, Miss Hall, but hazing's been going on since the second caveman started school to learn tiger skinning. First caveman probably worked him over with a stone hatchet. These boys expect to get it their first year and dish it out for the next 3. It's tradition.
I know. What was bad enough for Grandpa is good enough for them.
Well, I'm afraid the longevity of the tradition doesn't mitigate its dangers. Murder is also a matter of some antiquity, but is never qualified as an acceptable social custom. Chief, thank you for coming over.
You're welcome, Doc. I know you have your own mountains to make molehills out of, but this seemed to be in your department. By the way.
Yes?
You want the names of the hazers? I don't like to rattle the cup on anybody, but it's no particular secret.
Oh, you needn't tell me, but I'd appreciate it if you'd ask the leader to call on me. Tonight, if possible.
All right. He'll be at the hospital. I'm going right back there anyway. As long as you're going to talk to him. His name is Larry Rogers. Aren't I the old tattletale?
But, Chief, will you call us from the hospital and tell us how the Lacey boy is doing?
Yes, ma'am, I will. Well, good night, Doc.
Good night.
And, look, if you can get rid of hazing in this brain factory of yours, you'll earn the gratitude of the entire Ivy police force. We got enough troubles without fishing fraternity pledges out of the reservoir every year.
Yes, I'll do what I can, Chief. And if you should detect the odor of brimstone in the near future, don't be alarmed for your personal salvation. It'll just be me working like the devil against Hell Week.
From week to week.
Yes.
Return to the halls of Ivy. Mrs. Hall is on the telephone getting a report on the student victim of a hazing episode.
Yes, Larry. That's an official opinion, isn't it? I mean, it's not just your own diagnosis. Well, I'm glad to hear it, and thank you very much for calling. What? Oh, well, yes. In that case, come in sometime tomorrow. Yes, I'll tell him. Goodbye, Larry.
Larry?
Larry Rogers, one of the hazing group who put Steve Lacey in the hospital. He was phoning from there.
Well, I gather that Lacey is improving.
Yes, they say he'll be all right now.
Yeah, rather glib assurance. A psychic scar of such depth that it can throw a healthy young man into shock is not to be erased by a few sedatives, an alcohol rub, and a night in the hospital. But as I am neither a psychiatrist nor a physician, I shall devote my attention to the cause, not the cure.
You mean hazing?
I do mean hazing.
Larry Rogers seemed terribly contrite about the whole incident.
Oh, he probably is. He has my complete sympathy. He's a more or less innocent victim of a barbarous tribal custom which I shall do my best to eliminate.
Oh, there'll be shrieks of protest from the fraternity groups and from the alumni who've lived through their own hazings and claim that it builds character.
Oh, I know. But But I don't happen to care for character building which depends on cruelty and hazards to mind and body. This college has been fortunate to date in that it has had no fatalities, not even any serious incidents, resulting from Hell Week.
Well, let's hope you can get rid of Hell Week before something really tragic happens. What do you think you can do about it? Make an appeal to reason or official demand for reform? An ultimatum?
Oh, my darling, one of the first executive lessons I ever learned was never issue an ultimatum. Human behavior being so variable and life so full of detours, an irrevocable attitude is equivalent to locking oneself in a burning barn. No, I always leave a door at least slightly open, through which to back out of as gracefully as possible. Door through which to back out of. What a construction.
Yeah. Now make it the front door, and then you can see where you're going.
Any opening will do which permits the passage of shoulders, hips, and a conciliatory frame of mind. But I think I shall address the student body tomorrow morning. If I can convince the fraternities, they can spread the gospel. As Shakespeare said, 'tis a Greek invocation to call fools into a circle. And in conclusion, ladies and gentlemen of Ivy, I feel sure that you will be as eager as I am to eliminate the evils which I have pointed out, and which are attendant upon the perpetuation of an intrinsically immature tradition. The conversion of Hell Week, with its primitive indignities, into Help Week, as so successfully carried out by such institutions as Purdue University and others, will prove that the student body of Ivy College has put away its toys and that we have taken a grown-up attitude toward our fellows and to education itself. Now, may I ask for a show of hands from those who are favorable to this suggestion? Well, thank you. Thank you. The approval appears to be unanimous, and I am happy that Hell Week on this campus is now history. Major hazing is ended. And I think we all realize that we will better prepare ourselves for the future by paddling our own canoes instead of each other's behinds.
Toddy, I accuse you of being a psychologist. There was no accident that you got the students together while the Steve Lacey business was the hot topic of conversation.
Well, if you're suggesting that I purposely channeled their apprehension into constructive action, you're quite right. By the way, wasn't young Rogers supposed to see me today?
Yeah, about 3. It's 2:45, 2:40.
Splendid. Well, that gives me a chance to open the piano and limber up a bit on some Bach, Beethoven, and Brahms. Proving that I have other bees in my bonnet besides the elimination of sacred student traditions.
You may have bees in your bonnet, darling, but some of your ideas are honey. I never known you to do anything which wasn't for the good of Ivy.
Ivy's been very good to me. Oh, it may not have the great grey eminence of your Oxford and Cambridge, but...
Oh, Toddy, do you remember when we were there? That beautiful afternoon when the sun was trying desperately to shine for the American visitor.
Yes, I doubt if anyone who ever saw those towers and spires could ever forget them. And, of course, to see them for the first time with lovely Victoria Cromwell was to make the memory memorable indeed.
Well,
Why won't the Board of Governors tell us? Any major change in policy, I mean, for a step like this, take them to the
How do you defend this dictatorial attitude? How, Dr. Hall?
Suggestion to the students that we convert Hell Week into Help Week, I'd like
That's
to...
That's exactly what I am referring to, exactly. By what authority do you, by what right? Look, hazing and Hell Week... pardon the expression, Mrs. Hall.
You mean Hell Week?
Yes.
Well, I didn't even notice, but go ahead.
Thank you. As I was saying, Dr. Hall, to interfere so high-handedly, to take it upon yourself a personal whim to
Mr. Wellman.
Hazing is a mere matter of high spirits, Dr. Hall, undergraduate exuberance. We can't make panty wastes of our students overnight to eliminate what has been the tradition
Mr. Wellman.
What is it?
The panty waist may be a symbol of timidity, but it is at least a civilized garment, and as such, preferable to a hospital gown, which was designed by someone with no sense of human dignity.
I don't quite see.
I sometimes think that the hospital gown, the most slovenly, ill-fitting, humiliating habiliment known to patient humanity.
You do mean patient.
I do.
Yeah.
I sometimes think that this crude and successful attempt to degrade the suffering inmates of what should be a place of mercy and compassion is a deliberate effort on the part of the medical profession to break the spirit and render the victim helpless to protest his other indignities. How can an ambulatory patient tottering up a hospital corridor with neck strings flying, knees protruding, and spine exposed retain a shred of self-respect?
Dr. Hall.
Hospital gown being made in only two sizes, too large and too small. Can hardly be expected to. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Wellman. You were saying?
I was saying that you had no right, no authority to take such an arbitrary action in eliminating a tradition as old as hazing. Well, Dr. Hall?
Yesterday, as a result of Hell Week, we narrowly escaped a serious consequence. By an uncomfortably narrow margin, what might have been a national scandal and a personal tragedy became a mere incident. It was too close, Mr. Wellman.
Were you ever hazed, Mr. Wellman?
Yes, I was, Mrs. Hall. Most certainly. Had a terrible time. Almost killed me. One night they tied me up and threw me into it. But that's beside the point. Yes, I was hazed, and I'm proud I bore up under it without acting like a crybaby.
It's the smart babies who cry, Mr. Wellman. They try to tell us when something should be changed.
I mean when it's sacred traditions, when they are changed. When a one-man crusade can overthrow the hallowed customs, and I don't care if it is the president who...
Mr. Wellman.
Yes, Dr. Hall.
No one, I think, will deny that your contributions and your help to Ivy College have been tremendously valuable. As chairman of the Board of Governors, you have been a conscientious guardian of its customs and traditions.
Thank you.
But, as president of Ivy, and considering myself personally responsible for not only the health and well-being of the student body, but also of guiding its energies into useful channels, I could no longer tolerate an activity so fraught with danger to mind and body. If you wish to question my decision before the Board of Governors, please do so. I have always found them at least as intelligent as the students.
Well, thank you. But that doesn't explain...
Do you understand about Help Week, Mr. Wellman? H-E-L-P, that is.
Yes, some kind of falderall about painting fences, cleaning up vacant lots, for which we have ample. I mean, if the town of Ivy and Ivy College can't maintain its own... If we are out to destroy the fraternity system, why don't we just...
Excuse me, Mr. Wellman, but we have taken no step which would hurt the fraternity system. Oh, it has its evils, perhaps, and is often subject to criticism on grounds of being undemocratic. But in converting its more juvenile and sadistic energies to constructive ends, we are taking much of the sting out of such criticism and emphasizing the real values of group effort. Furthermore...
That's Larry Rogers.
Oh,
William.
yes, I suppose.
Larry Rogers, that's another thing. He's the son of a fine Ivy alumnus, been very generous with endowments. If we are to embarrass this young man by making him the focal point, the focal point of this attack...
Excuse me, Mr. Wellman. Come in, Larry. It's nice to see you.
Hello, Mrs. Hall.
Dr. Hall. Hello, Rogers. You know Mr. Wellman, chairman of the board
Not
of governors.
necessary, Dr. Hall. Know the boy well. Hello, Rogers. Hello, Mr. Wellman. I was just telling Dr. Hall, Rogers, that I felt it necessary to protest his action in eliminating the fine old tradition of Hell Week.
Are you kidding?
What?
I mean, are you serious, Mr. Wellman?
Of course I'm serious.
I take it you think Dr. Hall was right, Larry.
Mrs. Hall, it was the smartest thing that's been done around here since they put in electric lights. Believe me, when Steve Lacey went to the hospital, we got the scare of our lives. There were bull sessions all over the campus last night. We know we were acting like grade school kids, and when we realized what might have happened to Steve, and to us, too, well, Dr. Hall took the load off our minds. We all agreed we'd feel better about fixing up a church roof than autographing some guy's plaster cast. Dr. Hall.
Yes?
I came to apologize for being a leatherhead and to tell you I just entered another school.
Another school, Larry?
Leaving Ivy?
My goodness, Rogers, when your father hears you've been forced out of Ivy simply because...
I wasn't forced out of Ivy, Mr. Wellman. I've been dishing it out, so now I'm going to try taking it. I'm going into a school where they really have Hell Week. United States Marine Corps.
Well, I guess there's nothing much I can say. I seem to have been wrong. Again.
The only people who never do anything wrong, Mr. Wellman, are the people who never do anything. It's not a very original observation, but it's comforting.
And I apologize for bypassing the Board of Governors, Mr. Wellman, but in my judgment, a quick and direct move was necessary, while the incident was still fresh in everyone's mind. I think in eliminating hazing, Ivy has taken a long step toward turning out not only men and women, but ladies and gentlemen. In the words of Cardinal Newman, it is almost the definition of a gentleman to say he is one who never inflicts pain.
Yes, and in the words of Clarence Wellman, gentlemen should always make as graceful an exit as possible. Good night, Mrs. Hall.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night, Mr. Wellman. Yes.
Toddy.
Yes, my love?
Let's go back a bit. Back to the Indians.
The Indians. Oh, yes, certainly. Apaches, Arapahoes, Algonquins.
No. I mean the one that kept you awake. Indians starting with X.
Oh, yes. The X. Well, that was Potawatomi who ran away and joined the Seminoles.
Oh, you mean he was an...
yes, darling, he was an ex-Potawatomi.
Starring Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Coleman has been presented by Schlitz, the beer that made Milwaukee famous. The taste of Schlitz, the taste so many people prefer, has made Schlitz beer first in sales in the USA. Why don't you, too, enjoy the most popular beer in history? Next time, every time, ask for Schlitz beer. And now, here again are Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Coleman.
Good night, everyone.
Good night.
And from our sponsor, the Joseph Schlitz Brewing Company of Milwaukee, Wisconsin, and its thousands of friendly dealers throughout the nation. Good night. Good night. We'll be seeing you next week at this same time at the Halls of Ivy, starring Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Coleman. Mr. Wellman is played by Herbert Butterfield. Chief Bentley is John McIntyre, and Larry Rogers was Lee Millar. Tonight's script was written by Gene O'Brien and Don Quinn. Music was composed and conducted by Henry Russell. The Halls of Ivy was created by Don Quinn, directed by Milton Merlin, and presented by the Joseph Schlitz Brewing Company of Milwaukee, Wisconsin, who invites you to enjoy on television the Schlitz Playhouse of Stars with Helen Hayes, Margaret Sullivan, Ronald Reagan, and more of the brightest names of Hollywood and Broadway. See your newspaper for time and channel. Ken Carpenter speaking.
Oh, we run the halls of ivy that surround us here today, and we will not forget though we be far, far away to the house Every voice will bid farewell and shiver off in twilight like the old bells.
The preceding was transcribed. Coming up next.
From Hollywood, Colgate Tooth Powder presents the Mel Blanc Show.
Use Colgate Tooth Powder, keep smiling just right. Use it each morning and use it each night. It cleans your teeth, makes breath so sweet. Use Colgate Tooth Powder.
Want teeth that sparkle and dazzle, a breath that's fresh and sweet? Then try Colgate Tooth Powder, for the new all-purpose Colgate Tooth Powder cleans your teeth and sweetens your breath. Yes, this new all-purpose tooth powder produces an amazingly rich active foam that's marvelously effective. Every time you brush your teeth with this new all-purpose Colgate Tooth Powder, your whole mouth feels clean, sweet, fresh. Your teeth regain their natural sparkle. It's been proved in 7 cases out of 10 that Colgate Tooth Powder instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth. And as for cleaning, you can depend on Colgate Tooth Powder revealing the natural brilliance of your teeth. Yes, Colgate Tooth Powder, the new all-purpose tooth powder, does everything you can expect or ask of a dentifrice. Try Colgate Tooth Powder today for teeth that sparkle and a breath that's sweet.
Use Colgate Tooth Powder.
Colgate Tooth Powder presents the Mel Blanc Show, written by Mac Benoff with Mary Jane Croft, Joe Kearns, Hans Conried, Fran Heflin, Earl Ross, Victor Miller and his orchestra, and starring the creator of the voice of Bugs Bunny.
What's up, Doc?
Playing his new character, Zuki.
Hello, everybody. Hello, everybody. Hi.
And starring himself in person, Mel Blanc.
Hi, folks. Ugga, ugga, boo, ugga, boo, boo, ugga.
Well, here it is, the middle of May. And if May is here, can June be far behind? In Mel Blanc's little town, all the engaged couples are making plans for their dream house. And as they stop and gaze into the window of Miller's furniture store, Barbara Bevan says to her boyfriend, Jerry,
Oh, Jerry, what a lovely bedroom set.
You like it, Barbara? I promise you, as soon as we're married, we'll move it right into our house.
And Mary Jones says to her boyfriend, Tommy,
Oh, Tommy, what a lovely bedroom set.
You like it, Mary? I promise you, as soon as we're married, we'll move it right into our house.
And as Mel Blanc and his girlfriend, Betty Colby, gaze rapturously at the furniture, Betty says,
Oh, Mel, what a lovely bedroom set.
You like it, Betty? I promise you, as soon as we're married, we'll move right into the window.
Silly. Oh, Mel, I can just see our dream house now. Especially one little room, all done in blue and pink, with Mother Goose pictures on the wall.
Well, that's all right for me, Betty, but where will you sleep?
I'm talking about children. How many children would you like to have?
10. But, I think we'll have to settle for 9.
Why?
Well, President Truman wants us to cut everything 10%. Betty, how come you're suddenly talking about a home and children?
Well, Mel, don't you realize that next month's June? Doesn't that mean anything to you?
June? Gosh, Betty, I'm glad you reminded me. I've got to start saving money for firecrackers for the 4th of July.
Oh. No. I'll give you a hint. What happens all over the world in June?
I don't know about any place else, but in California it rains.
People get married in June.
Oh, but Betty, how can we get married? Your father hates me. Every night he sits in the parlor and watches us.
Oh, I know, Mel.
I don't mind his watching so much, but he charges me 50 cents an hour for being a sitter.
Buddy, it's high time we got married. I'm sick and tired of getting kicked around. Let's go down to the supermarket. You're going to talk your father into letting us get married.
Hello, Father.
Oh, hello, Betty. What brings you down to the supermarket?
Hello, Mr. Colby. Mr.
Mel
Colby.
Blanc, you idiot. I've been wanting to see you. What did you do to my sausage-making machine?
Well, I fixed it, Mr. Colby. I was fixing a sewing machine, and I may have got the parts mixed up.
A sewing machine? So that's it.
Something wrong?
Plenty. All the Frankfurters are coming out with belts in the back.
Oh, what are you complaining about, Mr. Colby? Now you can advertise Frankfurters by Hart, Schaffner, and Swift.
Oh.
But, Mr. Colby, the reason I'm here is because I want to marry your daughter.
You want to marry my daughter? Mel Blanc, my daughter couldn't possibly live with an idiot.
I know, Mr. Colby. That's why I want to marry her and take her out of your house.
Mel Blanc, I'll break you. I just can't get mad at anyone today. The editor of the Supermarket Journal is coming here tonight to interview me. And if he's impressed with me, he'll do the story of my life in the Supermarket Journal. That is, if he doesn't find out that I have no education.
Well, Mr. Colby, that's nothing to be ashamed of. I've had very little education myself. I left school when I was 17.
Well, that's not so bad.
But I didn't start until I was 16. Besides, Mr. Colby, you shouldn't feel ashamed just because you're not educated. You have plenty of other reasons to feel that way.
What?
I always say the wrong thing. Betty, it's no use. Your father will never let us get married.
Now, just a second. I feel a little self-conscious lying about my education, but if you'd,
You mean if I sort of exaggerated about your education to this editor, you'll let me marry Betty?
Well, I'd think about it more favorably.
Mr. Colby, it's a deal.
But, Mel, can you make him believe I'm a college man?
Oh, it's a cinch. Mr. Colby, how many years were you at Yale?
Yale? I never went near the place.
You see, a Harvard man already.
Oh.
See how easy it is?
Well, I don't know. I'm giving you a chance, Mel, but if you ball things up like you always do, your name will be Mud.
Mud, huh? Well, don't worry, Mr. Colby. I'll get my assistant Zuki to go to the library and get some books on education. Come on, Betty. Just think. By this time next month, you and I will be Mr. and Mrs. Mudd.
Hello, Miss Appleby, Miss Appleberry.
Suki, you're in a library. Hello.
Well, Miss Appleby, Miss Fruit Salad. You sure look pretty. That dress you're wearing, it's
Oh, it's just a little something I threw on.
Well, it sure landed in all the right places.
Suki, how come I haven't seen you in the library for so long?
Well, I've been busy. I've been working hard. I've been studying. I owe you 2 cents.
Well, what are you doing here now?
Well, Mel Blanc sent me over to get some books.
What kind of books? Travel?
History?
Romance?
Sure. What time do you get off?
Suki, are you sure you know what you want?
Yeah, but I still got to get a book. You see, I'm here for Mel because if he can help Mr. Colby, he's going to marry
Be quiet.
No, Betty. Say, is this a library or are you making Raleigh cigarettes?
Well, here are some books that may help you. A book on psychology, philosophy, and literature.
Gee, books on looks like Cy and Phil are lit.
Well, while Zookie is taking the books to Mel, let's listen to Victor Miller and his orchestra and April Showers. back to Mel Blanc. For the first time in months, Mel isn't in trouble. In fact, it looks like Mr. Colby is going to consent to Mel's marriage to Betty if Mel provides the proper educational background for Mr. Colby in his interview with the editor of the Supermarket Journal. Mel is in his fix-it shop dressing for his appearance at Mr. Colby's house when who should walk in but the first hint of trouble in the person of the town beau brummel, Hartley Benson.
Hello, Hartley. Warm breeze out, isn't there?
Mel, it's merely the hot breath of thousands of women panting after great, big, adorable me. In fact, Mel, old boy, I'm so entrancing, I take myself dancing.
Well, Hartley, you may think you're beautiful, but I have brains. In fact, Mr. Colby thinks so much of my intelligence, he's asked me to supply the educational background for his interview tonight.
Mel, I have news for you. Mr. Colby has asked me to convey to you the fact that he regards you as an ignoramus. That I'm to talk to the editor tonight instead of you.
He doesn't want me? Well, why should he pick you? I'm just as educated as you are.
Oh, yes? I'm Cornell, 38.
So what? I'm Heinz, 57. Besides, I don't believe you ever went to Cornell.
Oh, no? Well, look at the Cornell yearbook for 38, and you will see. Hartley Benson voted the man most likely to succeed at Vassar. Mel, boy, they went wild over my student body. In fact, I was their star athlete.
What game?
Tiddlywinks. I played left tiddly. In fact, the beautiful girl was my downfall. I was about to score one for our side when she looked at me.
What did you do?
I winked when I should have tiddled. That's not all, Mel. I also played fullback on the football team. I was a terrific plunger.
That I can see, Hartley. You're built like one.
That does it. You mortify me. In fact, I'm so mortar I could fly. However, I shall soothe myself by saying...
You want to take that again?
However, I shall soothe myself by saying, I'm the prettiest thing in my life. Someday I'm going to make myself my wife.
Sounds like a Model T Ford calling to its mate. My one chance to marry Betty, and now Mr. Colby turns me down because I'm an ignoramus. I wish I was dead.
Hello, Mel.
Greetings, Great Zebra.
Mel, you look down at the model.
Oh, I wish I was dead. I can't get married.
I wish I was dead. I got married. The other day, my wife and I had an argument, and she said, John, you'll drive me to my grave.
What'd you do?
I had the car out of the garage in 2 minutes.
Mighty potentate, if you feel that way about your wife, how come you ever got hitched?
Mel, strangled is the word. I remember years ago when I first met my wife. She was such a gay young thing, such a saucy baggage.
And now?
Now she's a baggy sausage. You know, Mel, how most girls' figures go in and out. Hers goes out and then just keeps going.
Oh, come now, mighty potentate. She doesn't look that bad.
No. Mel, you've heard of a face that will stop a clock? Well, in our house, we have a withered Benrus. In fact, yesterday, she looked at it, and Ben got up and left running. What a woman. Yesterday, I had 10 gallons of DDT. I was out spraying the garden when she came out and said, John, spray the bugs, kill the ants, poison the old gopher. Yeah, what a temptation.
You think you've got troubles. I was supposed to help out Mr. Colby by building up his educational background. But he thinks I'm such an ignoramus he won't trust me to do it.
Oh, Mel, why do it as yourself? You're good at impersonations. If you pretend to be a foreign professor, you could really do a wonderful job for Mr. Colby. You've got brains.
That's a great idea. And if it works out, I'm going to get married.
Amazing how quickly a man can lose his brain. Well, so long, Mel. I gotta be going now.
Oh, wait a minute. Where are you going, mighty potentate?
Well, Mel, I can do one or two things. I can go to the movies and see It Happened on Fifth Avenue, or I can go home and look at What Shouldn't Happen to a Dog. So long, Mel. I gotta go.
time at the movies, mighty potentate.
No, Mel. Positively not. I'm depending on Hartley Benson.
But, Mr. Colby, what if the editor of the Supermarket Journal catches Hartley in a lie? He might know about American colleges, but if I say I taught you in Europe, why, he'll never be able to check.
Yes, it would be taking a chance, but... Well, Mel, for once you've made an intelligent suggestion. I'll call Hartley and tell him not to come. But, Mel, you'd better not let me down. I'm putting all my eggs in your basket.
Mr. Colby, all I can say is...
What in the world was that?
I just added an egg of my own.
Oh, Mr. Weed, you don't know how honored I am to have you write an article about me in the Supermarket Journal. Oh, have another drink?
Thank you. Don't mind if I do. Mr. Colby, you impressed me quite a bit. These sales figures especially are spectacular.
Well, you see, Mr. Weed, it's not every supermarket owner that can boast of an education at Eton and Oxford.
I came here because I heard you were a self-made man. Never been to college or even... What was that you just said?
I just said that as a boy, I wouldn't have eaten if I hadn't shined Oxford.
Oh, you were a boot black. Wonderful.
Oh, yes, indeed. I have never been to school. I mean, I ain't never went to school, and I ain't sorry nohow.
Words which inspire me. So glad to meet a man who hasn't been pampered by foreign schools and private tutors.
Oh, don't bother, Mr. Weed. I'll get it.
Ah, good evening here.
Oh.
Who was that?
Oh, well, it was some man from the German band downstairs. You know, Mr. Weed, I ain't never had...
Jawohl, Mr. Colby. You thought I was somebody else, huh? No? You don't remember your old Professor Otto von Schmorgasbord?
Mr. Weed, I want you to say goodbye. Hello to Professor von Schmorgasbord.
That's a peculiar name. Smorgasbord is a mixture of strange little things.
You should see the rest of my family.
Professor, don't you have any place to go?
Oh, always joking. Little Colby was such a bright pupil. I remember how everyone almost died laughing when he came to class in his short pants.
What was so funny?
He was wearing long underwear. But he was my favorite pupil. I remember when he went to the big city for his college examination. I wrote all the answers down on his cuffs.
Did he pass the examination?
No, but his laundryman got 100%. Colby went to colleges all over the world. Heidelberg in Germany, Edinburgh in Scotland, Columbia in China.
Oh, wait a minute. Columbia's not in the Far East.
No. Haven't you ever heard of Eastern Columbia? Now, don't doubt my word, Mr. Weed. I am the greatest language professor in the world.
Let me hear you speak French.
French. Okay. I say there, old boy, pip, pip.
That's English.
What am I speaking now?
That's English, too.
One of us is an imposter. I speak all languages. I speak great Turkish. Akla shish kebab avaka halava. Great Spanish. Si no tenemos los plátanos. And also...
What's that?
Great Danish.
Stop a second. There's something highly irregular about this.
But you happen to be speaking to a man what's an MA, an LLD, and a PhD. And you know what that makes me?
What?
A Melderhuft.
Well, this is the most fraudulent thing I've ever heard. Mr. Colby, I was hoping to find a simple, honest, self-made man. But I see you're just a poser. A man who's ashamed of his background.
Oh, Mr.
And
Weed.
I'm going.
Wait a minute,
Mr. Weed. It was all my fault. I was trying to build Colby up. I didn't think the interview would look good in your magazine if it said that Mr. Colby only went to Public Union Trade School.
The damage is done, and I... Did you say Public Union Trade School?
Yeah.
Why, that's my school. How come I didn't recognize you, Colby?
Well, I always stood with my face toward the wall.
Well, turn around. Mushmouth. Mushmouth Colby.
What? There's only one man who ever called me that. Stinky Weed.
Say, I went to Public Union, too.
Well, let's sing the old school song.
Yeah.
Oh, public union, hail to thee. Our hearts belong to old UP. Oh, alma mater, fair and true.
Till we die, we'll be P.U.
Well, Mr. Colby, remember our bargain.
Yes, Father, you said if Mel helped you.
Yes, I remember, Mel, my boy, and you did help me. It was rather roundabout, but it was a help.
And you don't object to me?
Well, not too much.
You'll let me in your family?
That might be arranged.
And I can marry Betty?
Well, Mel, you'll have to propose first.
Then I'll do it right now. Mr. Colby, will you be my father-in-law?
Oh, God!
Mel Blanc will be back in just a minute. This is Mel Blanc saying thanks for listening. Good night, and
That's all.
Oh.
That was Victor Miller and his orchestra playing the Mixmaster song, and this is Bud Easton reminding you that Colgate tooth powder for a breath that's sweet and teeth that sparkle brings you the Mel Blanc Show every Tuesday at this time. Be sure to join us again next Tuesday night for more fun with Mel and the people you'll meet in Mel Blanc's Fix-It Shop. The Texaco Star Theater. The more than 45,000 Texaco dealers from coast to coast welcome you to an hour of mirth and melody. With our star comedians, Fred Allen, Kenny Baker and Portland Hopper, the Texaco Roundtable, the Martins and Al Goodman's Orchestra. It's Texaco time. Ladies and gentlemen, tomorrow is the first day of spring, the day when Mother Nature auditions her buds and flowers. But in radio, it is always spring. Things are always blooming. And to prove it, we bring you that perennial bloomer, Fred Allen, in person.
I always bend way over when I bow at first, you know, Jimmy. It lets the blood rush to my head where it won't be crowded. It's very... Well, thank you, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen, again. And thank you, Mr. Equinox Wallington, for that semi-botanical send-off. Spring in New York. Oh.
Spring in New York. Baloney.
Mr. Wallington, please. That delicatessen innuendo.
Well, who knows if it is spring here in New York?
Why, signs of spring are everywhere, Jimmy. Trees budding, flowers blossoming, green things shooting up.
Green things. Name one green thing you've seen in New York.
Why, green things come up out of the sidewalks here, Jimmy. Look in front of any A&P. Everything is green. Green traffic lights on every corner. There are 4 pages of greens in the phone book. And I just took a look at that gold cigarette case you gave me for Christmas, brother. And that is as green as a grasshopper's chin.
Well, that's beside the point. I still say there's no sign of spring in New York.
Why, I am amazed at you, James Wallington. The first sign of spring appeared here last week. Mayor LaGuardia gave the snow 24 hours to get out of town. Of course, the snow didn't get out of town. The whole affair was slushed up. But the public got the drift and appreciated it.
Yeah, got the drift is right. By coming to rehearsal yesterday, I got chapped hip.
That is a sure sign of spring in New York, Jimmy. And to prove it's spring, we spring directly to the latest news of the week. There, incidentally, is a spring fanfare. It isn't even ripe. An old, used green fanfare. Could we have a fanfare that hasn't been used? Could we have an A number 1, and a brand new fanfare? Well, that's, Mr. Goodman mistakenly thinks that quantity is music. After better off with the first fanfare. The Texaco News presents its highlight from the world of news. New York City, New York. Bus strike ties up city lines as 3,000 drivers walk out, leaving 900,000 daily bus riders free to sample other forms of conveyance. Strike now in its second week, started March 10th. To date, mediation has failed. Early last evening, a bus spokesman said,
"The bus companies are sitting tight."
Late last night, a union official said,
"The bus drivers are sitting tight."
At an early hour this morning, John Doe said,
"I'm in the subway standing tight."
As crowds scurry daily for other means of transportation, the bus strike still drags on. Texaco News, to get the lowdown on the slowdown, interviews man about town to chronicle reactions on the bus walkout. First, Mr. Solomon Sill. Sill, yes. I thought there was a T in your name, excuse me, Mr. Sill. You are a bus rider, Mr. Sill?
Yeah, I live in Jersey. I commute.
You do you? Well, has the bus strike inconvenienced you any?
No, I've solved the problem very nicely.
You have, really? How?
Yeah, I come over from Jersey every morning on the 42nd Street ferry.
Yeah?
When the buses were running, I'd take a bus across town to Lexington Avenue.
Well, you take the bus across to Lexington Avenue.
Yeah.
And now that the buses have stopped...
I have been using a little boy.
You mean the little boy carries you around from...
Oh, no. This little boy has a bicycle.
Oh, and you...
Yeah. Every morning in Jersey, I show the little boy a piece of candy.
Uh-huh.
The little boy follows me onto the ferry with his bicycle.
Uh-huh.
Now, when the ferry docks at 42nd Street, I take the bicycle away from the little boy.
Well, good for you.
I pedal lickety-split to Lexington Avenue, check the bicycle, and go to the office.
And at night?
My day's work finished, I pedal lickety-split back to the ferry, return the bicycle to the little boy, and we both go back to Jersey.
A most ingenious arrangement, Mr. Sill. But tell me, what does the little boy do in New York all day?
Oh, nothing. He just hangs around the ferry and cries.
And, the next morning, you show him your candy and coax him back on the ferry again?
Yeah, he's a gullible little fella, fortunately.
And thank you for this ferry story, Solomon Sill. A woman who experienced a trying domestic dilemma as a result of the bus strike was Mrs. Hildegard Buxbaum. You have been upset, Mrs. B?
What is happening to me couldn't happen to you. What is happening to me?
Well, just what is happening, Mrs. Buxbaum?
Well, starting since last September, my little boy Seymour, I am enrolling in private school.
I see.
Every morning for school by 9 o'clock should be inside, Seymour.
At 9 o'clock?
This is our rule. A bell is ringing.
Oh, I see. That's how it is. Well, tell me, where is the school?
The school is by 66th Street, west side.
West side?
We are living by 145th Street, east side.
East side. And you come down by bus?
Formerly by bus, we are coming, I and Seymour.
Oh, I see. Well, how did you get to school after the bus strike started?
How else? By subway.
Well, how on earth could you get from east 145th Street to west 66th Street by subway?
Foxy, Mrs. Buxbaum.
Yeah?
I am doping out the way.
Foxy Mrs. B, huh? Well, how?
First, I'm going to Grand Central, downtown.
Downtown, yeah.
Then I'm going to Times Square, crosstown.
Crosstown,
Then I'm going to 72nd Street, uptown.
Uptown.
Then finally, I'm going to 66th Street, downtown.
Downtown.
And boom, 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 it is Seymour School.
Well, that is really a wonderful route.
Wonderful. But I am not taking it.
Why not?
Silly Seymour, that shimps. The trouble that boy is making.
Well, what did he do?
The first day, I am putting on Seymour the beanie. I'm taking him by the ear. I'm pushing him under the turnstile. And telling, we are off in the subway.
And on your way to school?
What school?
Well, something went wrong?
Everything is going wrong. The first change we are making at Grand Central, and I am saying, come, Seymour. Stubborn Seymour is not coming. With screaming and stamping, Seymour is holding back.
He refused to get off the train?
All day long, Seymour is refusing. First, we are in the Bronx. Next, we are in Flatbush, Brooklyn. Then we are in the Bronx again. Next, we are in Flatbush again. This is going on incessantly.
You couldn't get Seymour off?
Till 10 o'clock at night. Finally, Seymour is falling asleep. I am taking him home, the little darling.
Well, tell me, Mrs. Bucksbaum, why wouldn't Seymour come out of the subway?
Last summer by Coney Island, Seymour and I are taking in all the rides.
Yeah?
The subway, Seymour thinks, is again the Scenic Railway.
The Scenic Railway.
This he is enjoying. He is a kiddie.
And you haven't been able to get Seymour back to school since?
What school? Home he's staying. He could grow up to be a dope yet.
Well, I know, but if he turns out to be a dope in later life...
Seymour could make a living on the radio. You are doing bad?
I see your point, but I entirely missed the connection, the subtlety. And thank you, Mrs. Hildegard Bucksbaum. One of the many men... All right. Little confusing, Mrs. Bucksbaum leaving the microphone and Mr. Lump coming up. We didn't know whether it was a reception or the finish to a grand performance. Now, one of the many men who was indeed happy to see the strike start was this little man who faces our microphone now, Malcolm Lump. Is that right, Malcolm?
Yeah, the bus strike sure was a break for us taxi drivers.
You've been working hard, have you, Malcolm?
I ain't been to bed for 8 nights.
Sakes alive. Well, how do you stay awake?
I stopped drinking Sanket.
You stopped? Well, tell me, have you been riding all over town with your cab?
Nah, I've just been cruising up and down Madison Avenue following the bus route.
Oh, I see.
At first, I was stopping at every corner like a bus.
Really?
Yeah, people was clambering in and out. It was bedlam. I had a guy back in the cab making change.
Oh, that... circulating around,
yeah.
Eh? You were jammed, were you?
Oh, brother. The second day, I had to cut another door in the back of the cab, like a patrol wagon.
In the back so the people could get out?
Yeah, I'm too cramped. I'm riding 20 people every trip.
20 people crammed into one taxi cab? Well, didn't they complain?
Well, they did at first. Then I figured myself out a system.
What system?
Before the 20 people get in the cab, I introduced everybody all around.
Yeah?
Then I'd ram them into the cab.
Oh, that made it all right.
Why, certainly. When people are introduced, they like to be closer acquainted.
Oh, I get you. Well, all in all, would you say the strike was a success?
It was the greatest thing that could have happened.
How do you mean, Malcolm?
Coming right after income tax time.
Yeah?
The bus strike put everybody in New York back on their feet again.
Another Walker administration. Thank you. Well, we hope that the bus strike will soon be settled to the satisfaction of all concerned. For until the buses start to roll again, the New Yorkers' theme song will be...
Hand me down my walking cane, 'cause I must walk downtown again. All New York has got to hike, so hand me down my walking. Hand me down my walking. Hand me down my walking. Hey, now.
And so we turn from the bus dilemma to an artist whose fans are transported by his melodies. He's Kenny Baker, the young man with a song. And Kenny's first song tonight is It All Comes Back to Me Now.
It all comes back to me now. A starry summer sky, a laughing you and I alone. It all comes back to me now. A sea of midnight blue, your face uplifted to my own. We called it a thrill of a moment and blamed the moon up above. We didn't know what the glow meant. We never dreamed it might be love. It all comes back to me now. The love I threw away, and now each lonely night I pray that it will all come back to me someday. Why do I feel so lonely, so lost and blue? Why does my heart wander aimlessly the whole night through? It all comes back to me now. A sea of midnight blue, your face uplifted to my own. It all comes back to me now. The love I threw away, and now each lonely night I pray that it will all come back to me.
Ladies and gentlemen, spring officially begins tomorrow evening at 7:21 p.m. And to honor this vernal occasion, I have composed an ode to spring.
Oh, what's it called, Fred?
Ode to spring, Jimmy. Clever of me, wasn't it? Mm-hmm. No wasted word. Well, ode to spring. I'll recite it. Tomorrow at exactly 7:21 p.m., people who look for the first signs of spring will see M. Yes, at exactly 7:21 by the clock, the first crocus will thrust its head through the earth where it is hidden all winter, and robins will fly northward by the flock. So whatever you are doing tomorrow evening, watch your boulevard, for at 7:21, spring spirit, you'll be full of it. Well, how did you like it, Jimmy?
Well, it just goes to show that not all the duds are in gasoline.
Well, if you do think you can do any better, Master Wallington, let us hear you try.
Well, I shall. Here's my ode to spring, and it's more truth than poetry. Tomorrow at 7:21 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, the season of spring officially begins. Mm-hmm. And taking to the road at this new season of the year will be many thousands of new Fire Chief users. Car owners who discovered Fire Chief's all-action performance under tough driving conditions and intend staying with it the year round. The reason for Fire Chief's brilliant, eager performance is easily explained. The duds, those useless, sluggish elements in gasoline, are out of Fire Chief. That's what gives Fire Chief its fast start, quick pickup, economical mileage. It's all driving energy. So next time, try a Texaco dealer and famous Fire Chief. There's not a dud in the tank full.
That was the maestro stole a bow. Then I caught you. You'll put that bow back before the evening is over. That was Amapola, played by Al Goodman and his I've Got to Pass Your Horse to Get to My Horse orchestra. And we have the racing forms to prove it. And now, ladies and gentlemen... Oh, hello, Portland.
Hello.
Well, as the school teacher said to the little boy who spelled snow with an E, what's snoo?
This is no place for jokes, Mr. Allen.
Do you know of a better place for jokes? This is supposed to be a comedy program, isn't it?
Yes, but jokes are old-fashioned. Comedy programs today all go in for romance.
Romance? What romance?
On Bob Hope's program, for instance, he's always in love.
Well, Bob Hope is a much younger man, Portland.
But you're prettier.
Oh, now, you, You don't need your job that badly, Portland.
And look at Mr. Benny. He's always taking girls out.
You mean the original Mr. Benny?
Mm-hmm.
Benny with the light brown toupee? Look, the only thing Benny ever takes out on a moonlit night is his upper plate. What gave you this romance idea, anyway?
Well, tomorrow is the first day of spring.
Again with spring. That's all we've talked about tonight, spring. We'll have it all worn out.
Yes, but you haven't had any romance.
Well, how can you inject romance into a program like ours? Look around.
If somebody would take out a girl, we'd have something romantic to talk about.
Do you offhand know of a girl under 70 who would even be seen with anyone on this program?
I know just the girl.
Who?
Olive Fagelson.
Olive Fagelson?
Yes. Olive would be crazy about you. She's nearsighted.
Now, look, Portland, my scamp days are over. The last girl I took out left town and became a nurse with the Confederate Army.
Well, then, how about Mr. Goodman?
Mr. Goodman?
Somebody is calling Goodman?
Yes.
Then out is popping Goodman, like a jerk in the box.
Jerk in the box is right.
Mr. Goodman, would you like to meet a lovely girl, Olive Fagelson?
No, positively no. And this I am saying in all reluctance.
But why?
This I can explain briefly in 2 words.
What 2 words?
Mrs. Goodman.
You see, Portland, romance on this program is a dud.
Well, and how about Kenny Baker?
Oh, you can't get Kenny to go out with a girl. He thinks billing and cooing is a dance team. Why, Kenny even blushes when he passes the YWCA.
Well, maybe we can talk Kenny into it.
That we is singular, Portland. You can talk Kenny into it.
Spring, spring, glorious spring. Open the window and hear the birds sing. Tweet, 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 tweet. Hi, kids.
Yes, Kenny, there is no season like spring, is there?
Oh, boy.
The birds twittering.
Yeah.
The soft, balmy breezes.
Yeah.
Does something to a man, eh, Kenny?
I know just what you mean, F.A.
Yes?
Makes you want to get out the old kite and fly the tail off of it.
Well, I told you, Portland. Kenny doesn't even know what romance is.
Kenny?
Yes, Porty?
Have you ever thought about girls?
Girls? You mean those skinny things that wear dresses and open-toed shoes?
Yes.
Yeah, I think about them a lot.
What do you think about them?
Don't their toes ever get cold?
Now, look, Kenny, you're not bashful. You're not afraid of girls, are you?
Not unless they're bigger than I am.
No use, I feel.
Why don't you just try talking to a girl, Kenny? You might like it.
Oh, I talked to a girl a whole hour yesterday, and I didn't like it.
Well, who was the girl?
The cashier at the Paramount Theater, a redhead.
Why didn't you like it?
I still had to pay to get in.
But that was a business discussion, a battle of wits.
Yes, Kenny. I want you to meet a girl socially.
What for?
Portland wants you to take out an Olive Fagelson.
What's an Olive Fagelson?
A girl. She is the girl you are to make the date with.
What's the date?
Oh,
Well, for instance, you buy 2 tickets for the movies.
Yes?
And you take Olive along.
I can't buy her a ticket for the movies. I don't even know her.
what difference does that make?
She might not pay me back.
Here's Olive's number, Teddy. Just try talking to her.
Yes, I'll dial the number for you
But
on the phone.
I'm liable to get involved with this.
Now, don't be such a fraidy cat, Kenny.
Something tells me I'm being talked into this.
Now, here's the phone. They're ringing the number now.
Gosh, Effie, I don't know.
Go ahead. Answer the phone.
Hello? What's her name?
Fagelson. Olive Fagelson.
Oh, yes. Hello? Is this the residence of Olive Fagelson? What? My name is Kenny Baker. Yes, I'm working, sure. I make around $15 a week. Sure, I plan on settling down.
Kenny, what kind of talk is that? You just met the girl.
This is her father.
Oh, her... That's different. I see the connection.
Hello? What was that? I should say not.
What's the matter, Teddy?
He says I'll have to bring her home at 11 o'clock.
Well, tell him you will.
How can I? I got to be home by 10 myself.
Look, ask for Olive, Kenny, and let's get this romance over with.
Hello? Who's this? Oh, you're Olive's mother. I'm Kenny Baker, Mrs. Fagelson. What? Yeah, $15 a week. For Fred Allen. Sure, he pays me every week. He's rich. Wait, I'll ask him. Mr. Allen.
What, Kenny?
What are you doing tomorrow night?
Never mind. Portland, what kind of people are these Fagelsons?
Hello? Oh, here's Ollie. Ollie, this is Kenny Baker. Portland asked me to... What? $15 a week.
Tell Olive you want to take her to dinner.
But I don't want to take her to dinner. Wait a minute. What was that, Olive? Oh, I said I didn't want to take you to dinner.
That's no way to talk.
Oh, it's too late, Effie. She says she'll come anyway. She'll meet me at Lindy's.
Well, all right. Tell her it's okay.
Olive, Mr. Allen says it's okay for Lindy's. Oh, hold the wire a minute. Mr. Allen.
Yeah?
How much is dinner at Lindy's?
For two, about $3.
$3? Goodbye, Ollie.
Kenny, you hung up?
You bet. $3 is a lot of money just to stuff an olive.
Now you... You see, the Portland, romance is out. It's no use, spring or no spring. It's obvious that no girl will ever take Kenny away from her.
Yeah, I'm hard to get. I'll answer it. Hello? No, Ollie. What? Well, that's different. We'll have dinner at your house at 8. Okay, sugar.
Well, I have heard everything.
All right, Ollie. Till tomorrow, then. Till we meet again, toujours l'amour. Good. Oh, boy.
Congratulations, Kenny. Spring is here, and today you are a man.
Boy, am I in for the time of my life. Say, F.A.
Yes, Kenny?
Can you lend me a quarter?
For your date tomorrow night?
Yeah. Ollie's kid brother Cecil's going to be there.
I get it. You're going to slip Cecil a quarter and send him out to a movie.
No. I'm going to slip Olive a quarter and send her out to the movie.
Kenny.
Cecil's got an electric train with 40 feet of track.
Give up. I'll take one last chance and try to get Kenny in the mood. I've asked the Martins to dedicate their next song to Kenny, and so then the Martins sing A Romantic Guy, I.
A romantic guy,
Pale and frantic guy you are, so high in the sky that he passes by. Must know that love is the reason why.
a romantic guy.
Your romantic kind my way would bring heaven nigh, so why don't you try a romantic guy?
A romantic guy.
I see the moon at noon. I see bright stars the whole day through. I see a rainbow in each stormy sky as long as I have you. I see the moon at noon. I see red roses in the snow. You kept me foul love, and now I know why I see the moon at noon. A romantic guy, you. Pale and frantic guy I am. So high in the sky that he can't defy. Must know that love is the reason why. A romantic guy, you. So romantic guy my way would bring heaven nigh. So why don't you try a romantic guy?
Our special guest of the evening, Miss Francesca Drab. What is it you do again, Miss Drab?
I sell toast insurance.
Toast insurance?
Yeah.
What is that?
Well, every morning, thousands of housewives all over the country put their bread in the toaster, forget it, and it burns.
Oh, and with this toast insurance of yours, you pay if the toast burns. Is that right?
No, I keep it from burning.
Oh.
With every policy, I give you a parrot.
What has the parrot got to do with toast insurance?
This parrot is trained to sit on top of the toaster. The toast starts to smoke.
Yeah.
The parrot sees the smoke. The parrot yells fire. You turn off the toaster stays.
Well, it's a great idea. I see only one flaw, Francesca. By the time the parrot sees the smoke and clears his throat and opens his beak to yell fire, the toast is already a whole wheat clinker. Now, as Jimmy Wallington often says...
When you see a cloud of smoke rising from the electric toaster, it's too late. The toast is burned. And when you see smoke pouring from an automobile exhaust pipe, the chances are it's also too late. The damage in the form of excessive engine wear may already have taken place, with no help for it except a repair job. Smoke means trouble. So let insulated Haviland motor oil safeguard your engine from excessive wear due to heat, to cold, and to oil impurity. Haviland stands up under the high temperatures developed by modern engines, heat that may break down ordinary oils and accelerate wear. Haviland flows freely in cold weather, helps prevent dry, wearing starts. And Haviland is distilled to remove carbon-forming impurities. Take no chances with smoke and trouble. Change to insulated Haviland at your Texaco dealer. The Texaco Star Theater continues immediately after a short pause for your station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
WABC, New York.
I just dozed off. Excuse me, Uncle Jim. That was You Should Be Set to Music from the popular musical review, Crazy with the Heat. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we open our Texaco Roundtable for a short fiesta of trivia. Our three guests are ready for their unrehearsed participation, and Portland, I hope, calls the roll. Are you ready, Portland?
Yes. Mr. Al Jordan from Charlotte, North Carolina.
Well, good evening, Mr. Jordan.
Good evening, Mr. Allen.
You're from Charlotte, Portland said. Charlotte, North Carolina.
Charlotte is right.
Is that down in tobacco auctioneer country, is it?
Partially.
Partially. Winston-Salem is really in the heart of the tobacco auctioneer country, isn't it?
That's right.
Well, will you tell me, coming from such a warm and wonderful climate, what are you doing up here in New York in this frigid weather? You're getting your full value out of your winter underwear or something? What possesses you to come up here at this time?
I'm attending the International Convention of Beauty Shop Owners.
Oh, the Beauty Shop Convention? Are you in the beauty business?
I'm in the beauty supply business. I'm a jobber.
Oh, a jobber, huh? I'd never know it to look at you. I hope you're not going to do a job on me as long as you're up here tonight. Well, tell me, how is the beauty business? Are you making a pretty penny? Now, wait a minute. But how is business? Is it good?
Very good.
Well, tell me, what is the purpose of this convention? Is the convention you fellas get together and look at each other? What is the purpose of it?
It's to instruct the beauticians, the shop owners, in the new merchandise methods.
You all get together and sort of talk things over, huh? Well, beauty business is a highly specialized business now, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
They have beauticians, fancy names, cosmeticians, and I saw a sign the other day on Madison Avenue. A manicurist has a sign out. She's a fingertician. But tell me, why with all of the beauty preparations, Mr. Jordan, that you fellas have worked out for women's faces, why is it none of you guys ever get together and invent something that will help men with their faces? Now, look at a woman can disguise herself. A man, if he's born with a homely face, is stuck with it. What can he do? He can grow a beard and hide it, or he can shave every day and go around all through life getting laughs. I mean, why don't you fellas work out some preparations for men? Have you given it any thought?
Well, we've given that some thought.
Well, now that you've seen me tonight, I know you're going to give it a lot more thought. Let me hear from you as soon as you get something worked out. A veil or a mask will do anything. Well, thank you, Mr. Jordan. And now, Portman.
Miss Helene Newberg from New York City.
Good evening, Miss
Good
Newberg.
evening, Mr. Allen.
May I ask you, do you work in New York? Or are you in
Yes,
business?
I do.
May I ask what type of work?
I'm an assistant to an interior decorator.
Oh, are you? Do they have assistants, interior decorators?
They most certainly do.
Must be stuffy in small quarters when you're doing it. But, tell me, how does one get to be an interior decorator? Do you go out to Grand Rapids and learn about furniture from the ground up, or how do you do it?
Well, that's about it, I guess.
You do, huh?
Uh-huh.
You go to Grand Rapids, and from there you come right back here and go into business. Is it a big business here in New York, interior decorating?
Yes, it certainly
It is. I know it's very popular out in Hollywood. All the stars have the interior decorators in. Movie style have an interior decorator come in and lay out the plans with the furniture and everything, and then the following week the installment man comes in and carries out the But they do a lot of nice work. They have fancy homes. Bing Crosby in his house has neon rat holes. But if I ever get a room and some furniture simultaneously, I'll give you a ring, Miss Newberg.
Thank you very much, Mr. Allen.
Portland.
Lieutenant Bernie Lay of Berkeley Springs, West Virginia.
Well, Lieutenant, are you in active service, are you?
No, I'm on inactive status right now.
Are you, really? What are you doing in New York, may I ask?
I'm here as a guest at Paramount for the world premiere of I Wanted Wings at the Astor next Wednesday.
Oh, it opens at the Astor next Wednesday? I Wanted Wings?
Yes.
I know. That's the way I felt the minute I finished that picture with Benny. I said to myself, if I ever wanted wings, I wanted them at that time. But did you, how are you connected with the picture? Did you write it or direct it or what?
I was one of the writers and acted as a technical advisor in the final stages.
Oh, of the picture, huh?
Yes.
Well, I hope that's a good omen going into the Astor. I Wanted Wings. If it chases the dictator out of there, I hope that it presages things to come in the future. Well, thanks a lot, Lieutenant. I'm sorry. I'd like to go into that thoroughly with you and talk over the... were you on the Paramount lot when I was there?
Yes, I was working on the picture then.
Oh, were you? Well, they worked me mostly at night, you see. We had to come in. I was on the night shift, Benny was on the day shift. If you saw the picture, you know which part was made at night. You really should see the picture with a torch if you want to see me in the picture, Lieutenant. Well, that brings us to our question. And since the Texaco Roundtable's discussions are confined to trivia, tonight we take up a minor matter that concerns barbers and beauty shop operators. So many cartoons have been printed and so many jokes told about barbers, incessant talking, and the tendency of girls working in beauty parlors to disseminate gossip on the job that we'd like to know how the average customer feels about the situation. And so our question tonight is, should a barber or beauty shop operator annoy the customer with small talk in an effort to be sociable, or should the barbers and operators do their work in silence? Now, Mr. Jordan, how do you, of course, you're in the beauty business, you may be prejudiced, but how do you feel about barbers? Do you like the loquacious type?
Yes.
You do? You like to have the barber talk to you?
Yes.
What do you go in a barber shop for? For a haircut or a conversation or just to be sociable? Do you think that the barber doesn't annoy you when he talks? You think he's within his rights? Did you ever hear a barber with a sane viewpoint on what he was talking about?
I have to say yes.
Oh, well, naturally, I forgot the business, Jordan. You should really be disqualified at this conference, Mr. Jordan. Well, Miss Newberg, how do you feel about beauty shop operators? Do you think the girls talk too much or have a tendency to spread gossip or talk about their more prominent customers?
Well, sometimes it can be very interesting.
You... They say you're reading the gossip columns, huh?
Uh-huh.
You approve of it, then?
I most certainly
You don't
do.
just like to go in there. Of course, I imagine with some women, the operators have a hard time getting a word in edgewise. The customer beats them to the conversation. Well, Lieutenant, how do you feel about the talkative barbers? Do you feel that barbers should talk at their work, or should they wait until such a time as the customer shows that he is desirous of having verbal traffic with the barber and then have the barber open up? How do you feel about it?
Well, it all depends on whether they use mouthwash.
Oh, and all depends on whether they... Well, that's another argument, of course. I was just citing a composite barber who had no features, breath, or anything else. Well, our little round table stands, or sits, rather, apparently undecided. I take pride in the fact that our little discussion tonight has gotten us no place, and I'm sure that windy barbers will be just as windy tomorrow as they were today. And since it probably won't be safe for me to show my face in a barber shop from now on, after bringing up this question, I'm learning to cut my own hair. And on this frugal note, the forum closes, and thank you all for your kind cooperation. Gentlemen, return you to Kenny Baker. Kenny's leaving tomorrow for Chicago, where he is singing next Sunday with the Chicago Women's Symphony Orchestra. And all Kenny Baker fans are invited to tune in for Kenny's concert appearance next Sunday afternoon. And now to sort of warm up, for Sunday, Kenny sings Nobody Knows the Trouble I've Seen.
Sometimes I'm down. Oh, yes, Lord. Sometimes I'm almost to the ground. Oh, yes, Lord. Oh, nobody knows the trouble I've seen. Nobody knows my sorrow. Nobody knows the trouble I've seen. Glory, hallelujah. If you get there before I do, oh, yes, Lord. Tell all of my friends I'm coming too. Oh, yes, Lord. Oh, nobody knows the trouble I've seen. Nobody knows my sorrow. Nobody knows the trouble I see. Glory, hallelujah. Oh, yes,
Nobody knows the trouble I've seen either.
Pardon me, Mr. Allen. Can I borrow your storm?
Borrow my storm, sir?
Yeah, I'm Quigley, sound effects man in Studio 3.
Well, I don't...
We're putting on orphans of the storm. We got the orphans, but the storm machine is busted.
Oh, your storm effect doesn't work in Studio 3?
Well, not good. You know how a storm ought to sound? Something like this. Woo! Woo!
A windstorm. Well, how does your storm sound?
Woo!
In other words, your storm machine isn't flexible enough.
Yeah, and it ain't got any power neither.
Well, if you want flexible power, sir, I recommend that you lend an ear to our flexible flyer, Larry Elliott.
Yes, when you call for power, you want it. Lots of it. Power to get you off to a quick start. Power to permit you to maneuver your car smoothly in traffic. Power to lift you up and over the hills. And that's where the alert, flexible power of Sky Chief comes in. Texaco's different premium gasoline. Just touch the starter and your engine quickly takes over. Bear down a bit on the accelerator and you're in motion eagerly, effortlessly. With quick start, surging acceleration, soaring power on the hills, Texaco's Sky Chief gasoline has a way of bringing out the finest performance in any car. Try Sky Chief soon. It's your Texaco dealer's luxury gasoline for those who want the best at the usual premium price.
And now the Texaco Workshop players pay tribute to the production that has made history in the New York theater. The play that is now in its 8th year on Broadway, Tobacco Road. On October 3rd, 1933, the play Tobacco Road opened unheralded in New York City. The story of a shiftless folk and their hillbilly trials and tribulations became a smash hit. Since 1933, Tobacco Road has been played in 247 cities and 41 states by touring companies. Darrell F. Zanuck's great picture version of Tobacco Road has recently been released, and the original New York company is still playing to capacity business here in its 8th year. Its attendance record...
Tobacco Road is played to 2 million grad, 4,000 outer, door-bone people.
Its receipts...
Tobacco Road has grossed $12 and 15 cents.
15 cents?
A lady in Albany forgot her change.
Oh, you rapped on the window with the sponge as usual. The original Jeter Lester in Tobacco Road recently said...
I played Jeter till I got too old to creep on the stage. Then my son took over.
Well, is your boy still playing the role?
No, my son played Jeter till his arteries backfired.
Yeah?
Then his son took over. My grandson's playing Jeter today.
3 generations in your family have played the Jeter Lester part?
Yep. All of us played the Jeters till we got them.
Have you still got the Jeters?
My hand shakes so bad, I'd quit tipping my hat. Looks like I'm strutting.
Well, it's all right. You have to watch those things. The original Emmy Lou, the girl who eats a turnip at every performance, recently told a friend...
I've ate so many turnips I have to stay out of pet shops. Rabbits snap at my breath.
And still with its turnip-eating ingenue and its inexhaustible supply of Jeters, Tobacco Road continues to run and set new records in the Broadway theater. Archaeologists predict that this generation will never live to see Tobacco Road close. The sequel to this play, they say, will never be shown in our time. And so then, to forestall this dilemma, tonight the Texaco Workshop players bring you the sequel to Tobacco Road. It's called Nicotine Alley. Music, maestro.
Peter Fester, wake up. Dog dang lazy old coot, wake up.
What's up, Ma?
Everything's up but you.
What time is it?
It's spring.
It's spring? What year?
1941.
41? You mean 31, don't you?
I said 41. 41's what I mean. You've been sleeping 10 years.
10 years? Jeepers. What's been going on, Ma? Who's president?
He still is.
He is. Where's Granny Fester?
Granny passed on back in 33.
Did, eh? Where's Gramp?
Gramp didn't bother coming back.
Coming back from where?
Cemetery. Gramp was 94 and his shoes was undone. Gramp said what was his while to come home again.
As long as Gramp was there, the shoes undone, saved herself a trip, I reckon. Where's the kids?
What kids?
Our kids, remember?
Oh, them.
Yeah, them.
Well, Big Sadie run off with a medicine show.
Well, I know that had happened. Big Sadie was always sickly. Knowed something like that would happen. What about t'others?
You recollect Sour Sam?
He was the little shaver with no holes in his nose, wasn't he?
Yeah. Well, Sour Sam joined up with some feller named Ripley.
Yeah. What What became of t'other boy, the little fellow with 8 toes?
Oh, that's Burley.
Burley, yeah.
Burley went west. Got a job stamping out forest fires.
Doing well. Well, I reckon I'll get me out of bed, Ma.
First thing you better do is take a bath. I'll go out and dam the creek.
Now, hold on. I ain't a bathin', Ma. My pa never bathed, and his pa afore him never bathed. And his pa afore's his pa never bathed. And I ain't... Who's to the door? Unlatch and trek in. Tupper Manson.
Howdy, Tita.
Howdy, Tupper.
Howdy, Miss Pester.
Yeah, what brings you snooping round, Tupper?
There was talk down to the barber shop you was out of bed, Tita.
Yeah.
I didn't believe it. Just dropped in to make sure. Good day.
Darn busybody comes round every 10 years inserting his nose into other folks' affairs. Dirty poke nose.
Tupper may be poke nose, but he ain't dirty, Pa. Tupper bad.
And I don't bat. Now you know the difference between me and Tupper.
Well, you ought to use that there cleaning gadget that salesman left last year.
What is it, a Squo G?
No, looks like a brick.
Yeah?
There's writing on it, see?
Yeah, what's it read there?
SOAP, SOAP.
SOAP?
Yeah. Salesman says this here SOAP cleans you fine.
I'll remember that SOAP.
Howdy, Ma.
Howdy, little Teeter.
Hey, who's this here rube, Ma?
This here's your pa, little Teeter.
No kidding.
Don't you know your own pa, son?
Oh, I didn't recognize you standing up, Pa.
What you been up to, son? You smell of fashat.
I've been out of sweet-talking Lovey Hatfield, Ma.
Sweet-talking? You ain't gone calico mad, son.
Well, I did give Lovey a piggyback down at our drugstore.
Son, you didn't go into that drugstore.
Lovey made me, Ma.
What went on in that drugstore, son? Out with it.
Well,
your pa speaking to your son.
What went on in that drugstore, that iodoform den?
Well, I bought Lovey a Coca-Cola with one straw. We took turns.
A son of mine alternating on a Coca-Cola?
You only 35, son, and alternating?
Alternating, Ma. Alternating.
The devil must have been in me, Ma.
Tell me the worst, son. Was the Coca-Cola with lime?
Pa.
The truth, son. Was it with lime?
Yes, Pa.
Well, you'll have to marry the girl. Ma, we'll get over to Hatfields. Where's my gun?
Reed, hold the wedding, Pa. Eating comes before marrying.
Maybe if Ma's right, son. It's coming on supper time. Go run your arm down the gopher hole, son. We'll have supper.
Okay, Pa.
I reckon that's Zeb Tinkham with the mail.
Letter for you, Tina.
Thank you, Zeb.
Want I should come in and read it for you?
No, I can hear you all right. There's 3 of us to hum, Zeb. Reckon 3 of us can handle her.
Okay.
What is it, Pa?
Well, looks too small for a catalog. Postman says 'twas a letter. Wait till I get the bark off it here. Reckon the writing's inside. Yeah, she's open now. Next thing's to read her. Let me see.
You got the letter upside down, Pa.
I know. I'm reading her the hard way, son.
Oh, let me read her, Pa. I can read writing.
Okie dokie, son. Here, take over.
Checks. It's from the government.
The government? What's he want?
Says the government wants to buy our land. We've got to get off. Says here the government man will be here today to take over.
Whoopee! We can sell the land for money, Pa. I can give new string from a Sunday apron. Whoopee!
Money. I'm taking Lovey for another Coke.
By jeepers and by creepers. Nobody's buying this land. Asbestos has lived and died on this here land for 200 years. No festa never bathed, and no festa never sold no land. By jeepers and by creepers. If this is that government man, here's where I get my revenge for Gettysburg. Unlatch and trek in, Yankee.
Excuse me, my name's LaGuardia. Which way's the New York Aquarium?
What's the aquarium?
Well, this is where we're building it. Isn't this Bronx Park?
This is Ozark County, Tennessee.
Darn that 6th Avenue subway.
No wonder he gets lost. He can't see nothing from under that hat.
Why don't you sell him the land, Pa?
No, by jeepers and by creepers. I was born on